Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you all for being here with us today as I call to order this City Council work session at 5:03 p.m. on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. The first item on our agenda is public comment. We do have one person signed up wishing to speak. As a reminder, a member of the public may address City Council regarding an item on this agenda. Comments must be relevant to the agenda item. Citizens wishing to speak during the work session shall submit a completed speaker request to the City Secretary. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Mr. Jim McDonald, you've requested to speak.
I've never heard of that name.
Speak now or specifically on the item?
Since this is a work session, I'd appreciate it if you'd speak now.
Yes, sir. As noted, my name is Jim McDonald, and I'm speaking specifically on the 5-year CIP plan. As some of you may have heard, we, the downtown business owners, have been getting together, meeting regularly, and we are in the process of chartering a nonprofit organization to represent the interest of downtown Pflugerville, of the downtown businesses. And specifically to that point, to make sure that there is representation for the existing businesses that are downtown. In the excitement of all the newness and new opportunities that come along and new businesses that bring a lot of money into the downtown area, we're very excited to meet with those new entities and partner with them. But we also want to safeguard to make sure that the existing businesses aren't overlooked, that they aren't run out of town or gentrified or whatever the correct term may be for those businesses. And so to that effect, any business owners that are out there in the audience right now that are watching, please reach out to me or to West Pecan, Prost. A lot of the downtown businesses are actively engaged in this, the Bookborough. Reach out to us and get involved, be engaged. We have a map of what the downtown business district looks like, provided by the city. We're grateful for that, and the partnership, as always, with the city investing into our downtown. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Item 3A on our agenda is to conduct a presentation on the 2020 bond project status updates. I will make just a brief statement quickly. We do have a joint meeting with our Planning and Zoning Commission coming up in this meeting. I believe most of them are here present in the audience, but we will be going through a status update and presentations before we open that meeting. So at this point, we have Director, Assistant Director Jeff. Is it Chi? Ashay.
It's all right.
I knew that.
It's all right.
I knew that. Take it away.
Contentious every time.
Yeah, it's true.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As indicated, we're gonna have several presentations for you this evening. So we start with the 2020 bond project updates. Just as a point of clarification, we have recently made changes to our city website to provide initial level transparency on where we're at on these bonds. So the charts that you see before you will see on our city's website in an effort to try to keep everybody up to speed on how we're doing it. And you'll see a recurring theme as we go throughout the presentations tonight. But generally what we have right now from the 2020 GO bond election in Proposition A, B, and C is we still have 17 active projects. 15 of those are city only, and 2 of them require coordination with outside agencies. That further breaks down into 13 transportation projects, 3 parks projects, and 1 facility project, which could also be a park project. And then the next chart you see there on the right side of the screen is how the funding breaks down for all 3 bond propositions. We've gone further to, again, provide a little extra clarity. And so we have the projects by phase. So you can see there we have 4 that are not started, 3 that have been canceled, 12 that have been completed, 6 that are in construction, and 7 that are still in design. So if you added up, roughly we are about 50% done with the 2020 bond if you count the canceled and completed projects versus the ones that have not been started, are in design or in construction. And then we also broke it down in percentages so that you have both the count and the percentage numbers. Then we took it a step further and we said, okay, how much money have we sold on the bonds? How much of that money is left over? And so you can see here, we have sold, for Proposition A, we have sold all the bond funds. Of that, we still have about $74.6 million left over, and that takes up the majority of the projects that we're working on. This is just a map that we have out there to kind of give a geographical reference on where all the projects are, so you can see they're pretty well dispersed throughout the city. And then the next thing that we've got here is just a rundown of all the projects that were originally listed in the 2020 Prop A, and then we'll get to B and C here in a moment. And so you can see the first three right there, Package 2, 3, and 1A have all been completed. Package 1B and the HCA are all in construction. And then you get into your city street intersection improvements. Again, we have 2 that are completed. The 685 Copper Mine is in design. The Hottie at Weiss, so that has actually been combined into the Kelly Lane Phase 3 project. So that's why you see that it says it's in progress, but then it's got that extra note in there under the phase. You have East Pflugerville Parkway at FM 685. That one has not been started because we are doing the 685 corridor project, which I'll get to in a moment. And so we didn't think it was good to be designing the project while we're evaluating the corridor at the same time, because we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot, so to speak. And then the SH 130 at CR 138, that's one of the projects that requires additional coordination. So we are actually in the process of talking to the county and TxDOT about that project. And when we get into funding, you'll kind of see what we're thinking there. Then you have your other transportation projects, which is Pfluger Farm, Piccadilly, Emmanuel Road, and Kelly Lane Phase 3. So Pfluger Farm is in design, Piccadilly is in construction. Emmanuel, we just awarded that construction at the last council meeting, and Kelly Lane Phase 3 is still in design.
I have a question about the Pfluger Farm Lane North.
Okay.
Because there was a design contract that came forward. Is that the one that we're talking about is in design? Where it was connecting to Stonehill?
Talking about across.
It connects from the roundabout, so to speak, on the south to 45 on the north. That's what
Okay,
we're
so
talking
this is actually the one that goes, it's going to go all the way to 45, not the one that's turning to go into, like behind, was that, or Specs, where it was going to be connecting.
Yeah, so that one we call Limestone Commercial, and it connects from between the Specs and I don't know
But what used to be the billiards, but now
Yes.
it's, I think, a grocery
Yeah,
store.
so that one would connect from there all the way over to
Is it a grocery store?
Indian restaurant.
Abbey Glen.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that those were two separate.
Two separate projects. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
This is the one we've been waiting
Yes,
for
yeah,
a
that's why I
long
wanted to
time.
make sure it wasn't the one that curved, that it actually did go to 45.
This is very excited about this.
And then Kelly Lane Phase 3, we are trying to finish up design and utility coordination, all that kind of stuff to get that one ready to go into construction. And then additional other transportation, SH 45 roads, so this is another one that's in coordination, we're talking to TxDOT. And then you have the Cameron Road realignment, which was actually canceled because we were passing that off to some developers.
And when we say pass it off, does that mean that they've taken the onus and the responsibility to have it executed?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
And then what are we doing with that $4.4 million that was allocated to that project?
Spending on parks. That's why Jeff is right next to him.
So, not spending it on parks.
Is that money all going to soccer fields?
yeah, all soccer.
So actually, we've had some of the projects that have had cost overruns for various reasons. So some of that funding has been reallocated to other projects. And we'll get more into that as we go throughout the evening, so you can kind of understand our logic and how we've done things. Then you have your design-only projects, which is Main Street complete, Pflugerville is complete, 685 corridor, that's the one I alluded to earlier. We're wanting to finish that study up and figure out all the different things that we need to be doing throughout that corridor before we start doing actual projects. And then you have the East Pecan Street, which is in design. And then we tried to color code the map so you can kind of see what the stages are of all the projects that we showed you at the start. So green is completed, yellow is construction, the purple is design, blue is not started, and red is canceled. And so then we'll go into Prop B.
Matt, can we back up here a
Yeah.
minute? Most of the road projects, to me, seem self-evident why we need these projects, what we're doing with it. And I feel like I'm missing something on 685. Why do we need to go in and change 685, which is a fairly broad, divided road at this point for much of its length? Is the idea we want to make it 6 lanes, 7 lanes, 8 lanes? What's the vision for 685?
So that's the purpose of the corridor study, is to do an evaluation, do traffic counts, do intersection studies, run a VC ratio, which is a vehicle capacity ratio, look at safety concerns and level of service in all the intersections, and determine what design alternatives we have to improve the level of service or to reduce our VC ratio. Because when you get to a VC ratio of about 0.9, really you don't want to be at 1.
Matt, talk about
Yeah.
what a VC ratio
Oh,
is.
sorry, vehicle capacity ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But the vehicle capacity, is that dictated based solely on lane miles, or does that include intersection and interference, like
vehicle
little turn
capacity.
cubbies and whatnot?
Yeah, the vehicle capacity ratio is based on your number of lanes, and so that's it. It's lane miles and number of lanes. Where you get into even more congestion is in your intersections, which is why we talk about levels of service. And so it's all technical engineering, geeky stuff that I love. But so VC is how many cars can get through the actual road cross section in a given amount of time. So that's one thing that you look at to make sure that you don't want to be at a VC ratio of 1. Because that means you are maximizing the capacity of that roadway, which means if the slightest little hiccup happens,
You're Los Angeles.
you're exactly, or Austin, right? And so that's one thing we look at. Then you look into your intersection level of service, and that's how many vehicles can process through in all the different directions within a given amount of time. And so we measure that by the amount of delay. So if there are a certain number of seconds of delay, then that's a level of service A, B, C. And it's graded just like the school, right? So A is really good, you're top of the class. F, you don't want to be any F,
Right,
or you're going to be trying again.
yeah.
And so-
Then you're Highway 45 in Houston. Yeah.
Right.
But
So is the idea that we're looking at how we're going to widen 685 and increase the throughput just on 685? Or is this study also looking at bypass corridors, Austin Hutto Road, the toll road, other ways to get to where 685 goes north and south? And is there a significant jam currently or expected anywhere other than between Pflugerville Parkway and Hendrickson High School?
So, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong here, but with 685, I got it. Years ago, I actually think Councilmember McDonald may have been on the dais when we talked about, we had a discussion about a vision about what did we want 685 to be? Was it going to be a buy-through corridor, or were we going to still allow for assembly for folks to be able to stop at the different shops? How are we going to go ahead and utilize that? How are we going to leverage that? Because we had the conversation about 130. We had the conversation about 35. We said, and maybe even...
And Mocan.
Mocan, yeah, literally. And so we came to a vision and a conclusion that we said, no, we want to make sure this is not going to be a bypass corridor. We're going to actually go ahead and make sure that the businesses that we have from there, we won't be starving from that. But we also talked about how some of the things that we're going to do with 685 right now are not going to be permanent solutions to ultimately what it looks like, but deal with the traffic issues that we have from there. Fast forward to the fact that we said that specifically when it comes to actual lanes that were applicable and necessary for that. And I feel like you were here for the conversation, so that's why I'm like trying to understand this.
It must have happened just before I got here.
We had an idea about what we wanted that to look like for vision. So for this is just our conversation from years ago going into making sure the math still maths on what we want to do and execute, and then rechecking with council regarding what that vision. Am I wrong here?
No, that's essentially what that's why I
Okay.
can't give you a defined.
Yeah, no, it's cool. That's why I heard the questions. I was like, well, I thought we.
Well, we
made
had
it
the Super Street concept.
Yes.
We had the Michigan Left
There you go.
concept, and
Yeah.
I don't think any of that was well received. So we're looking for what is the appropriate cross section for 685 to get us through to the future.
Yeah.
And then the other factor is that, we've been talking to TxDOT about potentially looking at a roadway swap. And so, in my conversations with TxDOT, they're not exactly thrilled with our displaced left turn that we have at Pecan and 680.
No, that's you're putting it too gently, but keep going.
I was trying to be politically correct.
But we have a different long-term plan for that.
Yeah, and we've told them that, and we understand that, and I think we've said it to the community, who've finally, I think, kind of gotten used to it. That that is not the final solution of what this looks like. We even brought up the fact that we were gonna. Do we want to have a bridge? All the other aspects that come with that too, as well.
I wasn't aware
those
that
are the
was
things that
the
we're
final
looking at right now. So when we bring
Yeah.
the corridor study back, you'll see what all the engineering and analysis has resulted in, what intersections are going to look like, or what we're proposing them to look like in the future, where we're doing roundabouts, or where we're doing multi-lane intersections, or where we're doing bridges, or whatever the case is.
And Matt, correct me if I'm wrong too on that aspect, since we're talking to the 4 or 5 people who are watching online. That's actually a place where traffic does flow significantly better than on, for example, Pflugerville Parkway right now, given all the traffic that we have right there, correct? It may not seem that way. It may seem, como se dice? Counterintuitive to that, but that's the reality. Am I wrong?
No, and
Okay.
that's the point of a displaced left turn, is it's more of a continuous flow intersection. So
Yeah.
it's designed to generate more throughput.
So even though crazy nerd engineers designed it, they had a good idea, and it's actually shown to be fruition. Okay.
So I do have a question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is showing Pflugerville Parkway and Piccadilly as completed, but I thought on the other slide they're not completed. Oh, was that just design was
That was
completed?
engineering and design.
Yeah.
But Piccadilly is,
Too far, sorry.
October 2027.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can update the map.
I thought I saw a separate Piccadilly in there
Yeah, it
somewhere.
was on Piccadilly
Me
last
too.
week. It's
And
definitely
then-
not completed.
And then it's a Central Commerce Drive is not started, so that's something different. Okay.
Yeah. Remember, those are the roads that were so horribly rated that we asked we had the honest question, okay, how long can we wait? And they're like, well, honestly, council, they're so bad right now that you can start working them later. So we finally have gotten to that point where it is. It's because we have all those huge trucks and everything else going on those roads. And
They couldn't get any worse.
Yeah.
And it's a combination of factors, but one of the biggest one is the weight of the trucks that are
Yeah.
going through
Yeah.
there.
All the time.
And, the businesses that are over there, or most of them outside the Pflugerville city limits, outside of our control, built without any kind of city zoning. So we've got very large trucks on very narrow roads that are not originally designed to carry that kind of capacity.
And we do have a Pokey Joe's out there.
Well, it seems like
That's for something.
that road is taking a long time in construction. When did construction start on that? If the completion is expected to be October 27.
I don't.
I have a feeling like at least it was 2024, if not prior to that.
I would have to go back and check to be able to answer that question.
Okay. Please do. Thank you.
Okay, on to some fun projects. Sorry, Matt. Jeff Shea, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. This is, again, what you'll see online with the project status and money spent
What
remaining.
interest rate are we paying on those sold and unencumbered?
We'll follow up with you on that. out of our expertise.
You want to go back to market right now? I was like, you been paying attention to what's going on?
We pay?
So here's
Yes.
here's the breakdown of the projects we'll talk about. So Prop B, our neighborhood parks, we're getting very, very close to completion on these. Wilbarger Phase 2, we ribbon cut last year. Mallard, which we're calling Murkison Park, was sort of a confluence of three separate parks, but that was completed in January 2026. Kelly Lane Park is in progress. Construction, substantial completion is actually later this month, and then that park will officially punch out early June. And then as a reminder, Pecan Park was canceled due to floodplain issues in March of 2022, and then Piccadilly, while also canceled for floodplain issues in February of last year, we are continuing to work with the Public Works Department as they get into the drainage studies and design on that area. It seems at this point it's not going to be feasible to put a full-on park there as we originally planned. But we do see an opportunity to put a trailhead there and connect Piccadilly over to Grand Avenue Parkway, and then essentially expand the Gillen Creek Trail corridor all the way to Piccadilly. So there's an opportunity there.
Some kind of a miniature park, maybe like
Yeah, I think in
pickleball
nature.
courts or.
I'm not even sure with the drainage improvements haven't been in design yet or studied closely yet. But in some preliminary talks we had last year when we canceled this, it's looking like it's probably going to be some nature amenities in a small parking lot, depending on what's available there. So
I thought that was basically the original design.
to an extent, but it had a restroom, it had some other things that are just not going to be feasible.
So I'm going to ask the same question. What are we going to do with the funds that were allocated to those
So those
parks?
funds
Are
have
they
been reallocated to areas where there were shortfalls.
Okay, so we're not being able to deliver the amount of neighborhood parks that was voted on.
Essentially, that's correct.
Or
I would have preferred that
But
we found other parks
we
that
are
we could
able
have
to-
added
Well,
to this
so-
neighborhood park list.
Yeah, so after completion of Kelly Lane Park, the undeveloped parks master plan that we developed in far before I got here, 2013, will actually be completed. And so if we want to get into additional neighborhood parks, we don't have the funding currently for an undeveloped parks master plan, but that's what we would need in order to move forward on additional neighborhood parks. We don't have concepts, we don't have OPCCs. We don't really know what to put into those parks. So that would be the next step.
that was a pretty robust proposal back in 2013.
It was. And the trails plan was part of
Yeah.
it. So it was trails and
Yeah.
undeveloped parks. The trails plan is now part of the mobility master plan. And so that part is taken care of for the future. The undeveloped parks is not. We can absolutely review that and look at the undeveloped spaces we have. That's going to be the first step in doing that.
Yeah, because I was going to say, to your point, I think that it would be interesting to have those conversations about undeveloped areas from that. But I mean, the way you transformed, I always call it Highland Park, whatever you want to call it, Wilbarger. It's Highland
Warren
Park.
Creek.
Yeah, Highland Park. I mean, you literally transformed that area. I mean, it's absolutely, even with the dog park in the back over there by Caesar's old house. I mean, it's astounding to say the least over there. So it would be curious for you if you can look at that and see what.
Yeah, and that's my favorite example of not only building parks, but extending the trail system.
Yeah.
And so there's absolutely opportunities for that. But again, that had the conceptual designs and
Yeah.
had the preliminary work on it.
So are you telling me to expect a undeveloped parks plan in the next fiscal year budget?
we don't have that in the next fiscal year budget. Again, if that's what council would like to see, we certainly.
I think you heard a
can have
wink,
discussion.
wink.
Yeah,
I mean, what I heard is we're out of neighborhood parks.
out of them.
Yeah.
So that's the next step.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, in the
heard that
parks
someone wants more
master
parks.
plan that we update every 5 years is undeveloped parks. Wouldn't that be the purview of the parks master plan that we update every 5 years?
That wasn't. It can be. And you'll see later, we have our 5-year update coming up in 2027. That would be an extension of the scope. That's not typically what's included in a Parks, Rec, and Open Space Master Plan. So that would be a little above and beyond what they would typically do in an update. It can be in conjunction with that process.
Because
Absolutely.
right now it's considered open space.
Sure, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And
Okay.
and there's something about that too as well, right? I mean, to have that ability so I think to the mayor's point, looking at what we have in the totality and then making decisions about what that should look like overall. Heck, I'd even tell you on the east side because of just all that land that you have, Carmel and what's the new place that's in the city?
Middle Arc.
Middle Arc. You know, that might be an area where, hey, listen, develop over there because you have all of that green space that's can only be parks land.
Yeah, and
as well.
there's a lot of property that we think we'll get with future development too.
Yeah.
You got a lot of floodplain out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of continuity, especially around 1849. So we got a lot of land there. So there's opportunity there.
There could be some amazing
Certainly.
creek trails leading into there.
Yes.
That'd be, and those
Yes.
are good for folks
Yeah,
as well. I would say
connectivity
the only
to 1849.
Yeah,
is
the
huge.
only thing, Jeff, on Pecan and Piccadilly, if you ever, I mean, I guess y'all already done it before, particularly with Piccadilly. Just let people know that you did make the effort, and they're cognizant of it. It's not something where you're trying to leave people behind, but because of the contours of the specific area, we'll try to propose something, but we couldn't get it in there.
Yeah,
given how that
absolutely.
is.
And Pecan was before I got here. We may have done some of that. Piccadilly, we've had some conversations with the adjacent neighborhood.
Okay.
Just trying to explain, I think obviously the excitement of the bond
Yeah,
passes, that
that's-
park's on the list.
Yeah.
But trying to explain, again, when you say it's canceled, it makes you think we're never coming back to it. And we're doing our best to assure them that's not the case. There's an opportunity there. It's just a different opportunity.
Cool.
So let me just, as far as funding, we do have park escrow funds, right? That
We
could
do.
be used for undeveloped parkland?
So to an extent, as the UDC currently reads, those have to be used within the park
Zones.
zone that
Yeah.
they're received in,
Yeah.
and we currently have 11 neighborhood park zones. Which is, we had Dr. John Crompton come in and help us review that. He's an A&M professor who has essentially he's literally written the textbooks on parkland dedication, who said that's far too many. Our recommendation going into the UDC is going to be to have 3.
Really?
zones.
That's interesting because I was going to say what I've loved about that is that you guys had the idea of the way the park zones work is that, okay, is there something where it's within walking distance commensurate where all these neighborhoods can work together? That's interesting.
Yeah, and-
going from 11 to 3?
So there's several points to be made there. That's a whole longer conversation,
Yeah.
but I'll try to give
Okay.
the quick of it. Essentially, with the property tax revenue cap, Parks O&M is one of the first in every city to see a hit, right? And so Dr. Crompton has been advocating for neighborhood parks for decades, and he's now having to sort of flip the way he talks about this to we need to create larger parks that are more sustainable fiscally for
Wow.
the future. And so that's accepting larger portions of land only in fee and lieu, so that you're creating almost destination parks instead of neighborhood parks.
Jeez.
It's a whole shift because of that, that situation.
What's the economics.
That's a part of why cities are going to larger zones, so they have more opportunity to create larger spaces. They can pull the money that they get from these developments and use them in one site or multiple sites, but in a larger zone. So you're seeing
recall,
cities go away from neighborhood parks.
I recall seeing some of his work that might be something you redistribute again, because I mean, he did literally do the math like down to the dollar of how that works
Yeah.
I mean,
for different neighborhoods.
That and neighborhood parks are not going away, but it's going to be a requirement on the developer and the HOA to maintain in the future, so that it doesn't come onto the city
Yeah.
later on. So that's a whole different conversation, but we do have some funds available. The requirements right now are pretty stiff, and even when we change that, in some of the places that we have undeveloped parkland, we're not seeing development there. So the western portion of the city's not getting as much parkland fees as the eastern portion. And so if there's undeveloped, like Piccadilly, we're not getting as much development dollars in that area as we would be around 1849. So
Well, because
that's
those
sort of what
areas
happened.
were developed before we implemented the parkland, development fee, and before the park land fee in lieu was more appropriate for the value of the land.
and
Yep.
because those areas are built out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trail improvements. So trail improvements, you're going to continue to see it in CIP. It's not complete, but the bond funds have been expended for the trail improvements portion of the bond. And then for land acquisition, portion of that was used for the recreation center property downtown east, and then the other portion of that was for destination play. But since we've identified Bowles Park, that money has been put into Bowles Park's budget. So we saved money on land acquisition.
How close are we to the wayfinding? I remember Doug bringing that up years ago.
For trail
I thought it was a really
wayfinding?
good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are finishing up. We're at 90% design on a trail wayfinding plan. And then
Okay.
next-
Okay.
Have to have
Now,
a whole
now,
plan.
okay. That's okay. That's what I'm about to ask you. You have me very curious. Okay.
So
Can you just talk about
we
at least
understand as
limited
trail
details?
capital of Texas,
Okay.
our signage is lacking. And my wife and I were in Colorado a couple months ago, and we were on a trail system that you knew exactly where you were at all times. Ours is not there. And so
were here.
we're working on not only trail wayfinding, but new park signage, rules, all that stuff. And so we'll start rolling that out this fiscal year as part of trail.
This fiscal year? These
Yep.
mean before October?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a couple parks identified. It's going to be a long process. When you have 70 miles of trails, it's going to be a long process.
We're just curious because we're like, wait a minute. Okay. Aren't we just putting signs up?
Oh, I want a route map.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Given
Yes.
how
Working on
large
trail
our
maps
trail system
where we
is
can.
And how much our trail system continues to evolve, is it a better use of resources to put those into metal signs that would not change as the trail system? Or would it be better to put that into QR codes that can be accessed anywhere on the trail? And then as we add new trails, we can update the digital maps instantly.
Yeah, you're thinking the same way we already had to. So for certain portions of the trail, like the Gillen Creek Trail Corridor, we can do a map for the Gillen Creek Trail Corridor specifically. And, other than that Piccadilly area, which will change when we get there, there's not many changes that are going to occur on that. On the eastern portion, that's where we've talked about QR codes, where there's trail gaps, there's future trail projects that are 5 years down the line. You don't want to put money into a iZone sign, which is the company that makes those, and then it's going to change in a year or two. So we have discussed having QR codes, still having all the other things, park regulations and wayfinding signs along the trail to tell you this way is 1849 Park, all that stuff. That's not going to change, but the trail maps will be mostly the QR code style until that
To some
finishes
extent,
out.
it'll be a hybrid
Yeah,
system.
and as we finish,
So directional will be
that will
visible, quick to glance at to know where you're going. But
Exactly.
if you want to figure out how to get somewhere, that's a stop and
Right.
use your phone.
Or
Exactly.
if you want to know what flowers we have over there, what birds.
We're doing that too.
Yeah.
There's an app for that.
And there's an app for that.
The city has. What kind of tree
So
is it?
other projects, 1849 Park Phase 2 is complete. Obviously, we're on a reduced watering schedule, so we didn't get the teams out there as quick as we wanted to. Anticipate that we'll be able to have teams maybe this fall on the field so that those can establish, but that facility is complete. Lake Pflugerville.
What do we need to do because it looks phenomenal. I mean,
Yes, it does.
it is phenomenal. Is there anything we need to do for the lifespan? Like, do we need to run things, et cetera? Because, you have everything run. It is such a dramatic improvement over phase 1. People are going to be shocked.
Yeah. And we mentioned RS3, I think last council meeting maybe, or when we talked about the feasibility study. They're out there working on those fields.
Okay,
And so we've got the professionals doing the work and making sure irrigation remains intact. And
Okay.
it's running, but it's not as frequent as we would want to establish that turf to get kids on it.
Yeah.
And so it looks great. Honestly, it looks playable, but as it sees heavy use, it would deteriorate very quickly right now.
Okay.
But it is beautiful. Yeah, we're excited to get families out there. Lake Pflugerville Phase 2 just awarded the design contract on that. We had our kickoff meeting a couple weeks ago, so we're getting into the preliminary engineering on that, and we'll start taking things to the community for public engagement in the next few months. And then Destination Play, the RFQ for design already went out on that. We are negotiating scope and fee with the design team and hoping to bring that to council very soon. So the last two projects as part of the 2020 bond are getting very close.
But the completion is TBD.
Completion's TBD on both of those. So we do have a preliminary schedule on Lake Pflugerville Phase 2. We're still kind of working through some of the details on it, but that will be, as soon as we have that finalized, we'll be updating the dashboard and getting that information out to the public. So there's the map of those with the phases. And then Prop C is the Recreation Center. I don't know if we need any more details on that. We've heard a lot about it. It's expected completions in December 2026 with an opening early 2027.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jeff. Any questions on the 2020 bond projects? Okay, that brings us to item 3B, conduct a presentation on capital improvement project status updates for fiscal year 2026. I think I got the same cast of characters.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're just going to run through this, I hope, pretty quick so that we can get to the main course for the work session. So we're just going to run through all the projects right now. Public Works Complex, that is in construction, and we are expecting completion spring of 27.
Can I have a request that we get this emailed after the meeting?
Sure.
Presentation.
The slide deck.
Okay, and then
Quick question, Matt, can you go back to that? So, we're in progress. I haven't looked, right? We drive past it, but I haven't even looked to see how things are. Buildings up, how are things going? Do we have any pictures?
I don't have any pictures in this slide, but we can.
You can send them.
Okay.
It's okay. Yeah, well, they sent those, and I was wondering, because
The
people have,
public,
yeah,
yeah.
because they asked.
Yeah, we can definitely get you some pictures. Buildings are up.
Yeah.
They're not fully enclosed yet, so you still are missing some doors and windows and those kind of things. But you can see the structures, the vehicle canopies are up. You're starting to see pavement going down on the ground. You can see where the fueling station is. You can see where the washing station is, all that kind of stuff. So it's really starting to take shape.
So I have a question. When this is open, what percentage of the building will be needed for current employees, and how much is set aside for future expansion?
So that is an excellent question.
That is.
We actually were looking at, around 3 o'clock this afternoon, I was working with some of the team, and we were looking at the floor plan and trying to figure out exactly where all of our current staff fits based on what the ultimate floor plan was and how much space we'd have left over. So we're investigating that as we speak.
Cool.
Thank you.
Then you have the Downtown East City Hall Multi-Generational Rec Center, which Jeff kind of touched on already in the rec center part he already touched on. City Hall, again, this one's in construction, and we're anticipating fall of 26, so it won't be much longer, and we'll be in that building, and everything will be shiny and new. Transportation. So you got the ADA projects; those are ongoing in construction, and we're anticipating those being done fall of 26.
What is ADA?
American Disability Act.
Yeah. People are going to ask because they're like, why do we have projects in signalizing? People may ask about why we're doing that, but it's honestly to catch up with what we should have been doing with those things. Yeah.
Then you have the East Pflugerville Parkway, also in construction, and we're anticipating construction completion in spring of 27.
That's
You have
great.
East Pflugerville, Colorado Sands, the Weiss. This one is a little bit farther behind, so we're anticipating completion of fall of 28. The reason this one was delayed was there's some design changes early on that were contemplated back and forth, and then City Council approved eminent domain in November of last year. The proceedings, the filing was set on December of last year, and the hearing is expected later this summer. So that's kind of you'll hear a couple recurring themes as I talk through these projects. One of them is land acquisition takes us a while. And so when we start talking about how long it takes us to do projects, a large chunk of that time is more than likely going through all the negotiation processes, eminent domain, waiting for the court process to play out, all that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
So for that road, the East Pflugerville Parkway, council awarded a design contract in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So I think just it's informative to know how long we are having on these projects and for what reasons, to help inform plans going forward, and then also to inform the public about the status of projects that they're anticipating.
So you'd want, even though, so they have those, like a video game, those little bars, blue, 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 and then gray. You'd want a timeline as well to show what was happening there and explain it further. Because I think Matt's explanation's right. Land acquisition, that's and utilities. Those are probably two of the biggest things that we have to deal with at those things. But,
Well, and frankly, that's not land acquisition and utility relocation is not really depicted in your blue, 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 your progress bar there at the bottom. But I am curious. You mentioned design changes. This was a design contract that was issued long ago. Was it designed and then put on hold, and then when we dusted it off, the design needed to get updated, or why was that design? Why did that design last so long before we went to construction?
So, in my 3 months that I've been here, I've asked this question a lot about where are we at on these projects? Why are we where we are? How did we get here? All those kind of things. And in some of the projects, what I have found out is that as staff has transitioned from personality to personality, there have been new directions given for the design. And so you get the design part of the way through, and then you have a staff change, and they come in and say, no, this would be better. And so then the consultant has to go back and redo some of the stuff that they've done to try to pivot. And so that's...
Are we seeing change orders from design consultants for that kind of
so
update?
Yeah, you guys have been seeing professional supplemental agreements, PSSAs, to catch up with some of these design changes that have happened in the past. I don't know how many on this particular project are off the top of my head, since this one goes back so far, but I can tell you in the 3 months that I've been here, we have brought several forward to council for approval based on direction that consultants were given by prior staff.
Can you tell me what our process is like moving forward? Because it seems like once we issue the design contract, the design goals should be set. We shouldn't be updating those halfway through. And I don't remember seeing a lot of PSSAs coming through. So I'm not sure if those are just under a threshold that don't make it to council, but I really don't want to see many of those getting issued.
and we know that you're new, but
Yeah. So do you have a process to ensure timeliness of delivery going forward?
Ensure is a little tricky of word.
Assist.
Encourage?
Yeah.
So my message to the engineering teams has been that,
God bless you.
and I will put it as succinctly but as politely as I can, is
Bless you.
that the timeline that it takes us to get our projects through design from the time they're scoped until the time that we're in construction is unacceptable in my opinion. And so I've talked to the staff on both the engineering teams and asked them to come up with ways that we can streamline this process. Part of it is we are I'm questioning every supplemental that every consultant sends to my desk. I need to know why they're asking for it, what the change was, who asked for the change, where did the change come from. I'm asking why it wasn't originally in the scope, those kind of questions, because one of the things that I was taught early on in my career is to hate scope creep. And for those of you who are not in the engineering world, scope creep is whenever you set out a specific scope at the start of a project and then slowly, it starts out as a 2-lane road, and then by the time you're done, it is I-35 with all the bells and whistles. And
That's just agile development. Yes. So, but,
Agile development. I
Agile
love
development. No, that's what we call it in software. It's scope creep.
Yes.
But I think that the biggest thing I've learned over my many years is there's no such thing as perfect.
Right.
And if we establish the goals up front and someone else comes through, it may not be their ideal, but it's more important for us to complete the project than to shift directions on someone's opinion of perfect, right? So I'm very encouraged that you're questioning those change orders, those scope creep, the PSSAs. I do want to make sure that we get through that design and get to construction, in a timely manner.
Absolutely, and that's my goal. My goal is to streamline the process, shorten the design timelines, try to figure out ways that we can better work with landowners to streamline the process of getting land acquisition done, get utility coordination started earlier so that we can get through that process in parallel with completing the design, and then know what we're going to do right up front and not change the scope unless we absolutely have to.
I'm very encouraged by that. Thank you.
So then this one is just the pavement maintenance program that's kind of been ongoing. You will see when we get to the CIP for 2027, you will see that this one is in there, but we are going to take a short pause on it because we're also going to recommend in 2027 that we do a pavement condition index update, just because that one is kind of outdated and we're starting to see some issues with it pop up, and so we wanted to brush the dust off and keep going there.
I do have a question on pavement maintenance. How, the work that we're doing in all of these neighborhoods, how long is that expected to last? Or, I don't know what the correct term is.
Well, it really kind of depends on the treatment, right? So if when you get into pavement management, there are different periods and cycles of a pavement life. And so typically a pavement is designed to last, we would like it to last 50 years. It typically doesn't make it. Usually 20 to 30 years is a really, really, really well-designed pavement. But as you go throughout the life, every 2 to 3 years, you should be touching that pavement in some way, shape, or form, whether it be crack sealing, fog sealing, slurry sealing, doing some mill and overlays, doing some level ups, or some minor, pothole patching. There's all kinds of different things. So it really depends on the type of treatment. Typically, if you're doing just a typical, very thin seal, you're probably going to get 2 to 3 years before you start seeing some of the original pavement wear start popping back.
Okay, so that must be what's happening in my neighborhood. I was like, this looks like nothing happened.
So, let's talk about the length of life of these kind of pavement repairs. One of the things we talked about before you got here with some of your predecessors was the new research that had come out of MIT, where they finally cracked the secret of Roman concrete. The famous meme of the Roman road is 2,000 years old, still ready to go. Our road built last year, full of potholes. Right? They were using a different chemical composition, and for millennia, the secret of Roman concrete was lost. I assume that over time, that will become something that is more widespread, and costs will come down in terms of putting that in place. Now, I was told that it's also not appropriate in some places, that you don't actually want something that's that hard to get through, because you want asphalt or something that's relatively, I don't know, permeable is not the right word, but relatively easy to get through, so that you can get to utility lines, things like that. But I would just encourage you to take a look at where that might be appropriate. I would love to have a Pflugerville Parkway that goes down in 2026 and is still there in 2306. I don't know if that's possible, but I would just encourage you to look at some of those longer lasting materials and processes.
So I know that is something that the council has considered, and it's probably been several years since we did that evaluation, but we specifically looked at, do we require, as part of our standards, concrete instead of asphalt? And we looked at the initial upfront cost and the long-term maintenance costs, because concrete is more expensive upfront and more expensive to maintain, but it lasts longer. The asphalt is less expensive to go in and easier to maintain, but not necessarily lasting as long, obviously, with the HA5 that we're doing and the pavement maintenance program. I believe we have calculated an ROI that tells us asphalt is the way to go instead of concrete. Do you see the calculation on that changing over the next little bit in terms of construction?
If you don't know, it's cool. We just it's a good question. It's a good.
You need to shake the magic 8 ball.
Yeah.
You know,
because
there's some premonition required in that question, no doubt. But looking for your opinion,
because we had a long. It was a long process.
I know.
For us to get there.
I really wanted to require developers to use concrete for their portion of the road construction, but it didn't pan out.
Yeah. So that's what, and that's why we're asking, because it was a very elaborate discussion over months.
Yeah, I mean, so, right, we all know what's going on in the economy right now. We all know what's happening overseas. And, asphalt is a petroleum-based product. And so, there's a lot of different figures that go into that type of calculation. So is it possible that the math could change at some point in the future? Absolutely. As petroleum resources become more and more constrained and we start trying to figure out what we're going to do, then it could swing the pendulum back in the concrete favor. When do we get there, and how do we get to that point? I don't really know. The other thing that I have found is that a lot of times when we do that type of analysis, we try to compare apples to apples for obvious reasons. But the reality is that in our soils, it's harder to compare apples to apples. Because if you compare a moderately thick concrete to a moderately thick asphalt on our soils.
And when we say our soils, Blackland Prairie.
The black clay. Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to have a direct. So I'm not originally from Texas. I'll just put it out there. I'm from up north.
That's okay.
As long as you don't say Oklahoma, we're okay.
No, it's a little further east than there. But anyway, like our soils, we can't go very deep before we hit rock. And so when we put our roads down, we don't have all of the issues that we have down here in Texas, especially in the black clay areas. And so, when you have rock beds that you're having to dynamite up to put your road down,
it's not going anywhere.
A very strong surface. And so there's a lot of variables that go in there. But yeah, I would say that as we constrain our resources more and more, you could see it start to swing back the other direction.
And I imagine that would increase my CIP budget in order to shift to concrete.
Most likely, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, northbound, southbound Kelly Lane. So this one is
I heard
actually
Kim
bidding.
snickering over there.
And we are anticipating this one being done by winter of '27.
Can you refresh my memory on what we're doing here?
Basically, we are adding a turn lane, and so that means we're relocating the U-turn lane and adding a turn lane at the same time, both in the northbound to southbound direction and southbound to northbound.
Which will make a huge difference.
When you say relocating the U-turn,
So right now you have
Bless you.
I think if I remember correctly, it's 3 lanes. You have the U-turn lane.
Which road and orientation are you coming from as you're describing this?
So Kelly runs
I think
east-west.
he's going.
The
North.
frontage roads of 130 run north-south.
Right.
So north to south U-turn
Mhm.
on 130, and then a south to north U-turn
Yeah.
on 130.
So those are there currently with 2 lanes of through traffic. Are you talking about
Right.
adding
And
a lane
so
of through
We're
traffic?
going to add a left turn lane to northbound so that you can turn northbound left on Kelly and have a separate
And
turn
so
lane.
expand, add a take the existing U-turn lane, turn that into a left turn lane, and then build
And
a
then
new
add another
U-turn.
U-turn lane, yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And we're doing that
Just wanna make
both
sure.
northbound
And then
and
north and southbound onto Kelly Lane.
Yeah, they're not getting rid of them. They're adding.
But no
Adding
additional
actual-
through lanes.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't need them. We need
So we'd
the-
have 2 through lanes, 1 left, and then 1 U-turn.
Right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
which will be
Sounds good.
very helpful.
Yeah. What's the TBD on that?
Tomorrow.
It's in bidding
Not
right
soon
now.
enough.
Winter 2020. So that's early. That's like February, March is winter.
You know what?
Yeah,
That is true.
When we define
You put your-
There's
when we define with
the end of
season.
27, because December 2027 is winter as well.
See, he means Michigan winter, so like May, June, or something like that. That's
Oh, obviously, because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
I mean, spring runs through June, which
Yeah.
so it'd be nice if we could get a quarter listed instead of a season on those.
Okay, we can do
Because
that.
I'm assuming that's late 27, not early 27.
You're getting my hopes up.
That's like December 2027.
December 27 or
no,
January
I'm thinking
27?
January.
That's what I was thinking.
later, much later.
Much later.
Yeah, it's,
At 6 months.
Okay.
it's gonna be later in the year. Because,
Okay.
I mean, we're not even gonna open bids until, I think, late June.
Yeah, we got
I just wanted to be
Completion
sure. Right?
after
Your
Thanksgiving.
definition of winter.
and that's why what the
Thank
mayor
you.
said is like, okay, yeah,
February.
use holidays. Yes, use holidays. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, give me
President's
give me a
Day, Thanksgiving.
Come on, use real holidays. Come on.
I was-
Wow.
Nobody knows. what
I like George Washington. That's just me though.
Groundhog Day.
Okay. Sorry, I'm feeling the pressure here. All right, so dynamic speed signs. So we actually just finished designing this one. I know it says it's in design, but literally this week we signed the documents. So, but this one is being bid or let, as they like to refer to it, by TxDOT. And so the letting is in September, and we anticipate construction being done in early 27, sometime around spring.
What is a dynamic speed sign?
So this is the
The thing that tells you how
digital
fast you're going?
signs that says, you usually have a sign above it or below it that says speed limit is 45, and then it starts flashing your speed
Not a
and saying slow down.
So it's the high score sign?
Sure, if that's.
It's a high score sign.
Okay.
So the goal is to make people aware of what their speed is to help them
That is the goal.
become
it's just
into
like that now.
compliance.
That is the goal. It is not to see how much you can make the sign flash at you.
I will
Not
say,
an over-under.
I will say, Serena was right. I still cannot believe how that literally transformed Kelly Lane in those accidents. That was pretty shocking to see how much of a difference that made over there.
Did you say it would flash at you if you went?
If you go over, it's usually.
And she-
It doesn't
Okay.
actually let you run up the score.
Yeah, and we didn't. We literally didn't. She said she was like, "Yeah, people are gonna bid." I was
Yeah.
like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, they're like, oops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we
Rudy drive?
and we had some bad accidents over there too as well.
Okay, so the next one is the left turn lanes. Again, this is one that we're doing in conjunction with TxDOT, so it'll be bid by TxDOT in September, same timeline, so early 27, sometime in the spring. Same thing for this one, the Piccadilly turn lane and safety lighting being bid by TxDOT in September, and we're anticipating completion in early 27, the springtime. Limestone commercial, this one is in
thank you.
design. We are working on getting rights of entry so we can finish up the design. We're anticipating completion right now, assuming we can get everything worked out in summer of 27.
Wait, can you go back? Which one? The 2 dotted lines. What streets are those?
So the one that's the limestone is the north dotted line.
Is that one of those feeds into Abbey Glen Castle?
Yes, that's the one that would go
So
across.
that's the northern one?
That's the one that we were talking about earlier that would cross Pfluger Farm
Correct.
and connect to Abbey Glen.
And the south one is the one that will connect to the neighborhood.
Correct.
I mean, they
Highland Park
both
North.
connect to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
One's Abbey Glen that runs behind Abbey House,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, is that Kensington then? The south one?
Correct me if I'm
Okay.
wrong, that
Believe
north
so.
one is the one that there was some complaint about.
Yeah.
Parkway Drive is also in design. We're expecting to be bidding it later this summer, and we're expecting completion in summer of 27. Weiss Lane, so you're actually going to see a PSSA on this one tonight. And we're talking about PSSAs. This is actually a good PSSA because what we are doing is
Because it was your idea.
Yeah, because one of the things that I saw when I first got here is you have water line projects, wastewater line projects, and road projects all in the same area. And so the road project was actually behind the others. And they were not all like in conjunction, like
Coordinated.
they weren't coordinated. Thank you. And so what we're doing is we're taking a step backwards. We're coordinating all those projects, and we're going to line up all of the designs so that when we bid it all as one project built by one contractor, so that we put all the utilities in before we put the road in.
The one dig theory,
Yes, sir.
which should be applied to all construction projects, honestly.
Finnig Lane is in design. We're anticipating, it's about 60% design. We're actually reviewing that right now, and we're anticipating completion fall of '29. You have Melbourne Lane is 30% schematic is complete, and we are negotiating for PS&E, and we're anticipating completion in fall of 2030. The intersection design and construction projects, this is just a study, and we are negotiating the scope on that study, and we anticipate bringing that to council for award May of 20.
Wait, what
The
streets are
total
those?
project budget is $500,000 and
That's
almost
that's
$1
for
million
the
has
study
been spent
plus-
already?
We've outspent the budget by double already?
About 500,
Or is that a-
more than 500.
Or are those numbers backwards?
Or is there a typo there?
Let me go back and confirm those.
Which
Okay.
intersection is this?
That's what I think might be different.
Yeah,
I think it was renamed
I
from
think-
something else, maybe. That's why.
I can't read that blue sign.
No,
in there.
the intersection, so the intersection design, is that a particular intersection or is that
I
a
think
general evaluation
I
of
think
intersections?
holistically, right?
Because generally we have 2 or 3 or 4 signal lights every cycle that we try to get through there, right? Is that a particular, because that's Pleasanton at Weiss Lane. Yeah, that's Pleasanton at Weiss.
Pleasanton?
It
Let me-
might be Wolfpack.
I mean, I'm sorry, Wyson, yeah, Wyson.
It might be Wolfpack.
Wolfpack.
Let me clarify these numbers.
Yeah, that's probably
Oh,
Wolfpack.
dead end,
Ah, you're right.
dead end Wolfpack,
Right.
dead end Wolfpack
Yeah.
over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't say.
Okay, so moving on to
Don't
reclaimed
get back to
water,
us on that.
you got the reclaimed water to 1849 Park. So this is one of the projects that we are coordinating with the Weiss Lane project that I just mentioned. And we're anticipating summer of '28 for all the projects that are now being coordinated together. Then you have the reclaimed water line along Weiss. So this one, even though
sorry,
it says
you
it's along
said-
Weiss,
Anticipated completion of Purple Pipe 2038 to
2028.
2020,
2028.
2028,
yes.
right, okay.
So this reclaimed water line is not being coordinated with Weiss, but there's a reason there. It's because they had just finished the PER when we started working on the CIP for 2027. And
What's
since our
PER?
proposal is to do a preliminary engineering report.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Eventually, we'll know what you're talking about. No.
And once we get it figured out, then we'll roll off and then you'll have a whole new council.
It's like herding cats.
And so what we're recommending in the 27 CIP is to do a reclaimed water master plan update. And so this project, we're going to finish the preliminary engineering report, and then we're going to pause, get the reclaimed water master plan done, and then see where it falls out in the priorities. Moving on into water. So this Finnig Lane ground storage tank, that one is completed. It was completed last month. Then you have the Weiss Lane, Pecan Lane water line project in construction, and this one is anticipated to be completed summer of this year. Water treatment plant, so this one is in construction. We've talked about this one. You'll hear more about it later on this evening. We're anticipating completion in fall of '26. This one we've heard a lot about, the secondary Colorado River water line, and we're anticipating completion of that in winter of '26. The Gatlinburg and Pflugerville Estates rehabilitation, we're anticipating completion in spring of '27. The 12-inch looping improvements, that one is being coordinated with the Weiss Lane project, but it will be slightly behind. And so we're anticipating late summer of '28 on that one. 30-inch, 130 in Pfluger Farm water line. This one is, we are trying to get rights of entry. The injunction was approved by council on March of '25. The petition took 4 months to file and was filed in July of '25, and we're still waiting for resolution. The 30 and 24-inch SH45 pump station, we're anticipating this one to be complete December timeline, winter '29. The 5 million gallon pump station and ground storage tank, again, winter of '29. And this is also, this one and the previous, we're coordinating these with an adjacent developer, so we're talking through that with them to see how that moves forward. 12-inch Weiss Lane, Kelly Lane water lines. This will be coordinated with the Weiss Lane project and will fall in the same summer '28 timeline. Getting into wastewater, Cottonwood is in construction and will be completed this summer. The 36-inch Sorrento is in construction and will be completed later this fall. Wilbarger is in construction. It'll be completed winter of this year. The 15-inch Wilbarger line is in design and we're anticipating completion fall of '27. The wastewater treatment plant is in construction and we anticipate completion spring of '27. Gilliland Creek wastewater interceptor. This is another one that's slightly behind. Eminent domain was approved November of last year. The petition was filed in December of last year. We have a hearing set for later this month, and we're hoping that it doesn't get pushed. The 12-inch Bulls wastewater interceptor, we're anticipating being complete fall of '28. Boulder Ridge lift station we're still doing a lot of easement research and negotiations on land acquisition, but we're projecting that potentially be complete summer of '28. Then we have the wastewater line rehab. We're anticipating this one being done in fall of '29.
What neighborhood is that in?
That one is,
I believe that's Pflugerville Estates.
That's Pflugerville Estates.
Our water system, though it's
Our
not
water
city
system
limits.
is not coextensive with
Yeah.
our city limits.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not north-south orientation.
No, that's the.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
Yeah, that's
North is
Wells Branch
on the
Parkway
top.
on the top.
of that slide.
You may.
Our city
Yeah.
limits go
Yeah, I
south
was
of
actually
Wells
talking
Branch?
to some people.
No, they don't. That's what we said. It is
There
within
this
our
morning.
water jurisdiction, our wastewater
Oh,
jurisdiction,
okay.
but not our
Sorry.
city
This
limits.
was.
Okay.
This was.
Which is why it's funded
Right.
with rates,
Yeah.
not
But it's
taxes.
outside
Yeah.
the city limits,
Yeah.
but they still get Pflugerville water.
Yeah.
And they wanted
that's
to
not
know what we
Pflugerville
were going to
Estates.
do about their water.
That's
system.
not.
Kingsbridge?
No,
No,
and
no, that's
this goes
something
back to an agreement we made in the '80s.
Okay, and that's the rehabilitation of the wastewater lines only in the Pflugerville Estates neighborhood.
Yeah, because
Okay.
that that
Right.
neighborhood's disrepute for quite a while with that stuff.
That total project budget
Very
doesn't look
interesting
right to me.
neighborhood.
this one?
Is there also a water line rehabilitation in there?
Yeah, that's just like 2 streets.
I need to go
My,
back.
my recollection for that neighborhood was closer to
I thought it was
to 3
both.
million.
I thought it was both. Yeah, if you can, it's okay. You can just
Yeah.
get us the information by Friday.
But yeah,
It's cool.
keep going.
All right, so the new Sweden lift station at Forest Main. So this is another one that's in eminent domain process. Council approved eminent domain in March of this year. Petition was filed April of this year. We do not have a hearing set yet for this one. Then you have the 27.
Is that your hint to council?
So,
I didn't-
so you've said that a few times, but and I believe we've got an executive session on one of these a little bit later tonight. But once it's filed, we take ownership of the land, right? The hearing is to establish how much we have to pay for it.
No.
I-
Once it's filed with the court. You have to wait for some sort of order to come from, you have to wait for the court to issue the hearing and the judgment. Basically, at that point, this is how I see it typically play out. The judge says, city's gonna pay X amount of money, and landowner give them possession and use or deed or whatever, and so we put money into an escrow, they give us that, they get the money, we move on with our project, then they can do whatever they want as far as challenging the hearing or.
Okay.
That's typically how I see that play out.
Yeah, we can talk about it in exec because that has been brought up a couple times, so we can understand.
Okay, Kelly Lane, in design, again, we got some right of entry delays on this one. Not that we haven't been working with them, but there was just a lot of coordination with a lot of the landowners on this project. We anticipate completion in fall of 2030. Then you have your 12-inch club wastewater interceptor.
2030.
Completion fall of 2031. And with that, I can gladly hand off to you.
Just Matt's passenger up here. I've got one slide. So, annual trail improvements is the only ongoing project you didn't hear from the last presentation. So, that's ongoing right now. We're in design and about to be in construction on a few of those. Those are the projects that you saw a couple months ago. We brought the engineering for those trail projects. We're starting to get into the more significant trail connections and more complex projects. I promise I work hard too.
What about the Wells Point Park improvements?
Oh, so Wells Point, yeah, that probably should have been here. We're in design on Wells Point. So there are that's an old park. So there's some a little bit more significant wastewater and electrical issues that we're going to have to work through. So we're working with a design team right now to try to potentially phase that out. We'll bring some more information on that, but yeah, we're working on that too.
Am I remembering correctly that this year's trail improvements are largely focused on converting DG over to concrete, or is
No,
it,
so that's part of our. That's part of it. That's largely in our. Depending on the portion, that might be in our operating budget. It might be in this budget.
Okay.
This is more. So when you look at the amount of trail we're going to get out of this project, it doesn't seem significant, but it's projects that deal with utility easements. One that is potentially going to have a bridge crossing, and so we've hit sort of the low-hanging fruit on our trail improvements over the last few years. And the next several, we're getting into some of those more complex.
Oh, that's right. This
trail
is like
connectivity.
a third of a mile or something like
Yes.
that, if I
Yes.
remember.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, as
We
I
approved
understand,
the design, right?
as
Yeah,
Councilmember
this is a
Kaufman
design.
mentioned, the conversion of DG, that's the project that just recently kicked off in Falcon Point, right?
We've got Falcon Point, and then we have.
And we've completed the
Lake
one
Pflugerville.
south of Mountain Creek.
Yes, that one's completed.
And I'm
I think we only have
imagining,
3 more.
well,
Shane?
we're also talking about doing that at the lake as well, right?
Potentially, obviously, that's the biggest of the DG
And
conversions.
I would imagine as part of the phase 2,
Yes,
we'll be
we'll
able
have
to do
some
some of that.
costs.
We'll be able to get some of that Roman concrete trail that David wants.
That's right.
All right. That'd be
Just have a
great.
trail that'll last forever, 2,000 years.
Good,
How
yeah.
much you willing
It's
to
our
pay
goal,
for that
too.
2,000-year concrete?
All right. Mr. O'Shea, Mr. Rector, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for overwhelming us with all the capital projects that we have going on. We know that we've got a whole lot of work going on in the city. I appreciate that you guys are keeping track of it and keeping it moving, especially now. Anything else for this item? All right, with that, I'm going to move to item 3C. That's a joint meeting and discussion with City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission regarding 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 to 2031. This is where we get some new name tags on the tables. Like Matt and Jeff, do you get to stick around for this
We're
as
hanging
well?
out.
Slide down.
All right. Well, commission members, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We know there's a lot of work going on, and you guys do a lot of that work to get us teed up for the capital improvement plan season. So I'm guessing, Mr. Rector, are you leading us with this?
Yes, Mayor.
Sally might need to call the order.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you need to call to order your meeting?
Yes, so I'm gonna call the meeting to order. This is Sally with P&Z. Matt, ready?
6:17.
Perfect. Oh, at 6:17.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Council, and Commissioners. We're going to talk through the 5-year capital improvement plan. So this is the 27 through 31 version. A general overview of what we're going to cover: definition and purpose, alignment, the basis for our projects, funding sources, program areas. Again, we're going to get into the projects because we haven't had enough of those yet tonight, and then we're going to talk about the schedule. So just a reminder for anyone who's not familiar with what a capital improvement plan, it is a long-term plan that helps us kind of figure out how we're going to ensure the long-term life of all of our capital infrastructure. It includes planning, studies, design, construction, and as you've already seen earlier this evening, the timelines vary. It's approved annually. It is a 5-year plan. Typically, we only approve and appropriate funds for the first year of the plan. The other 4 years are just for planning purposes, just so that we kind of have a target on the wall that we want to aim for.
And I assume those targets, that planning goes into our budget calculations for future projections.
Yes, sir. So one of the things that we've tried to do is create alignment between the strategic plan, the comprehensive plan, the master plans, and the capital improvement plan. And so this just talks about how we've tried to incorporate different aspects of all of those into one comprehensive program or plan. We looked at multiple ways of how we do project development. And this is one thing that I want to really take a second to really hone in on before I get too into the deep. So we're looking at future city goals. I've already kind of touched on that. Managing construction projects and detailed review of project prioritization. So, and I've already touched on this as well. We looked at the comprehensive plan, the master plans, infrastructure condition reports, growth and development, citizens' requests for services. And so one of the things that we've tried to do in our CIP, capital improvement plan, if I slip up and say CIP, just understand I'm talking about the capital improvement plan. I will try to not slip up.
You defined it. We're good.
Okay. And so one of the things that we've tried to do, and you'll see it when we get there in a moment, is really focus in on finishing out some of the bond projects that we've already covered, and then focusing in on the projects that were furthest along. And I'll go more into depth on that as we get there. Real quick overview on how to read the, I forget the number, the 100+ page document that we've produced for you. So in green, you kind of see the project scope. The blue down at the bottom there, that is the justification for the project. I'm going to call it mauve because I don't know any better word. The cost is kind of there in the middle, where we laid out our best estimate of when each cost will be incurred. So if you see costs for, let's say, design in multiple years, we're not doing the design multiple times. It's just because we're projecting that the design is going to take multiple years. Then you have the pink color, which is the funding. So that's us working with finance to figure out how we're going to pay for these costs. Then you have schedule. So as I just touched on, each of these columns represents a year. And so where you see the funding playing out under those respective columns is the years that we anticipate starting design, starting right-of-way, starting construction, those kind of things. And then you can see how long we anticipate it continuing on. That's kind of how to read through those pages. Funding sources. So I call them buckets of money. We have lots of buckets of money that we use. They could be certificates of obligations or COs. They could be general obligation bonds or GOs. That's typically that's the ones that we have to actually go out and do elections for. We can get grants, federal, state, other grants. We have the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, or WIFIA. that is a loan. Then there's the TERS, tax increment reinvestment zones. We have impact fees. We have the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, CAMPO. They can participate in things. There's also funding, other funding streams. And you have Texas Water Development Board funds, which might be loans or other possibilities. The capital improvement plan is broken up into multiple categories. So you have reclaimed water, you have water, wastewater, facilities, drainage, transportation, and parks. And we're not going to talk about parks because Jeff got a shot into me, so I'm going to give him a shot back. Reclaimed water. So we have 7 reclaimed water projects, and the key is to, right now, the big project is we're trying to provide focus on getting water to the 1849 park. So you'll see here, this is kind of just a geographical reference of the different projects. I know it's not super easy to read. We're trying to figure out the best way to give you an idea of where these projects are. So you can kind of see the various projects. They're labeled by the number that's in the CIP as far as RWXXX, so that you can reference the funding and the timelines back to the geography. And as I've alluded to, we're proposing in 27 to do an update of the Reclaimed Water Master Plan, which was last done in 2023. Typically, you do your master plans every 5 years, but we anticipate this one carrying over into 28. So that's why we're suggesting that we go ahead and start it in 27. Here's a breakdown, high-level summary of how the projects stack up for the 5 years. The key there, I keep coming back to, is that Reclaimed Water Master Plan update. So you can see you've got the reclaimed water line along Weiss right there on the second line, and you can see right there 2 big goose eggs in the middle of it. That's because we wanted to pause after we do the preliminary engineering report and make sure that everything lines up with the Reclaimed Water Master Plan so that we're not spending a bunch of money going in a direction that the master plan wants to take us away from.
I actually wanted to ask a little bit more about that because I don't think we're even past like the phase 0 of the previous master plan here, and so are the projects that we have teed up so far. 1849 we've talked about, right? That's we're paying Manville for water today, but I wonder how this lines up given we've only barely, well, we haven't really done any projects yet necessarily from the existing plan.
Yeah, so these projects, so the 1849 park, that is number 1 in your current master plan.
Mm-hmm.
The Weiss Lane is number 2 in your current master plan. You won't see number 3 up there. Number 3 is a rate study. Number 4 is the master plan update is number 4 in your current master plan.
Yeah.
And so basically from RW 2801 all the way down to RW 3101, they are basically in order of your current master plan.
Thank you.
Okay. This is just a simple wheel chart that kind of goes through a high-level overview of how the funding breaks out for the projects. So when we, as I've shown you on the sheets, when we ask for costs, we work with finance to figure out how we can cover those costs, and that's how it plays out. Is you have about $28 million in future debt, not including the future WIFIA loan of an extra almost $5 million.
So I have a question about the reclaimed water because I was not here when we did the master plan and I haven't read the original one. But do we have a fiscal impact on these projects or return on investment? I'm just not familiar with. We're putting in $11 or $12 million into reclaimed water line. So what's the years that we're going to get the benefit to cover the initial costs? Do we have that information?
I don't have that in front of me. I can go back and I can add that to my list of things to add to the.
Or if you have somewhere to refer me to we know.
My recollection on the largest ROI on reclaimed water is taking the pressure off of the capacity required for the water treatment plant, right? Yeah. So that money is allowing us to not build that capacity into a water treatment plant, right? So I think that's where you're going to see the vast majority of the ROI. But yeah, if you can
and then
find that study on the shared drive somewhere, hopefully we can dust that off and see what the numbers look like still.
And I think that's partially why it's a good idea that we refresh the master plan anyway. Looking at the growth assumptions from the original plan, and they had specifically some ideas of commercial customers were in their specific properties, and so I'm sure getting that sort of thing updated, I think, would be a lot more accurate than that one was from a few years ago.
Yeah, capacity's key.
I'm assuming that it's somewhere on the website, easy to find, the master
The reclaimed
plan?
water master
Well,
is on your utilities
Somewhere on
master
the
plan.
website.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
easy to find or not necessarily coterminous.
All right, so moving on to the water section. Obviously, we're trying to increase drinking water capacity, expanding transmission, while also doing some maintenance. We have 17 projects. This kind of gives you another geographical reference. Again, I'm just trying to give you kind of a very, very high level bird's eye view of how the projects lay out across the city in comparison to the dollars and timelines that we're giving you. These are the projects that we're trying to highlight for 27. So Clearwell rehab, and then the Old Town South rehabilitation. And so it's just to rehabilitate the assets, extend service life, and improve operations.
So
Where
Director
exactly is Clearwell 1 and 2? Where are those?
Let's see, Shelby can help me here. The exact location of the Clearwell one. I'll have to get you up.
Put that in
Detailed
the update
location.
this week.
So I'm going to ask the overall question about fiscal impact statement because I'm not familiar with all of these, and it's a couple of sentences on the summary. So just curious about how many customers are served by this. What's the status of it right now, and what's the demand or the need to do it in the next year.
So the Clearwell rehab, you will actually not find it on your water master plan. This is one that, in my 3 months of talking to staff, that I have so much time. This is one that I've heard about a lot, that they have apparently been kind of trying to nurse this one along for years. And so this was just them really pushing to say, we need to just pull the trigger and get this one done. I can get you answers on how many people are actually served out of this Clearwell and those kind of things. I don't have that information right in front of me. But I can definitively tell you this was not one that we put on the master plan. This is one that was asked for.
So if this is not in the master plan, is it contemplated in our current rate study?
I'd like to phone a friend.
I mean, I want to make sure as we talk about, the number of people who are served and the cost associated with this, we need to make sure that,
Yeah,
It
we'll
works out.
include it in the rate study. We're going through that process right now, I believe.
I'd like to ask a similar high-level question. So, given that you're relatively new to the job and staff has been working on these projects and this roadmap for many years already for most of these projects, were there any projects that you've explicitly reprioritized in the updates for this year, or anything in particular stand out that either was pulled up on the list or further down on the list?
Yes, so if you'll allow me. So you can see that I've got some extra colors on this table here. So what we did was we sat down and we went through each of the categories of projects: water, wastewater, reclaimed water, streets, drainage, and we prioritized the projects that were closest to being done, basically. So the ones that you see highlighted in that light blue color, those are in construction. So we put those we shifted everything in the table from what you guys are used to seeing, so that the ones that are furthest along are at the top.
Great.
And so the focus this year on the CIP was, let's finish some things. And so if it's in construction, we're just going to put it at the top so you guys know it's in construction. We're going to color code it so we know not to touch those. And then the ones that were furthest along, we prioritized those right under the construction, because we've got, so we looked at two main things: how far along is it in design, and how much funding do we have for it? Because there were two main goals, like I said: finish what we started, but also let's try to minimize the amount of extra debt that we have to go incur next year. And so one of the things that you'll see, if you compare this table that is in your CIP packet to the one that was in your CIP packet last year, you will see that I have reduced the expenses from FY '27 for water from about $63 million to $15 million.
Okay. That's great.
And so here's just the next slide. And so you can see we pushed those projects further and further out because we either hadn't started them or we didn't see them as super high priority. And then again, here's the funding sources. You can see there's a few more funding sources being added. I'm just going to keep.
I did have one
Okay.
specific project question that I'd seen in the plan on the water side.
Okay.
I was curious what the additional funding for the raw water line project is that's slated for 27. I think it was I don't know, $3 million or something like that, but I was just curious since.
That's the finished construction.
Okay. I thought that was still going to be done in year, not necessarily. the case.
Well, so those are fiscal years, not calendar
Yeah.
years. And so we're not projecting that project will be 100% complete until
Yeah.
I think the generator is supposed to be delivered in December. So that's
Okay.
almost 3 months into your fiscal year.
Was that, the completion of that project, has that been pushed recently? Because
The generator delivery?
I thought it was slated to be done in late spring of 2026.
Oh, substantial completion.
So
right?
the water line itself is supposed to be substantially complete in 2026. That's the one that we've been pushing the contractors to try to timeline the shutdowns and all those kind of things. But the project itself, the generator was not supposed to be delivered until December of this year.
Okay.
So the project won't be 100% complete until we've accepted all of the infrastructure associated with it.
And that includes the improvements to the pump station down at the Colorado.
Yes.
That's part of what we're doing. But the pipes themselves are scheduled to be in the ground and operational before the end of June.
When you say scheduled,
Yeah, scheduled. I'm not holding you to it.
Yes.
That's an
We all know
accurate statement.
schedules slip.
scheduled per the substantial completion of the contract, they are supposed to be completed by the end of June.
And
Okay.
substantial completion is a technical term that means at which point we can use it.
Right.
So it's functional, it's running.
It's functional.
Operational.
It's just not 100% ours yet.
We've still got some gaps
Some
to
finish up.
close, some
Clean
finish
up.
up. We got to clean up the site,
Right.
but it's working.
Correct.
So as far as my fiscal impact question, obviously, I mean, on that slide, it was a smaller project, but we have projects that are 18 million, 15 million, 9 million. And I'm just not familiar with all the needs and of the projects, so that's more of what I'm looking for, especially if we haven't begun construction, is just understanding why we need it, who it's going to serve, how many people it's going to serve, and those type of information. So that was just my general request.
We can get that for you. All right. Moving on to wastewater. So we're trying to increase capacity, expand more of the gravity system so we can get rid of some of the lift stations and maintain the infrastructure. Total of 21 projects. Oh, sorry, I was ahead of myself. There's the map kind of showing you geographical references. And this one is a really hard one because the wastewater service area is so large. Trying to fit it all onto a map that's easy to read is a little difficult. The top 3 projects that we're focusing on for 27 that we're highlighting, not that we're focusing on, is the Sunlight Nearway Force Main rehabilitation. And this one is because we are seeing a lot of maintenance issues there where we're actually having the pipe erode away. And so we've been doing a lot of repairs. And so this is just to nip that and just be done with it, get it all fixed. Then you have the central treatment plant.
Why are you seeing the erosion at the pipe there? Is it just, is there something particular about what's going through there, or is it just the general age of the pipe?
Just the age of the pipe.
Okay.
And wastewater is pretty corrosive stuff.
Now, Sunlight Near, is that a newer road or a newer area?
That's the park access road, Northeast Metro Park access.
Okay, so that's not a newer pipe.
No,
No, that's to the existing water treatment plant.
correct.
Okay.
Okay.
and then the central treatment plant rehabilitation. And so again, on this, the blue means that they're already in construction. And again, we shifted things around to try to prioritize projects that were either in construction or very close to construction. You can also see that the vast majority of your top projects, so of your current master plan, projects 1, 2, 3, 6, and 14 are all in construction or already completed. And then on this slide here, you'll see projects 8, 9, 10, which are those first three under the blue. And then you have 4, 7, 11, 12, and 15. So you have like the top 15 projects of your wastewater master plan shown on this slide. But like I said on the previous slide, we've been trying to shuffle things around to try to best utilize the money that's available today. And so you'll see if you go back and compare this presentation from 2026 or 2025 for the 2026 CIP to today, you'll see that we have reduced the anticipated cost of the CIP in 2027 from more than 110 million to just over 60 million.
I think I saw overall the CIP is actually pretty substantially reduced from previous projections as well. So it means more projects must have come off the list as well, or?
Well, I mean, basically I'm shifting projects around based on where we're at.
Okay.
And so there were only a couple of projects that we actually removed from the lists.
Okay.
Actually, if you compare the lists from last year to this year, you'll see more projects are on there. But because of the way we prioritize them and the way we shifted them around, the amount of debt that you're incurring next year, or the amount of cost that you're incurring, it's not all debt, is less.
Got it. Okay.
And you're being realistic about the expectations too.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we started out with was when we started having these internal conversations, we looked at workload, we looked at past history of project delivery, and so I started asking, talking to all of the engineering teams and construction inspection teams, what can we actually do, right? Let's be realistic. We're not going to deliver 50 road projects next year. There's no way. It's not going to happen. So what can we actually deliver? How much can we design? How much can we get into construction? How much can we inspect and keep up with on that construction? So is it aggressive? Yes, we stayed aggressive. That's just who I am, and that's how I roll. I'm going to be aggressive until you guys tell me to back off. I've made jokes that I want the entire city of Pflugerville under construction. So that's kind of right? I mean, I'm an engineer. I design and build things. That's what I do. And so
Construction means growth, so I don't think anyone would argue with that on that.
yeah.
And maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And so yes, we were aggressive, but we tried to cut it back to be something that we can actually deliver on. But then we took it a step further and looked at how much money do we have right now? How do we limit the amount of extra costs that we're incurring last year? How do we live within our means, so to speak? Okay, facilities. So we have 12 facility projects, dots on the map, kind of giving you geographical references. The main focus or highlights that we're recommending for next year, the library roof repair to fix the leaking and aging roof, the evidence processing renovation. That is not an expansion, although in some of the paperwork, and I'm trying to catch it all, some of the paperwork you'll see expansion. It's not an expansion. It's a renovation because we have similar issues there where we have some water intrusion issues and some access issues, and we're going to try to fix that so that we can keep using this building for a while until we can get to the expansion, which is in the future. Then you have the Justice Center renovation, which is the room we're sitting in, because the idea is next year we will be in a new city hall, and so this will be not wasted space, but it needs to be repurposed so that PD can use it more effectively. Again, the light blue colors are projects that are in construction, and you can see we've shifted things around. The two things that I'll point out here, actually I guess there's 4 things that I'll point out here. You have the downtown parking garage. That is part of the 2026 bond. You have the pause building, which is a recommendation in the 2026 bond. You have the library roof, which I already touched on, ADA transition, which is kind of an ongoing thing. The evidence renovation, which I already mentioned, And then you'll see that Justice Center renovation, it looks like we're spending a lot of money. So that actually needs to be shifted around, and I apologize, I didn't catch that in time before we had to post all this and get it in front of you. We're only focusing that renovation on this room. We're not actually doing the whole renovation at this time. It's just to get this area functional for PD once we vacate it, so we don't need to have all these meetings in here anymore.
I may hold off on my questions then about that one, because I also noticed it looks like there is no longer contemplated a second police station in CIP anymore. So we're spending money on renovating and expanding this building as opposed to
Building a second.
doing a completely new building. Okay, got it. I know we have an upcoming bond joint meeting as well. I feel pretty strongly about the downtown parking garage and the timing not being right on that, considering we don't actually have a complete plan, and our consultants have said that it's going to be 5 or 10 years before we are able to redevelop some of those portions. So if we had an extra $20 million laying around, which we don't, I would rather see that on a new animal shelter than I would a parking garage that could probably still wait a couple more years. But it's just my own opinion.
Well, I'm also going to be curious to hear the feedback from the P&Z on their thoughts on all of these. So is the goal to get through all of these projects and then to have the P&Z give us their feedback?
You mean as far as getting
This
through all this
meeting.
on the presentation?
She means now.
Yeah,
I'm
so,
like, are we
so
gonna be
I was trying to give
asking
everybody,
Okay.
unfortunately for them, they've already heard me go through all this.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to get through to the point where I can give you their recommendation and then you guys can have your
Because
conversation.
my
that's
expectation is
what
they provided a recommendation on terms of prioritization. Is that right? You worked through prioritization.
I'll let him finish, but there was a bit of I misunderstood some stuff, which
Okay.
I asked or sent an email on earlier today, so I
Okay.
couldn't sign off on the email, or I couldn't sign off on a letter, but I'll let him speak first,
Gotcha.
and then we'll go through it a little bit later.
Okay.
It'll make a little bit more sense.
All right.
I'm going to hold questions.
Yeah.
then.
Well, we're coming close on 7 o'clock, so we got.
That's
16
why.
minutes.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
So this is just basically a repeat because we've broken the facilities up by general fund and utility fund. So if it's like the public works building, those kind of things, then it's coming out of utility fund.
Well, you're about to talk about drainage.
Yes.
My general question on drainage was, don't recall seeing projects tied to the potential of us having a drainage fund. Is that still contemplated within the next 5 years? I'm sorry, creating a drainage utility. I used the wrong word.
So you'll see that we actually have a drainage master plan update in the 2027 suggestions. And part of that would be to look at doing a drainage utility fee or doing a drainage fee on development or whatever the council's preference is.
Got it. So it's been rolled into the master plan. Cool.
Yes.
All right.
And so, but we did go ahead and start moving some of the projects into 27. If council wants to go ahead and start getting ahead of some of these projects from the current master plan. Excuse me. And so we prioritized the floodplain improvements for Caldwell Creek Elementary and Upper Gilliland Creek and the Emmanuel Road. I know those are on the opposite ends, but the logic there was that the Emmanuel Road is downstream, so that's where you want to start when you're doing drainage. But because the Caldwell Elementary affects about 200 homes, 200 properties, and a school, we went ahead and prioritized that one over all the downstream projects just because we wanted to hit that. And then drainage, again, summary of the costs. I'm trying to speed up here so that Jeff can get a word in. All right, transportation, again, you'll see bright green there. That's because we wanted to very clearly point out that we are focusing in on the bond projects. So we prioritized a lot of those. You'll see that we've pushed out the TR 2009 and the TR 2308 with the caveat that we are talking to TxDOT about potentially doing a study on TR 2308 to see about offsetting the costs of doing something on SH 45 by the cost of doing something on SH 130. Again, blue means it's in construction. I'm not going to go through all these. I will tell you that from last year's CIP to this year's CIP, we went from $173 million in 27 to about 82 million. So I've on almost every category, I've cut the costs by almost 50% in 2027 by realigning, shifting projects out, changing priorities, trying to focus in dollars that we have today on projects that we're almost to the
And
finish.
focusing on what we can accomplish.
Yes.
I'd like to say, Mr. Rector, that I really, really appreciate that realignment. It's been a source of frustration for me for many years. We've had a whole bunch of projects in process and no projects not getting finished. Concentrating resources and not just funds, but personnel where we can get projects finished strikes me as a dramatic improvement. Thank you.
Yes. And that's also one of the reasons why you will not see transportation projects in the 2026 bond suggestions, is we are recommending that we not do a 2026 bond election for transportation projects until we can get some of this cleared off of our plate.
Sounds like a great idea.
With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Okay, my turn. So we've got 14 park projects on the 5-year CIP. We'll dive right into it. There's your map of where they're located. The first is our master plan update, which we mentioned earlier. This is a 5-year update, so it's not a full-fledged new plan. This is required for, if we went out for state or federal grants, the 5-year updates required, as well as accreditation, which our staff, we're starting to seek national accreditation for our agency. This is a review of the 2023 plan to ensure the community priorities remain. This updates our level of service, current level of service, and our recommended level of service, which is essentially park and amenities per 1,000 population is the way the 2023 plan broke it out. And then updated deliverables. I have a list of things we've accomplished since 2023 as part of this plan. We don't really have time to get into it. I will send it to you if you want it. But it's pretty exciting. We've done a lot of those things, and we're in a good place to start getting out with the community and seeing what their priorities are again. So the rest of the projects you will see are our recommended 2026 bond projects. 1849 Park Phase 3 is guided by what is now a 10-year-old master plan for 1849. This includes improved natural areas, interpretive education amphitheater, destination playground, which is identified in the master plan, the parks and rec master plan, nature trails, wildflower and prairie preserve, tennis and pickleball courts, and a segmented dog park. And then it also includes 2 additional baseball fields and 1 Miracle League field directly south of the new fields. So essentially in the existing 1849 footprint. We had originally 6 fields with the topography and everything. A few years ago, things got value engineered and we got 3 fields, which are what are complete now. And so we're trying to get those 3 additional fields. We've got concepts to make that work. And not only to do that, but to also provide a space for families of children with special needs or T-ball. You can run both of those on a Miracle League field.
So, I'm sorry, there are a couple of phrases in here. I don't want to slow this down too much, but
Sure.
Miracle League field is T-ball or
It can be used for T-ball. So
disability.
it's like the rubberized surfacing, somewhat similar to what you'd see on a playground. So in a wheelchair could get out there and play baseball. Miracle League is actually a national organization, so they have the specifications for what those fields are supposed to be. But you can play, 4 and 5-year-olds out there on it.
Okay. And what's an interpretive education amphitheater? I know what an amphitheater, I understand each of the words individually, but I don't understand the phrase.
Together. Yeah, so that's more, and the last bullet there is almost turning the northwest space into what you would think of as a state park. So you go to a state park, you see an educational amphitheater, it's got 30 or 40 seats, and it's for somebody to do some sort of nature education. That's what that is. So the 2016 plan had a 2,000-seat amphitheater and festival grounds, which for a multitude of reasons. One, that's 10 years old. We're not 100% sure that's what the community wants with this space, especially as it's developed. But 2, there's floodplain considerations that we don't think that would even be feasible there. And so the idea is, other than that northeast corner that you'll see, there's some space for pickleball and tennis courts and some things like that. Everything east of future Melbourne Lane is primarily, it's our recommendation, and we will do some pretty extensive community engagement to make sure that this is still what people want. 2016 was a long time ago. But it's our recommendation to really turn that into a natural area, state park type amenities. And so as the trail capital of Texas, we have no, hike and bike trails, single track nature trails. And so this would be our first entry into adding that to our system.
Okay.
Reunion Park, this is identified in the Aspire 2040 comp plan, and the future land use map still includes some parkland in that area. This is located in the HCA. This park celebrates the history of that subdivision, pays homage to the reunions, community gatherings that took place there. So the idea for this facility is somewhere between a community and neighborhood park, probably leaning more towards community with ample parking, restrooms for gatherings, a pretty large pavilion or some sort of gathering space with a destination type play that will also tell the story of the history of that community. We saw, a couple weeks ago how important that area is to the community, and so we want to make sure that we're telling that story. And we personally think parks are a great way to do that. So that's our Union Park. Annual trail improvements continue. As I mentioned, we've got a plan for the trails that are identified in the Mobility Master Plan all the way out through 2031. And so this addresses trail connectivity across the city. It creates new trails in some portions, and then it connects trails where trail gaps exist currently between development.
So I'd like to see in the CIP, at least for what you're doing in 2027, more detail of the areas or the locations of where you're thinking of putting in those trails.
Yeah, we have that. Yes, ma'am. And so there, you'll see what Matt talked about earlier, where the blue, it's either in construction or started. So the Gillen Creek Trail Corridor study kicks off next week. So we'll start engaging the community on that very soon. And then Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 2 and Destination Play are either in design or getting into design very soon. And then you'll see some of our park projects that go all the way out to 2031, 2032. And you see our funding sources there. Most is future debt, especially related to the 2026 bond. We also have some opportunities for state and federal parks grants that we will, it's hard to rely on. There's not a lot of money and there's a lot of applications, but we will absolutely cross that bridge when we get there and try to seek out as much grant funding as we can for these.
And then here's the way I understood the recommendations from P&Z, but I'll turn it over.
Yeah, so I am strictly only speaking for myself. However, I collectively believe I did misunderstand. So I did not recommend approval of the CIP as it stood because we have not finished so what, we have $100 million in a plan. We spent about 24 million, which means we have 74 million that taxpayers are paying for projects that are not complete. So if we move forward with a new bond election, we're asking residents, and I am a resident, of letting my taxes increase, my water rates increase to a project that may or may not get completed. However, just like 5 minutes ago, Matt has changed some of the plans. However, I did not get to see any of those, nor did we get to see any of those. Again, I'm only speaking for myself. That he did stop and move things around and adjust so that he can get stuff done. However, I still can't approve it because where are we? Where's the money? Where did it go? So that's one. And then two, so I had this whole email, which I'm not gonna read the whole email. But, so some things that are missing in the CIP that after a lot of review, so I actually have 2026 in front of me. I also have draft number 3 in front of me. And And so upon looking at all of those and looking at all the last videos, which is a lot, so what I'd like to see in CIP going forward is the original projections and the assumptions, the budgeted versus actual expenditures, percentage of project completion, current project status and measurable performance metrics, remaining unfunded obligations, cost of maintenance and operations to service all those projects that we're building, and what is really meant of future debt. So there's a lot in here. And again, Matt did a great job of like taking what we said the last time and like cleaning it up, but there's still a lot, in my opinion, that needs to happen. So I'm not approving CIP.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we had planning and zoning had a robust discussion about this CIP and then how it relates to former CIPs. And I think very much the agreement was Matt has done an excellent job in taking the steps already to prioritize projects that are already being funded. And one of the things he didn't exactly say, but I think y'all picked up on, is not only was he shifting and prioritizing projects that were already underway, but he was actually taking money that had been dedicated to projects that were not underway and getting them over to the projects that already were underway to get them paid out and done first, which is excellent. We all agreed that was the right way to go. I think the feedback is, particularly for next year, when we see a CIP as planning and zoning, we also want to see some of the details y'all are asking for in terms of the data that goes into prioritization of how much has already been spent, how much is projected to be spent, why is this project higher on the list than another project, so that we could give better feedback about what, you know. But I think yeah, to the point of approving, we understand you have to approve a CIP. It has to be done.
It's not that the CIP has to be approved, but the planning and zoning mandate is that you guys annually submit a CIP for consideration to the city council. That CIP should reflect your prioritization and input, right? We rely on planning and zoning to inform us of the things that we may not know about, and that is by charter required to occur before the budget. So you've got to present a CIP to us. If you haven't approved this, then you've still got work to do. You'll just need to bring it back.
What was the vote? Was it approved?
So no,
Was there a vote on moving the CIP forward?
no, we didn't want to move the CIP forward. We wanted a few more ideas, and then we wanted to see things reduced. We wanted the projects that are on the table, that are supposed to be completed,
But,
and
Commissioner,
also to bring to vote, which is where that got weird.
and I think that's where we may not have all been on the same page.
Okay.
Because our understanding is, and granted, I've been through the CIP process multiple times.
And we're glad to have you back.
In order for you as city council to be able to make your budget planning for these projects, you need to have a final CIP from us to be able to adopt as the city in your next May meeting, to then be able to be considered.
That's what establishes the funding expectations for our budget,
Exactly.
as well as any expectations. I know we've got our bond advisory committee going as well.
And
We are at time. We do have this posted on our regular agenda. We may need to circle back. We need to have further discussion on this later tonight.
Can I ask
I feel like
one real
we
quick
do
question?
because that says
Yes.
approval.
So
That will.
at this point, I need to adjourn our work session. Hang out. We will have this later on our regular minute. I'm sorry. Oh yes, you all get. Well, no, they probably shouldn't if they're sticking around. I wouldn't adjourn your meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, stick around as long as you don't lose quorum. Stick
Yeah, we
around.
won't
You'll be
talk
back
about
here in a minute. All right. I'm going to adjourn our work session. We will reconvene in just a minute. Do you guys need to stretch your legs?
I need to visit.
Okay. evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us tonight as I call to order our regular meeting of the Pflugerville City Council here on May 12th, 2026 at 7:08 p.m. We're running a little behind because our work session did run long. We're having great conversations, some of which will continue later this evening, but I want to thank you all for being here. At this time, I'm going to ask you to rise and join me in the pledge to the U.S. flag, the pledge to the Texas flag, and then remain standing momentarily for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please take your seats. This brings us to the public comment portion of our meeting. I have received no form signed of anyone wishing to make public comment. Is there anyone in the public wishing to come forward and speak at the time? Seeing none, I'll move forward to my presentations. I have 3 proclamations this evening. So our proclamations are an opportunity for us to recognize, honor, and reflect on important occasions. So my first proclamation this evening is declaring May 10th to May 16th as Police Week in the city of Pflugerville. More than 23,000 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty. The names of these officers are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. The service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during Police Week during a candlelight vigil in Washington, D.C. So I therefore proclaim May 11th to 17th as 2026, as Police Week in the city of Pflugerville. We have Chief Richards, Assistant Chief Smith, Assistant Chief Bacchus, and Police Department staff, I believe, are patrol officers this evening here to accept the proclamation. Thank you for being here. All right.
Everyone wait real quick. They do not super happy. They're not waivers.
They don't waive these.
Yeah.
My next proclamation is for Public Works Week. If you were here for part of our work session, you would hear many of the projects that are going on in our water, our wastewater, our infrastructure, all the things that go into Public Works. And this year marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week. Public Works infrastructure, facilities, and services are vital to safety and well-being of citizens here in Pflugerville. These infrastructure, facility, and services could not be provided without some incredible efforts from amazing people who staff our Public Works Department. So I proclaim May 17th to 23rd of 2026 as Public Works Week in the city of Pflugerville. I believe we have our Public Works leadership here to accept the proclamation. on this side too.
Okay, let's make 2 lines real quick. Liz, I'll write down your name. Short people in short.
All right.
Everybody's good. Push down like somebody just lay down in front. No, I can't.
No, I'll hold you all over. Yes,
I don't know, I'm headed to somebody.
Okay. Right here. There it is. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
And of course, as we approach our summer months, as more people are getting outside and the temperature's rising and we need to find ways to cool off, I do proclaim the month May is nationally recognized as Water Safety Month. The city of Pflugerville is home to several great natural bodies of water, including lakes and rivers and maybe even a natural spring. While water activities bring joy and enrichment to our lives, it's essential to recognize the importance of water safety education and awareness. The Pflugerville Parks and Recreation Department offers Learn to Swim classes, private swimming lessons, and encourages safe practices around all bodies of water in the city of Pflugerville. So I proclaim May 2026 as Water Safety Month in the city of Pflugerville. I believe we've got Jonathan Hansen, our recreation superintendent, as well as our aquatics team here to accept the proclamation. Looks like we may have some new Pflugerville t-shirts too. Oh yeah.
Okay, everybody just down. I like that. Safety and slow.
All right.
It's the old shirt. All right, right here. 1, 2, 3.
No, Whitney, introduce one. He's a little work video.
Gotta work for that t-shirt.
I'll work. Always a great opportunity to get to recognize so many great people doing such great work in our city. This brings us to item 4D. This is a presentation on the City of Pflugerville water supply. I believe this is Director Rector, Assistant Director Granger, and Chief Richards.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know I might be a new face to most of y'all, but as you mentioned, I'm Assistant Director of Water Operations, and we're here to give you an update on our water supply tonight.
Welcome.
So as of May 10th, the lake was full. We're at 635.52 May 10th. We've maintained lake full. That rain coming in Sunday hit hard. We've been very blessed and lucky to have a concentration of rain specifically over the lake in the last couple of months. So we are actually not pumping currently to the lake until we're able to draw down more. Otherwise, we're going to be on and off for the next couple days. So we're monitoring the weather, monitoring the forecast to see when we'll start pumping again. Currently not pumping though. We're still at like 635.5 full.
And that's spillway.
Correct. Like one strong wind and we're going over the spillway right now. So, and again, the target elevation is 633 to keep us out of stage 1 restrictions. And then here you're just going to see the elevation over time. Again, you can see that large spike through the rain events that we were able to get over the last couple months. And then here's our water usage since March. We've done a really good job at holding tight on that 4 MGD goal. Again, that's our conservation goal as we work through these CIP projects for the river pump station as well as the water plant expansion. So 4 MGD is the goal. That 8 MGD mark you're going to see at the top there is relative to what our cap is operationally at the water plant currently while we undergo our expansion. If you don't have any questions, I'll hand it over to Matt.
So just wanted to share some updates on the construction process, the progress. You can see this is actually at the pump station. We're making some good progress. We've got some guys cutting in the pipe support structures in the building as well as outside the building. This is from what we call bid package 3, which is the S.J. Lewis package. So this is working up from the pump station towards the lake. So you can see we're moving along there, trying to finish out this 42-inch installation. This is what we call bid package 2. So this is up at the lake area, and you can see them doing some compaction. You got some construction testing over there on the right picture. You can see the lake level on the far left. This picture, so my joy this evening is to be the bearer of good news and bad news. The good news is the bypass is still holding. The bad news is you can see the picture on the left. That was right after the bypass was installed. Picture on the right is after all these rain events that we've had, which are helping at the lake. So they're good, but they're a blessing and a curse, right? So you can see a lot of our blocks that were holding our line in place have flowed away. We've gone back in and added some like screw-in anchors upstream, and we've wrapped around the pipe to try to hold it in place. We are constantly evaluating this and constantly measuring and keeping an eye on this. And it's not gloom and doom. I just wanted everybody to be aware we are not out of the woods yet. We still have to get this bypass offline because it's just sitting in the creek right now. And every time we have a big rain event, everybody's holding their breath. Shelby's holding her breath. I'm holding my breath. Sometimes I don't even sleep. I'm calling our construction guys. I'm like, what's going on? Tell me everything's holding. So just letting you guys know it's holding right now. So we're still able to pump water when we turn the pumps back on. But it's by no means are we like scot-free on this one. We have to keep an eye on it, keep monitoring. As Shelby alluded to, we are still doing the expansion at the treatment plant, and as we reported to you 2 weeks ago, we have kind of a constriction on our capacity because of the construction, and so we're limited to about that 8 MGD, 8 million gallons per day threshold because of the treatment trains that we have going through the plant. So that's why we're saying 4 is our target, 8 is our ceiling, and that's kind of where we are on that kind of thing. I'll turn it over to Chief to talk about enforcement.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We have been seeing great compliance from the community. We have had no new citations issued as of the last council update, so that's 2 updates in a row with no new citations. We do have 21 citations that are set for the docket tomorrow, which will be a full code docket with our municipal courts tomorrow, but we have no other issues coming up and great compliance by our community. And that is it. Any questions?
So my main question, Matt, thank you for showing us the progress on the temporary bypass. But my goal, of course, is getting rid of it eventually. How are we trending on our ability to repair the existing pipe, connect the new pipe, and complete the pump station swap over that is required to get it all functional?
Good question, Mayor. So as I showed, we are making progress on all the 42-inch areas that we still need to close that gap. We do have a few hurdles that we have to get through. The 30-inch repair itself, we don't even have materials on site yet. Those are supposed to be delivered May 20th, I believe, is when we're supposed to get the pipe sections. So the contractor is out there. We are starting to do the dewatering, which again, the rain works against us. And so it's a good thing, but it's a bad thing. And so we're out there doing the dewatering, trying to get that casing down. We're injecting the mortar curtains to try to hold some of that groundwater back out of the holes as we pump the water out. So they are making progress. We've also started talking to all the contractors, just in case they don't make the timelines that we had set up during that 2-week shutdown. How do we make sure that we don't have to have more shutdowns? At least not until we have the ones scheduled later in the winter. Which we know there's going to be another one in the wintertime. There's no way to avoid that.
That's the generator install?
Yes, sir. And so what we're tracking right now is that the key is going to be the header pipe at the pump station.
So if we can get that installed during the 2-week shutdown, which we're still targeting the end of May, early June for that 2-week shutdown, then we would be able to finish everything else. Most likely right now the scenario is going to be that when we start up after the 2-week shutdown, we're starting up with the same 2 pumps running and the bypass is still in place. So we're still operating the same 2 pumps that we've been running for the past couple of months, and we're still running it through that 24-inch bypass. But when they get the 42 ready to go, they'll be able to connect it to the header pipe, and we won't have to do a shutdown. They'll just be able to turn that valve, start flowing through that 42-inch, and then we can finish the 30-inch, get that 24-inch out of there, and start have the redundancy that we've been shooting for all along. So that's kind of what we're working on. I have meetings with them every week, sometimes multiple times a week, talking through the process, looking at risks, looking at where we're at, how are we trending, how are things moving, what are the hiccups that we're having as we try to progress through this process.
Okay, so if I understood correctly, originally we wanted to, I'm going to say, get 3 tasks done all within that shutdown time frame. But at this point in time, it seems like we can get one thing done, and then it will not have disruptions from the other 2 that need to get done as we move forward, and we won't have disruption and an additional disruption in flow to the lake.
Correct. Yeah. So originally, in a perfect world, we would have hit perfectly on all of those tasks at the same time, and everything would have lined up perfectly. Unfortunately, in the construction world, very rarely do you get perfect, and so we've created this contingency plan so that we can get that header pipe in and not have to do more shutdowns.
All right. And my goal is to minimize the disruption, and it sounds like we've got a plan in place to ensure that the disruption is as small as possible.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure I quite understand the sequence of events that would you mind reviewing that?
So right now what we're doing is we've got the 3 different contractors. One's working on the pump station, one's working on the lower 2/3 of the 42-inch secondary raw water line. One is working on the upper third of the secondary raw water line. The middle contractor is also working on the repairs for the 30-inch raw water line, the existing 30-inch raw water line. We don't have the materials yet, so they are going ahead and doing all of the field prep that they can do so that when materials are there, we're already down to that. Remember when we presented the first time, we have to get about 20 feet below grade to get to the crossing under the creek. So they are trying to dewater and get all the caissons and mortar curtains in place so they can get to that depth safely, and so that once we get materials on site, we can start feeding that pipe through the tunnel to get it all connected up. Now, the ideal sequence would have been that all of those connections, all of those pieces would have landed perfectly during that 2-week shutdown that we have to do the switchboard changeout for the power with Austin Energy. It's looking less and less likely that all of those are going to hit at the same time. So the focus is that if they are not going to hit, that we get the header pipe installed during that shutdown so that all of those other things can happen without additional shutdowns.
Okay, so we're going to be doing the switchboard change out and the header pipe
At
and
the same
that
time.
shutdown. Okay.
And I'd characterize that's pump station improvements.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because we've got the 30-inch pipe, we got the 42-inch pipe, and we've got the pump station. So we're going to take care of the pump station. We're going to do the shutdown necessary for that. That's still going to feed the 24-inch.
Right.
Now, once the 42 is ready to go, there's no shutdown necessary. It just starts feeding the 42-inch pipe.
We just close the valve. Yes, sir.
And while that 42-inch is running, we go in and we do the final fix on the 30-inch.
That's correct.
And then that gets turned back on with no downtime.
Correct.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So the header pipe is something with the pump station, not.
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, that's what I wasn't understanding all the terminology. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I want to make sure that I understand where we're going, and I appreciate my fellow councilman and mayor reiterating this, but we talked about the current levels being quite high, higher than normally expected. We're not running the pipe at all, because if we did, we'd be over the spillway. Given that we are that high now, and we're going to have this 2-week shutdown late May, early June,
Correct.
somewhere in there, right?
Yes, sir.
do we have a continuing need to have the very great level of conservation that we've had? Or, in your judgment, would it be reasonable to allow some higher level of water conservation than we have been having over the last several months?
My recommendation would be that we maintain the stage one modified, because I shared with the council at the last weekly what could happen depending on if we don't control that demand and how much we could draw down the lake very rapidly. And so my concern would be that if we remove the modification, that we see that drawdown and then we come back to this conversation where now we're having to reinstitute the restrictions all over again, versus just keeping them until we get through that period and then start reevaluating things once we've gotten through that shutdown and we know where the lake is at and we don't anticipate any more shutdowns. Then we start talking about, do we back off of the modifications?
So let me ask you hypothetically, assuming that we went to ordinary stage one as opposed to stage one modified today, we would have 2 weeks to see what the actual consumption of water would be like. Would that give us enough time to be able to switch back to stage one modified if the consumption went up higher than anticipated, or do we not have enough safety margin to do that, given where we are with the very high water levels right now?
If I may, it's also not just a matter of the lake level, it's also the water plant, right?
Right.
So my concern would be removing those restrictions or going into stage one is the more stress we put on the water plant. To be frank, it's the capacity we can do at the plant is not going to get better with time. It's only going to get worse as we put more flow through them. So that would be my concern. It's not just a matter of the lake, but the impact it would have on the treatment plant as well.
When do we expect the treatment plant capacity to
Increase,
yeah. Be restored, that the improvements be implemented?
So just like we've been doing with the raw water line, we have been talking to the contractor and the engineer, trying to figure out what our alternatives are to get us through the summer. The project is not anticipated to be completed in the summer, so we were looking at different possibilities on how to get us some breathing room on our capacity in the interim, but we haven't got all of that quite lined out perfectly just yet.
When can you
what's
tell me
our
when?
water treatment capacity right now? And my understanding is that the citizens are using about 4 million gallons a day. Is that correct?
Correct. Right now, we're tracking at about 4 million gallons a day.
And what's the gap between that and our capacity right now?
Our capacity is that 8 million gallon, but
Yeah,
Shelby
well,
can speak to
a
it
couple
better
things.
than
So
I
like one, for example, last night we actually hit, I think, 5.1. So we are starting to see that increase, and I assume we're going to keep seeing that increase as rain stops coming into town and it starts getting hotter, right?
It's supposed to rain for 5 days next week.
Fair, yeah. But it's also a matter of, when we say 8 MGD is the cap, we're saying, when you could do 8 MGD a day, that's saying in a peak hour of the day, we're hitting 10.5, 11 MGD. So while it's an 8 MGD daily usage, we're hitting these high peaks. So if we go up and flow, again, we're only going to further impact our membranes and possibly need further restrictions as we use more water.
Okay. So what's the membrane situation? Is that the thing that we've got to replace in December? Or
no. So the membrane filtration, the membrane building, our water treatment plant currently is going to be replaced as part of the water treatment plant expansion project.
Right.
That Matt was speaking on. It's an aged filtration system, as well as not just the membranes themselves, but the valves, the pumps, those sort of thing.
Right.
And frankly, those items have very long lead times. A train of membranes is close to like $1 million.
So what's our lead time on that, and where?
6 months is
6
their,
months.
yes, they're coming from Europe, if I
And
remember
we're
correctly.
expecting these
Sorry,
December?
I'm saying the lead time, if we chose to replace the current membranes,
Okay.
would have a long lead time. They'd cost about $1 million.
What's the lifespan on a train of membranes
With or without zebra mussels?
in our current operating
10 years
environment?
in ideal conditions.
Okay.
But
So
historically,
what
we're
I'm
looking at-
hearing
What was
is
that? What was
10 years.
10 years.
10 years. So what I'm hearing is we could potentially invest $1 million in a 10-year asset that we're going to use for 6 months.
Well, and frankly, by the time
And
we
by
get
the time it would
the
get
project
here-
is completed.
I'm
Right.
Okay.
So the new water treatment plant
We'll have
does not use these membranes.
Does not use these specific type of membranes. They still use membranes, but it's a different system.
It's a
Correct.
different system. So
Different
And so
modules.
we have timed our maintenance to coincide with the
project.
spin up of the new project.
Correct.
and we'd have less trouble if it was on target, but schedule slip.
Exactly.
I guess I'm still
Okay.
unclear on why we had a big delay in our substantial completion from what was previously publicized.
So we are going to get you a detailed timeline of all of the events that have led up to where we are today. I don't have it in front of me right now, but we are working on that, and we will get it to you, I hope, by the end of the week.
Okay.
So really, it's our treatment capacity, not putting stress on the system because we have aging parts and we don't want to replace them now because they won't be useful in the new treatment plant. And originally, we were hoping to be done by now, and so that's this. So it's like a comedy of errors on every different thing that could go wrong seems to be happening. But I guess the concern, to Councilman Rogers' point, is if we're not even pumping anything in the water, that means we have 9.5 million gallons per day of capacity that we could be putting into the lake that people could be using. But I think we need to get more of the understanding.
I think
of
what I'm
how-
hearing though is the conservation is going to remain critical because we couldn't even get parts to replace if something goes wrong. And so let's make sure we're managing it very conservatively so that we don't find ourselves in that position.
I'm not a fan of giving the citizens whiplash, right? So we'll move forward until things change, but I don't want to go back if we have to go forth and consistently, because that's the biggest challenge is telling people, well, this week it's one thing and next week it's something different. That just doesn't go very well.
Well, I think it's important to have the conversations about the situation that we're in, and that now this is a completely different issue about treatment capacity versus pumping capacity right now.
Right.
It's a constraint that's about twice the size
And a
of
different
the-
slippage of a different schedule.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, at least we've got lots of water to purify.
Thank you.
That's a good thing.
All right,
Thank you very much. You guys, we're giving you a lot of hard questions. They're hard and fast, and you guys are doing a great job of, if you're not knocking them out of the park, you're at least fouling them off. So nicely done.
I appreciate you making contact.
I've been
yes.
watching a lot of baseball lately.
All right. Thank you for the update, Council. Any other questions on water? All right. That brings us to our consent agenda. Council, do we have any items to be pulled from the consent agenda?
5D,
5D is in Delta?
correct.
That's it.
A.
I'm sorry, that was A? A?
Okay. All right. Now,
I have,
I was thinking I might, but our counselor answered my question, so
All right.
I'm good.
so I heard 5 Alpha, 5 Delta. Trista, would you read the consent agenda for us?
So items 5A and 5D have been pulled from the consent agenda. 5B is ordinance second reading with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending Aspire Pflugerville 2040, the city's comprehensive plan, by amending the plan's future land use map, such amendment to be known as the Dixon-Lockhart Amendment, which amends the future land use categories for properties adjacent to and north of Taylor Street and west of Russell Street, and providing for the repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and an effective date. Again, items 5A and 5D have been pulled. All remaining items may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5A and 5G,
Second.
or 5D, I'm sorry.
Second. She did the work for you already. Jonathan.
Oh, okay.
All right, the consent agenda as amended passes unanimously. We're going to move to item 6A. Item 6A excuse me, is to discuss and consider action regarding an ordinance on first reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending Chapter 95, Parks and Recreation, Article 1, Parks Regulation, and Article 3, Protection of Lake Pflugerville of the city's Code of Ordinance to revise regulations applicable to the city's parks to include Lake Pflugerville, including cumulative and severability clauses and providing other matters related to the subject. Assistant Director Ashay.
There you go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Ashay, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. So we're updating two sections of Chapter 95 today. One is prohibited activities within the park system as a whole. And largely these are just adding some provisions that you're going to see in most cities. These are things we haven't updated this in quite some time. And so most of these aren't going to be anything huge. So added prohibitions, we updated definitions as we added some of these prohibitions for things like e-bikes, defining park attendants, things like that.
Jeff, the only thing, well, I have a couple thoughts.
Yep.
What did we do was it last year about alcohol at the beach? Was that last year?
Oh, it was temporary restrictions.
Yeah.
So for the lake?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the lake is coming up. So these are
general park regulations.
These are general park prohibitions.
And the lake is
a separate. So yes, there's section 9505, which is prohibited acts in the entire park system, which is what we're updating here. What we discussed in a lunch and learn last year, which we'll talk about after this slide, is protection of Lake Pflugerville, which is also housed in Chapter 95.
That's why. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not crazy.
And so while we were doing that,
I got ahead of myself.
In order to sort of kill two birds here, we're also updating some language that has just needed to be updated for quite some time in park regulations.
Talk to me how we're going to enforce 12-mile speed limit.
It's going to be tough. So e-bikes are a situation every city in the country essentially is dealing with at this point. And there's been a lot of cities who've had this. Boulder, Colorado is an example. There's several others who've had e-bikes within their community since about 2014, 2013. And so they've done some pilot programs allowing it, restricting it, and it's worked.
And to be fair, we've had e-bikes at least that long.
Yes, but it's gotten a lot more popular. They've gotten a lot more affordable, so you see them a lot more often.
And let me tell you what my concern is that, I mean, these are what kids are taking to school. If I were their age, I'd do the same thing. Like, you have these kids putting on their dirt bike helmets on, and they're just driving around and everything else from there as well.
And so to get technical on it, there's 3 classifications within the state transportation code for definitions of e-bikes, and the cities who have tried to say one is allowed and another is not have eventually gone to just allowing e-bikes with a speed limit. And what you've also seen, and since we just didn't have it, we're going to go down to the 12-mile-an-hour speed limit, is cities had started at 20 miles an hour, and it's tough to enforce, and 20 miles an hour is pretty fast on a shared use path. And so if you're going a little bit over that, you're going very fast. And so they've reduced it to 15, and a lot of them have reduced it to 12. And so if you're 12 miles an hour, you're actually thinking about it. 20, you're thinking, there's no way I'm going 20 miles an hour. So we've reduced that. It's going to be tough to enforce. We have park rangers and PD will assist with that. But essentially, we're trying to get some self-regulation there. So we don't mind. Which is
what we always do. We always want that. We always want self-regulation.
We prefer compliance over enforcement and punishment. But do these e-bikes have speedometers?
Some of them have. Some of them do.
Okay, because I understand there's also a distinction between e-bikes and e-motorcycles, whether or not it has fixed pedals or assistive pedals.
The transportation code outlines all that as well.
All of these classifications have pedals. And so it's whether it's,
I was about to say
Yes.
that's the thing I
Okay.
laugh about because they have pedals, but they're not pedaling.
Because I know, well,
Well, that's how they go.
so I should say this, as the ordinance currently stands, no motorized vehicles are allowed on shared use paths at all.
So the kids that are riding these now are breaking the law.
Breaking the law.
And
That's right.
has that been
Lock 'em
enforced
up.
at all?
As soon as we catch one of them, when we see it.
I mean,
Yeah, it's tough.
Let's
Two
be
park rangers is
let's
tough.
be real. I mean, you know how many golf carts we have around
yeah.
government?
It's a lot. And so there's some other things. So the Texas Transportation Code hasn't quite dug into electric scooters and things like that as much as they have on e-bikes. So that's going to come when that stuff sort of comes down from the state. We will adjust the
What,
ordinance as we go.
And so that was kind of my core question too, was how comfortable you are that we're not going to have to revise our definition of e-bikes in the
I'm not
near term,
comfortable at
right?
all.
So like,
Yeah.
I'm sure you all have.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
if our current ordinance bans all motorized vehicles, why don't we just say any motorized vehicle on there has a 12-mile-an-hour speed limit, whether it's a scooter or it's a cart or it's an e-bike, that's the limitation.
We can review more. So what we've tried to do, since we have not done the pilot programs and things on this, we've relied on the cities that have. And so the cities that have, this is where they land.
You're taking best practices.
We're taking best practices.
But they're not regulating the e-scooters. I mean, they're not
quite yet.
regulating the golf
there's
carts.
that I haven't reviewed as
And we
much.
know we've got, I mean, I've
Yeah.
seen golf carts and scooters on the trails. I know they're out there.
And I think under your recommendation,
And they should
Golf
be,
carts.
right? Our trail system is
Golf
not
carts
just for
and- yeah.
recreation,
I've seen
right? It is a mobility network. And so I also don't want us to take these rules so far that we actually start stifling people's ability to use the trails to get around.
Golf carts were disallowed.
no, and I'm not a fan of golf carts on trails because that
As it
inhibits the
stands-
ability to use the
I
trails.
just want to reiterate, as it
They
stands
can't.
right now, it's all disallowed.
it's all.
Yeah.
And yet,
But I just heard someone recommend that we allow golf carts on the trails.
And scooters, and you know, I mean, scooters are being used all the time, and they're illegal too under our current rule. I mean, I want to, simplified, one size fits all rule so that we don't have you're going 15 miles an hour, but it's allowed on your golf cart, or you're going, you can't go over 10 on your scooter. And meanwhile, somebody's riding their bicycle and they're full bore, they're going 25. Passing all of these electric.
So the speed limit on
Right.
trails will be 12 miles an hour for all modes of transportation.
Including bicycles.
Right. And so
Does that say that?
my recommendation would be that we have language for this. Again, we've looked at it from other cities. We can go back and review those from other communities and then bring that as well. There's no reason we can't make these changes and then look at other forms of transportation as well.
I'm just trying to be realistic about, it's something that we see regularly. I do see the scooters, I see the golf carts. Mayor was just talking to me about something that happened this weekend. With what?
Yeah, I came across someone pulled over in a golf cart. So.
And
red and blue lights behind.
And how many people are taking their golf? Let's be real. How many people are taking their golf carts up to Tumble 22 and everything else now? Like I see that regularly, and so like.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah. oh yeah. On ours, the east side of town.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just trying. I'm trying to think of the pragmatic approach to this right there as well. Because I'm glad you took the best practices. I think that's fair. 12 miles an hour. It gives somebody to think about something with that. I think the scooters, same thing with it as well. I really don't know what to do about the golf. I really don't about the golf cart because it's just been a proliferation.
Well, and there are parts of the trail network where a golf cart is a problem and parts where it's not, because the golf carts are, the trail is wider and narrower and it has more and less traffic.
What were you trying to say, Shane? I'm so sorry. Excuse me.
Oh, well, I did because I emailed questions about this because I see kids on electric skateboards. And I don't know what the definition of scooter is nowadays because there's the scooter where you actually sit on it and it's like a little motorcycle, or there's the scooter that has the bar where the kids 4 years old would do the scooter.
Like line scooter.
But I'm seeing kids go to school on the scooter.
Yeah.
So that was my question of why are we, if we're looking at modes of transportation that kids are using, and more than just kids are using e-bikes, but they're using that to get to school. So skateboards and the scooter, the whatever scooters aren't allowed, but the e-bikes are. I mean, because the scooters are on the college campuses to get around.
No, they're not. I used to take that back in 2016.
Yeah.
When it first came downtown, I took my scooter with my backpack to the courthouse on a regular basis right there because it was just easier to do.
So and that is different as far as width, than golf carts. And I don't know if
it's a single person.
Yeah,
vehicle.
a single person.
Yeah.
So then that's my concern, because then one mode of transportation that is already being used is being allowed, and the other still is against the law.
Well, and the single person seems like a reasonable limit until you think about the mom with the stroller.
No. I was about to say.
No, or the parent with the kid on the back.
Or hey, dude, I'm catching a ride with my friend, and I'm getting on the back of it.
Or you sit on the handlebars.
Of the bicycle. Yeah. So.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then my other question is why? How fast is 12 miles an hour? Because other concerns have been that the e-bikes feel dangerous when they're sharing the space with people, with the pedestrian and so I don't know if that's a normal biking speed because I don't bike that fast probably, but.
Could one of you maybe hit up a 12-mile-an-hour jog for us real quick and demonstrate?
Yeah, can we take her outside on a 12 miles an hour bike?
You're going to do a 12 miles an hour on a bicycle, not too much trouble.
On top
of running 12 miles an hour, you are hauling.
On top of best practices.
It's possible for a human being to run 12 miles an hour.
I mean, that's been run
very
pace.
long, but,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not doubling that. And we're not doing a 5-minute mile. Shane, I'm sorry. You're trying to convey some information.
On top of best practices, we did also go through the mobility master plan where we, as staff, got on the phone with Peach City, Georgia, with Lincoln, California, ironically enough, and another city that allows carts everywhere, polled the public, polled that citizen group as well. And on paper, everyone loves the idea of all the different mobile options.
Modalities.
Right. But in the practical use, what was very interesting, both with city staff and that the Planning and Zoning and the Parks Commission, and then that special citizen group y'all had with that mobility master plan, it was the practice of it all, right? The width of a golf cart on our even very wide at times 10 or 12 foot trails that people were all of a sudden pretty concerned with the amount of space that a family with the stroller might be able to have as a golf cart's rushing down on the other side. And so we understand that kids are doing exactly what I would do as well. I rode a bike to school because there wasn't a motorized skateboard. If there was a motorized skateboard when I was a kid, I would have rode that to school for sure. And so we're trying to paper up where some of this that we know is happening is allowable. And we're trying to make sure that what we heard from the feedback we got from the Mobility Master Plan and some of that is also being put to practice in this sense as well. And so we think if you're papering up something at 12 miles an hour, a single passenger type like an e-bike or a scooter. Right now, there seemed to be an appetite for that for the communities that we polled and for the best practices of the cities we've seen. I don't think even those people that enjoy right now riding illegally in a golf cart on our trail would like to see it legal, because what I'm always trying to tell people in the park system is you appreciate this park system because of all the people I've already told no to. So there would be hundreds of more golf carts on the trail if it was legal. The fact that it's illegal,
how many people do you
and
know?
These people are potentially.
How many people do you think know it's illegal?
Everyone we talk to.
They know.
I know. I'm telling you. I am telling you.
Well, all the golf carts I've seen lately are up to the standard where they are legal on a road up to 35 miles an hour.
Right? And that was a conversation with that citizen group was, is there a different road? And I think they even presented that to y'all through the mobility master plan process, like that flex lane of some sort, that it wasn't necessarily
put the golf carts in a bicycle lane?
Something like that.
I'm sure the bicyclists would.
Yeah, they would love that, right?
Well, I mean, that's what you're talking about doing.
With
On a trail, they're in the bike lane.
In some capacity.
They're on the bike trail
as well.
No, and of course my concern, I mean, 12 miles an hour going one direction, facing someone going 12 miles an hour the other direction can be a little dangerous.
I'm talking out of my head here at this point, but I think we looked it up one time just as a mode of reference. I think Lance Armstrong was between 25 and 30 miles an hour in his time trial, like going downhill.
With or without HGH?
Well, I think it was with, but it was without a motor. And so that would be like 20 something, 25 something. So what's 12? It's half of that potentially, right? So it's Lance Armstrong at a full sprint downhill. Half of that would potentially be around 12 miles an hour.
I mean, it seems pretty fast, but I also understand you've done your due diligence on it too. I mean, I like what you said, David, about, I guess every modality outside of a golf cart. I guess we'll have this conversation at some point. I'm sure all the
single person or tandem passenger, however you define that.
I think
but
we'll have a golf cart conversation in the future. I don't think anyone in the city is ready for it.
Because my concern, and I think Shane, it gets more into the definition of e-bike, because we are talking about anything with pedals. I have received a number of complaints, substantial complaints about kids on, I'm going to call them e-motorcycles, popping wheelies, going down the trails.
That's the east side. It's always.
Apparently, I want to make sure we're not legitimizing behavior that we are trying to prohibit.
We're not legitimizing it. It's not unique to Pflugerville. Every Parks and Rec director.
Oh no,
we know.
Right,
we know.
Believe me, I got the infographics from 12 different police departments around here describing
how cheap it is now for anyone to be able to ride a version of that.
It really does. If you have a kid taking to school,
and kids,
What about
16-year-old kids aren't driving nowadays. Kids are waiting longer to drive. Sometimes they're 16, 17, 18 years old before they're getting their driver's license. And so this is that in between of a bike.
And to be fair, for our purposes, from a traffic standpoint, hey, we're taking them off our roadways and we're putting them on the trails. So I mean, if you're saying 10, I mean, I kind of like Doug's saying, like if you're not looking. Like, zipping, especially someone like me, put your headphones on, you're jogging and everything else there. That does seem like very quickly. But I mean, again, you're the ones who do this for a living. I don't know.
Well, and I have to imagine as well, right, that you're probably being pulled over if somebody's messing with you because you're being reckless, not necessarily because you're at 13 or 14 miles an hour instead of 12.
Unless they got their gun.
I mean, I guess you could have somebody sitting out there.
Well, yeah, there's a big challenge in enforcement.
Yeah. And you know how I feel about if we can't really enforce something, why do we have it?
Yeah, we shouldn't make a law we can't enforce.
Retiree.
If you're running a 4-minute mile, which is
disposal
about as fast as humans ever get,
Gotta
right?
see it happen, right?
That's 15 miles an hour, and you are wiped out after a mile. And look, most of us probably never got under a 7-minute mile. Rudy maybe got 6.5.
I was like, we all did. Keep going.
But,
he's speaking for us.
But 12 miles an hour is, that is about the maximum normal human speed. So if you've got it at that level, I think that is a speed that human brains can operate at. So I think 12 miles an hour is a reasonable speed. And I think we stay with the flat out ban on the golf carts, because I think the mayor makes a good point about it, the width of it. I don't think he was the only one.
I'm gonna have to go recheck my Father's Day gift, but keep going.
But yeah, I think we go with Rudy's idea. Any motorized vehicle has to have a 12-mile speed limit. Now, let's ask: do we want to limit it only to electric vehicles, or do we want to allow internal combustion engines on the trails?
When you're saying any vehicle, are you going back to your original statement of single-person occupancy, or are you saying golf carts could be on there?
No golf carts.
Okay.
And I'm not defining vehicle besides that, because you've got. I was thinking we'd do it by the number of wheels, but a skateboard's got 4 wheels, right?
So why don't we ask them to come back with a more holistic strategy? It doesn't mean we can't talk about this tonight, because I think you all have some.
Well, we need to provide feedback for what we are really looking for.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think we can like, that's a much longer conversation, I think.
But other than that,
Wait,
that's all.
okay, I'm curious. You said it's a much longer conversation.
I mean, I'm just
Tell me
listening
more.
to everybody has a different take that I'm hearing, right?
But I think
So-
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and I guess this is why people vote. We consolidated around their SMEs. They looked it up. 12 miles per hour. That is the industry standard with that. Make it flat for, everything. And we do not allow golf carts because we like to ruin people's birthdays and Father's Day gifts. And then after that, we have a discussion about, like, I was curious when I saw practicing golf. I'm like, what are you seeing?
People practicing golf.
Yeah.
Like they're just setting up and they're just teeing off on the trails?
Yeah. Pfluger Park, for example, that section where you would see our food vendors a lot of times, that's a haven for weekly practice range at Wilbarger on the Great Lawn. And
On the absolutely.
Well,
I've seen
not only
people
is it
set up.
dangerous-
Seems like a reasonable.
not only is it dangerous in some ways, that's near other humans, and these people aren't the masters type.
That's what I was about to say. Are they taking half swings or what's going on?
But it's
You've listed.
You're
also-
saying they're shanking the ball and hitting
it's also tearing up the grounds, right? So
You've listed throwing sports here, and on that
Yeah.
Wilbarger Great Lawn, what I've seen is people with their own portable disc golf.
I was about to ask about that.
Is that a throwing sport? Is that
That's interesting.
What about
Is that restricted?
throwing
We
the
have
baseball
one
or the
disc golf
football
course.
around?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
What
not
about throwing a baseball or a football around? That's a throwing sport.
yeah? So no football, or I mean they play
We don't
ultimate
wanna-
frisbee
we
out
can't
there.
ban
Yeah, we need to
football.
revise that
Actually-
designation.
What is the actual wording?
I think this is important too. We are, here I have park rangers and park attendants to the enforcement section so that they can educate while PD enforces. PD also is going to educate here. I think that we're going to use.
Are they going to be on
discretion.
e-bikes?
It's not going to be, they may be on, we have e-bikes.
Got to catch them.
So that's right.
Not over 12 miles an hour, though.
And so while something might fit into, something that's disallowed, we're certainly going to educate or use discretion if it's, someone.
So you've got on
Something
here
with
failure
the
to dispose of pet waste. Isn't that already a law?
So when you go to different cities have, for good reason, had to sort of dig down into some of these issues, right? So you have like litter, you can't litter, but there's reasons that you have this now. We've had to add, just to be very clear in our rules and regulations, party materials. So piñatas and balloons and things like that just get left.
The confetti
in parks.
eggs.
Confetti eggs.
You can use the pinata, but you have to take it with
And
you
so-
when it's over.
That's right. And so, of course, it fits into the letter of the law, but when you're reading a park regulation sign, you think, well, that's not littering, and
Well,
it's
but-
party material, so we want to make sure that people
I think
are
pet
aware.
waste is covered under our animal control ordinance.
You know,
And one of the things that I recommend, because as I understand it, the officer has to witness the act in order to enforce it. There are other ways to make these things enforceable, such as if you are walking a dog, you must have a visible waste bag. So that, because you lose the excuse of I didn't have a bag to pick it up with, right?
And I think generally,
But then that gives you something that is enforceable consistently, not something they have to witness the dog.
I think the general idea here is we're trying to put in rules and regulations for education.
So
we don't want to go
So
enforce.
it's not as much about the enforcement as it is a reminder. Because I mean, to his point, what drives me crazy about that is that we made a point to with the bags and everything else around there, and you do find that's dog crap literally on things, and that's another cost that our citizens are going to have to bear because we have to put people out there to clean out those, and maybe that's part of the education is saying, hey, listen, you doing this and not cleaning up after your dog is going to cost us as a city more money in the end because we have to clean up these trails with all this that.
So at this point, I don't think we necessarily are going to have consensus tonight on this. Can you take us to the lake rules? Or are you looking for direction first?
Consensus to me counts to 4. So
Kids throwing baseballs around and footballs.
Yeah, we don't want anyone.
Frisbees.
We don't want to.
We have throwing sports that include baseball.
In designated areas. What we don't want is
You
even
can't play
someone
catch
playing
on
or
it
throwing
in the
baseball in a
parks now?
section that's so small that it's unsafe. That's all.
If you're throwing them back and forth, you can be doing that in a 10-foot space. If you're playing catch.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know how you.
If someone was playing catch in the best little plaza. And we felt like it was unsafe because other people are trying to walk around them and they can't. We want to be able to say, listen, this isn't an area that you
That's not going to turn out.
do a throwing sport in.
Yeah, I have.
So what I've heard,
I hear a lot of concerns with these.
what I've heard is that, but I want it clear so that they don't go back and we all try to. It's not 4-3. It's 2-2-1-9. I can't add it.
2219?
So
Wow.
we do believe 12 miles per hour is the correct. If you're giving me another number, let me know. But we're going to stay with that. We're going to define
Are we putting up speed limit signs?
Yeah.
All right, then I would recommend 11 and a half. It tends to get more attention. I've driven in areas where the speed limit was 8 and 7/8. And you remember that.
It does make you do.
9 3/4.
It does.
There you go.
It does make you do. It does make you do a double take.
Something that's recognizable and creates attention.
I apologize.
There you go.
You open Pandora's box.
So you're right. We'll define, I think, better about
speed
what
limit.
throwing sports are, according to David describing how he throws less than 10 feet at full speed. And I think that's really the two that we heard. I don't think we have total non-consensus. I think there's a little bit of cleanup.
Yeah, I think we're 80% there.
I don't know how we landed on. Is it e-bike only, or are we going to allow e-skateboards?
No. You do. It's the whole thing.
So what I heard was
Any movement
so what I heard was
projecting
bikes
forward.
Yeah. Outside
intended
the
for an individual operator or potentially a tandem passenger.
Yeah.
But we didn't.
Now
We didn't answer.
I am on the electric only. I'm of the opinion electric only. I don't think internal combustion belongs on our trails.
No, I think
From a noise and a pollution.
I think we do electric only.
You're allowing
The dirt bikes that people are worried about, yeah.
And so
That would eliminate a lot of that.
people are going to go out there with dirt bikes and we don't want to.
Well, and
So
dirt
we're
bikes
good.
would be outlawed under
They're under
transportation code, but that's a whole separate issue.
Yeah, but you're going to get that person thinking,
Oh, I can do it
Yeah.
now.
out there.
Yeah, it's allowed
So
now.
Might as
was
well
it
just
So
get it.
single
electric
person
vehicles
used
only.
electric?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Electric, single occupier,
Yes.
or tandem passenger.
Yeah, I'd say tandem passenger.
Tandem.
Because again, people get on the
Single
back
or
of bikes
That-
and ride
that's
bikes.
the kid on the back of the
Yeah.
bike
Yeah.
or the
That happens.
stroller.
It's not
Yeah.
comfortable, but
So I think those are pretty easy. We like to keep in pet waste. I
better
think
than
more
walking.
places, it's a common problem. So we understand it's very difficult to enforce, but we like to have it in multiple codes. I'm fine with it if it's in this code and this code. We like to share this. It's a lot about education is also why we have these rules, not necessarily. I'm not going to ask our police department to start patrolling 24/7 of these trails. So it's nice to have solid rules.
I don't know if you want to say that out loud, but I would say that. I mean, you also don't want to hinder the folks who are, again, I love the different modalities. I would totally be riding these bikes. I mean, I ride my own. I honestly wish I had an electric bike as opposed to the bike I have right now.
Actually,
with this
could we also
It's
look
great.
into, I mean, I know you're saying we're not allowing
golf carts?
golf carts, but there are people with disabilities who can only get out to the parks unless they have a golf cart.
Well,
People
or
can't
they've
walk,
got a
wheelchairs,
scooter.
not all wheelchairs are electric. So some of the people who I've talked to that have been pulled over and said you can't be on parkland on a electrical golf cart have said, hey, I have disabilities, I can't walk. So I don't know how we can address that as well.
So that's where
actually we
I'm-
could make a specific exception for that.
Yeah.
If you have a disability card,
But we need to put that in there, so.
then
yeah.
you're allowed to.
When we get a
I mean, to play devil's advocate though, the more rules like we have in there, the bigger the sign's got to be, the more confusing it's going to be to educate. You know what I mean?
We'll just make it. We'll make it a QR
Who's going
code.
to say?
Don't worry.
That way we can
I just want to be mindful of that. Like, I think
Yeah.
they're asking for very specific reasons for these things.
Yeah.
And we can still have the broader conversation, but I think they are looking for that.
so
We haven't even gotten started yet. Here's the lake.
but questions about safety because it said or a unsafe in a manner that is unsafe for conditions of other park users.
Your first bullet point,
People were concerned. I've heard concerns about people not being safe on the e-bikes and that endangering people walking. So if we move forward with this, then I would just recommend maybe some videos or like what's safe and what not, to the teenagers and to the parents of the teenagers or whoever is the highest users of this. And then what are the rules about helmets?
We
I don't
don't.
think helmets are.
So there's no rule, there's no law in Texas about wearing helmets?
Bicycles don't.
No, but
Okay, I don't know.
technically speaking, when you get one of the scooters, like Lime Scooter or the other scooters, when you sign a contract, it explicitly states that. Now,
That
ask me
you
how many
have to
people.
wear a helmet?
Yeah, but it never happens. Yeah, never happens.
Okay, because
I'm not gonna say never, rarely.
So I don't know,
Yeah.
just,
No, we don't need to get to that.
Yeah, on rentals, it's always they're in there for liability reasons.
How many ramps did we make when we were kids riding our bikes without helmets on? Good Lord.
Y'all want to talk about the lake?
Sure.
Yes, I'd love to hear about the lake and our only free public walk-up beach.
Oh my
across the
gosh.
region.
You hear this? This conversation's already been sandbagged by this side of the room over here. Okay.
So, building off the discussion we had at our Lunch and Learn, I guess 8 or 10 months ago now. Some of the things about Lake Pflugerville, it's one of the only public walk-up beaches. We just pulled last year's 2025 numbers versus Possum Kingdom. Placer data gave us that. We actually have more attendance.
You want to describe Possum Kingdom since you're using that as a base marker counselor?
It's a big lake in DFW.
Yes, it is.
Filled with possums?
Yeah.
not filled with possums.
It's staffed by Texas Parks and Wildlife and has a sheriff crew and everything else out there.
But we don't have a swing rope into the lake.
No, we don't. But we actually have more attendance annually than even Possum Kingdom Lake. So you have a lake that has as much attendance as a state park with literally no staff assigned to it. And so we're trying to make this as safe as possible. Y'all saw Terry and her team presented the community survey, 2021 to 2023 to 2025, and we've seen parks scores and how our residents rate our parks has improved in everything except for lake safety.
Yep.
So we went from 73 to 75 to 80% on our overall park system as far as maintenance and usage and everything else about the park system. And I still think we're in the 40 to 50 range with how residents feel safe at Lake Pflugerville. And so the conversation at the time that we had at the Lunch and Learn was, this is an incredible jewel. We're actually going to put more money into investing in it and expanding the beach, but in some ways there's some things about it that feels untenable for a lot of people. A lot of residents don't feel like they can go out there. They don't feel comfortable out there. There are residents that feel that maybe it's one of these destinations that non-residents are going out to because the residents aren't going out there because they don't feel safe. And so what we're bringing tonight is based off the conversations we had, and our request is that it's heard in the first reading and would be ready by Memorial Day. We'll bring it back for a second reading. But
well, you guys have been waiting all year for this one.
Well, before the lake levels got up, I didn't know when I'd have this time.
You had this in your back pocket.
So it got up almost quick.
All right. Let's go.
We've talked about the lake. The annual usage visits, you can see it's gone up. 4th of July is one of our more popular days, so is Memorial Day. Which is why we're interested in having
And we may or may not have a city manager who explicitly takes pictures and says this is the reason why we need regulations, some of the council members.
That's right.
I'm a junior code enforcement officer.
If y'all could keep her busier on holidays and her not coming to my parks, that'd be great. And we had, just within the last year, and this is anecdotal, I think you'd have to, I don't know if I gave the PD enough time to actually be able to articulate it, but just last year we had a staff member had a gun pulled on him at the lake after a gentleman had finished his 17th or 18th beer of the day and was asked to leave, and we had another one assaulted out there. And so anecdotally we're seeing what we're seeing in the surveys from the citizens as well.
And those are atypical, but nonetheless, those are true stories.
Absolutely. Yeah. So from the Lunch and Learn, the notes we took, what we heard was it would be a 6 to 9 operation. Trails and fishing would be allowed.
Are you here yet? Okay.
Operating, you would not be allowed to operate watercraft by gas engine. Now, what that looked like is people, when you prohibit that, it looks like we're not allowing electrical. We are allowing the electrical trolling motor. Okay. We're not allowing you to operate if your watercraft has a gas engine at all. The use of the grills was an issue as well, so we would pull grills back and put our grills out in designated areas and encourage people to grill at those locations.
Now we get to talk about what we did because we were seeing issues.
Yep.
Did we not do that last summer?
We didn't do any.
We still let them use the grills?
On the grills, yes.
Where did we let them use the grills?
Oh.
Was
the
it?
beach,
I could have
everywhere.
sworn. I could have sworn we said something about we were
We had
concerned.
a conversation. We never
You
got.
may have, I didn't get consensus on that.
Nothing's
Well, because
changed.
we had someone grilling over the coal disposal unit,
Yeah, it wasn't there.
and I thought we worked to put a stop to that.
Me too.
Happy to do it now.
Okay.
Effective tonight would be wonderful.
They were grilling over the coal disposal.
You don't remember that?
Yes.
That was the like I remember having that conversation. I was like, okay, if they're doing that, okay.
The coal dump area where you actually dump your coals, people had set up one of these walks and were grilling on top of it.
I mean, it's really not it's really a smart idea.
Recycling.
No one else could dump their coals, but that person had a grilling station.
Yeah, a good place to
The
dump
consumption
those
of alcohol, amplified sound without a permit, and then tents following the fire code, which would.
And let's be clear about the consumption and possession of alcohol. We weren't going to start checking people's coolers, but we did. What did we do?
We did check coolers last year.
Okay, so police officers may not do that, but park rangers can. So I'm not saying whether I don't let out all the secrets of how we're going to know.
I don't know. You just told them that the police aren't going to be on the
well,
trails.
they can't. Oh, no, well, that's true. We're going to patrol your house instead.
Well, they have to have probable cause.
Right.
But if you've got a beer in your
and that's what we were, because remember we were talking about that.
cause.
We were saying quite literally, we're like, listen, okay, we're not going to do that, but it got into an outrageous level with some things.
You think about it. All state parks in the state of Texas don't allow consumption or possession of alcohol.
Yeah.
I think we could manage it.
But you just put them in a flask.
Honestly, I don't like it.
What?
I mean, we're not a state park, we're a city park, and we're asking our residents to go out there and have a good time, and we're saying, no, you can't have a good time.
Well, you can have a good time. You just have to be sober-ish.
I mean, I don't know. I just.
You can be drunk before you get
the
there.
necessity of it, but at the same time,
I know. What are you going to do with your red cup?
Okay.
Red silo cup.
So let's talk about
well, you just said
amplified
they would
sound.
check it.
No, I'm saying officers.
So
They,
But
Park
your
rangers can.
they can. I'm not saying whether they will or
I
not.
can play this,
They could.
and it's amplified. It's not very amplified.
No, it's not.
I could get a little bitty speaker. That can get loud.
Sure.
And get a speaker like that starts to get obnoxious.
Could we have one conversation, please?
Where are we setting this line? Are we
Hey, y'all.
saying you can't play this anywhere except in your earbuds, or are we saying you got to keep it below 20 decibels, or
We could set a
Just
decimal meter,
absolutely
and
zero.
PD or rangers or
No.
city staff with some capacity could be walking out
No, we-
and constantly looking at the decimal reader and how far you are from my family. I think it would take the same tack that we're hoping to take with alcoholic consumption, right? Which is
we set
when
it
you
at
see
zero.
DJs out there with a full turntable and they're enjoying themselves, and the family that brought them are enjoying
that's
themselves,
kinda
but the other
cool.
10 or 12 families are absolutely miserable. This would provide us the opportunity to say that's amplified sound. We're not allowed to have that.
Okay, so as a practical matter, you can have your iPhone and maybe a little bitty speaker, but
A pill.
you're not, a pill, but you're not one of these, and certainly not one of these.
I don't know if it projects that we're not the fun police, but we actually like people enjoying our parks and having quite the time out there. That we just want it to be done in a way that everyone else can enjoy it as well as these other families.
Does anyone have problems with the 6 to 9?
For the
It doesn't impact the trail or fishing.
That seems
Okay,
realistic.
so I'm gonna ask about the fishing, because the actual
Yes.
ordinance,
Yes.
Okay.
Mike is going to have to be intimately involved in the motion if y'all decide to do so, because there are two things that are on this that were left off. So as we were going through and making comments and edits, it got a little confusing. Fishing is still allowed 24/7.
Okay, good.
So
good.
To clear that up. The other is the way that you have it written, it makes it look like electric motors are also not allowed. They are allowed.
They are allowed.
Okay, so let me ask you something.
Those two changes, if the motion is
so
made.
you're gonna add back, because before it said motorized boats of any kind are prohibited unless The boat is a fishing boat with a primary source of power being electric or an electric-powered model boat.
We're not going to add that wording back because that's when people were pulling their gas motors up and putting the electric trailer motors in. We're going to write it in such a way that
we don't want a
only
gas
electric
motor on the lake, whether it's in use or
I
not.
can tell you what the
Okay.
language says. And
We don't want to risk oil leaks on our water
Yes.
reservoir.
Okay.
So it should read.
Because it's the primary source of power was the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should read, no person shall operate a watercraft which uses or equipped with or includes an internal combustion engine on the lake, non-motorized watercraft propelled solely by human or wind power. Actually, it should read engine on the lake, unless non-motorized watercraft propelled solely by human power are permitted, and watercraft equipped exclusively with an electric motor are permitted.
Okay.
Okay.
Exclusive.
And that's where you've got a draft right there that says that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Okay, because that
if
was
we
a big-
move to approve tonight, we'll be approving the draft that you've got written,
Right, with that.
not the draft that we've got prepared.
That's why we have Mike
Is it
here.
possible to do 6 to 10 during the summertime? I'm just thinking about
The 10 o'clock was the problem.
because I think about kids. I mean, again,
That was the
that's
problem.
but that's part of the
That was the issue was the 9 to 10 was, I don't know what the issue is with 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. So maybe
Those are
expand on that,
runners.
but
Runners at
9 to
5
10
a.m.
was because of.
But runners are on the trail 24/7.
Yeah.
We're talking about the beach and the pavilion.
Okay, so the beach, the parking lot, I guess maybe further defined and clarify what the hours relate to.
So 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. was actually the direction we got from the lunch and learn.
Yeah, and I forgot
So-
what we did several months ago.
So
It was
if
several
you're,
months
but you can use the parking lot 24/7 if you're in the park for the purpose
If
of
you park to go walk
running
the
or
trail,
fishing.
park to go fish,
Okay.
absolutely, yep.
So this is
So the
just
parking lot
beach,
will be closed.
Well, they have to
Beach and
pavilion,
Yeah, they have to be.
but you could use the restroom, the playground.
The boat ramp is open, if I'm not mistaken.
Is the parking lot closed? How are you going to?
The sun goes down at
If you're a
9:30.
Yeah, we're
runner,
gonna have
how are you going to
24/7.
run?
It's currently closed when the park is closed.
during the
Well,
summertime.
you go
Sorry.
to the
So-
south side and you park if you're a runner.
Y'all told us 6 to 1.
Well, I guess there's two parking
Either
lots.
way, that's
right?
I
gonna
just
impact
forgot why we
operations.
did that.
So-
I just
I'm
remind
gonna
me.
trust that we had a good reason. If we provided that direction previously.
I think it
Yeah,
was,
we
but I
did.
just don't remember.
Well, it was, so what it was taking to get by curfew, which was 10, if we were going out there at 10
Yes.
telling people to shut down, then they had all their stuff that they were carrying with them. It was taking a long time to get people out of the park. So the idea was to shut it down at 9, so they had
And
that
then
time to get
they're
out
all
before the
gone by
park.
And the
Okay.
gate locks at 10.
That was the discussion we had at the lunch and learn.
Right.
Yes,
All right.
but what was the 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. reason?
I don't know if I remember why the 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. If you wanted to do 5 to 9, I can't imagine that. The concern was with people trying to get out on time after they've been asked to shut down and leave, because they were partying
gotta be
until
there to
10,
unlock
swimming
the
till 10, doing everything till 10. It's taking them 2 hours to get out, and staff are just waiting.
Some people are up and working out at 5 a.m., so that'd be very appreciated. We can do that.
Those people
The
are allowed to run on the trail.
The trail is 24/7.
What if they
We
want
can
to go ahead
automate the
and
gate
go?
whatever time.
Yeah, well, there were people that said maybe they do like an early morning swim. I mean,
Sure.
not me, I'm not getting up that early, but I don't know.
Doug, were you talking about swimming
Not open
at
But
5
I'm just
a.m.?
saying, community members.
We'll have a recreation center that will swim out here pretty soon, so.
That's
Can we
true.
open that
Jay,
file?
how many barbecue pits do we have out there?
We have 2, I believe, out there right now, but
That's it?
We can
But
add,
after
we
this,
can
we would
we can
install
add
more.
we
Yeah.
can add some.
How many would
many?
you plan to install?
I think the conversation was 4 to 6.
We talked about
around the lake. Yeah.
How many
I mean, around the
people
beach?
are
Yeah.
normally
Oh, around the
grilling
Sorry, around the
in
beach.
in a day?
Oh, we sometimes get 10 or 12.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna create
Okay.
some conflict
So-
with so few grills.
I think there should be more girls.
What about,
I do.
Well,
Okay.
we're gonna need to roll them out until we hit saturation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
I think so.
all right.
Should we put use of charcoal grills? Because some people have those little portable gas grills that they.
Well, we're going to be
Or propane.
we're doing the grills.
Yeah, no, I don't think we want any of the grills
Yeah,
allowed.
we're gonna be the ones doing
Oh, I
that.
know, but that's gonna take time to put the grills out there.
How long would that turn around on that?
I mean, we can order those. Yeah, I think we have a couple in storage. We could order what we needed to stand it up. Yep.
By Memorial Day?
I'm like, you have two from
No.
HOA that you can.
Probably not. We
By
could go
July
from 2 to
4th,
4.
yes,
Yeah, we
but-
could go from,
So do we want to roll this out and say, grills are allowed for Memorial Day, but by July 4th, you're not going to be allowed to bring your own grill, and this is it.
We can totally do that. Sending you those text messages,
It's a
not me.
rolling rule.
yeah, we can do that.
The grill portion of the rule becomes effective the day after Memorial Day.
We can just leave the ones that they leave behind for the next people to use the following week. It's like a Facebook market. Take a grill, leave a grill. Which is what it's
grill,
become.
leave a grill.
So Shane, to wrap this up, what I'm hearing is that, and council will correct me when I'm wrong, is that we're generally prepared to approve Article 3 with the noted changes on fishing and electric powered boats.
Oh, okay.
But, and an effective date on the grill restriction sometime after Memorial Day.
Roll out. Yeah.
And I'd like 5 to 9 instead of.
Mr. Mayor, will you accept a motion to just approve what you just said?
I would.
Well, if he's just.
I so move.
All right, do it. Bless you.
Well,
Was it 5 to 9 or
Rudy
6 to
had
9?
Oh, did Rudy move?
No,
Did
he
he free move me?
5 to 9.
He said he
I'm
wanted
fine.
5 a.m. to
5 a.m.?
I'm fine with the 6 a.m.
Dates or not?
I don't think
I
open
don't-
water's
I don't
been
have
before.
work. Either way.
We have gates.
Correct. I'm just, from an operational standpoint, does that mean now that we have someone there going and opening them at 5
No,
a.m.
but
rather than
it
6?
would automatically
They're
open.
powered.
You're saying it will. What does it do today?
It automatically opens at 6.
Okay.
You meant 5.
5. Or 5, sorry, yeah.
We'll
It opens when the park opens.
we'll validate operation.
Yep. That's set to a timer, so we can set
All right.
that
Go
up.
out there and swim, Rudy?
Yeah, that's all. It's nice.
Huh?
It's nice. It's quiet. Yeah.
How often?
A couple times a year. That's why I was saying summertime. Like I'm thinking, I'm thinking literally what's going on in the summertime.
I have a motion.
Yeah, I think what we have is a friendly amendment from Councilman Matera asking to move from 6 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Sure.
I don't have heartburn about it either way.
Sure. Nobody's.
You got 4.
Nobody's
Well,
on the
Ken,
beach at 5 a.m.
then you got 4.
Okay, so will you
I
accept the
heard
friendly
it.
I'll
amendment?
accept the friendly
All
amendment.
right, are you gonna second that motion? All right, I've got a second from Rudy.
Wait,
Mike?
And I think, I'll speak for staff, they want this to be effective on first reading, and so you'll need to
need to
include
say
that
that.
in your motion too. Yes, sir.
Effective on first reading, except for the grill part.
Except for the grill. Yep.
So,
The ordinance is effective with a delay on the,
and we're only talking about Chapter 95, Article 3,
That's right.
not the prior.
not the general park regulations, only the protection of Lake Pflugerville.
Right
All
now,
right.
that's
Can we repeat the motion?
Probably not.
I don't know.
So it was to approve Article 3 with the amendments from the draft of the electric powered boats, the fishing being allowed 24/7, the amendment of the hours of operation from to 5 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Right.
And effective immediately.
Except-
And the
except for the
delay
grill
of
part, which
implementation of the grill enforcement until.
With all deliberate speed.
Until the day after Memorial Day.
Do we really need the grill
I think
for a couple weeks from now? I mean,
We
just-
can bring the grills back with
Is it
chapter
going to make
1.
a difference whether?
I mean, Article 1 with the other stuff.
That was
Shall we remove the grill provision?
the grill was an issue.
We will remove the grill
I know.
provision. David, is that your
There's not enough
motion?
time.
That's my motion.
This year.
Right. Rudy, is that your second?
Okay, give me just 1 second, everybody.
Herding cats.
Okay, so I'm just gonna throw it out there because people have said it when they go fishing.
Who are these people?
Well, my husband
People
too.
say.
Other people have said it, that they enjoy having an adult beverage when they're fishing.
So I want to be clear.
You like to
That
fish when
is
you're drinking?
this is related to Lake Pflugerville Park and the pavilion. Are they fishing from the beach?
No.
There you go.
Okay, well, that wasn't clear to me.
That's the entire park.
Article.
Wait.
Wait.
Okay.
I know. That's
So-
what. No.
okay.
That's what Jeff. Jeff, say that
I
out
thought
loud.
the way it was
It's
written,
all
it
of Lake
was
Pflugerville Park is the entire
all of Lake
perimeter.
Pflugerville Park. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're on your fishing boat in the middle of the lake with your trolling
Then you should be very
motor.
discreet with your beer on the fishing boat.
Yeah, that
Is that
or
the official?
Don't show it to a park
We
ranger.
can't, Kim, to your point, we can't enforce common sense. That's what sucks.
Yeah,
You can't.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, you can.
that's a thing,
satisfied with
that's a
the-
thing that people do,
That's
when they're
absolutely a thing to do, that people do.
and usually they're not getting in fights with other people when they're doing that, but I'm just saying that that's a comment from the community.
Well,
From
It's
Reddit.
probably better to have a real.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the,
Figure it out.
And then we have this, we're
That
talking
will
in
be
discussion.
illegal.
all right.
Discernment and enforcement.
Discernment of an officer
So
and that person.
let's make sure discernment and enforcement, as the four people who are watching right now, looking at us with disdain.
The problem with passing laws is that somebody somewhere will enforce it to the letter. So we should not pass laws.
Thank you for that.
To deal with that fault.
So that brings us to item 6B, which is to discuss and consider action regarding a resolution establishing the goals and objectives for Project Nexus, directing coordination with Pflugerville Community Development Corporation, engagement with stakeholders, and providing for related matters.
So
Mr. Yu.
So Doug, I still had a question on the other item. We can't move forward with the rest of the park regulations with the exception of the e-bike or the other ones that we were.
I don't think we were prepared to.
I think we're just gonna.
We're not ready for that yet.
Okay,
We're ready for
I mean,
that.
we couldn't just come back, okay.
Mr. Yu.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Weiss, council members, Madam City Mayor, or City Manager.
City Mayor.
City Mayor.
Same thing. I like it.
Thank you for your grace. I'm here to make a presentation or bring to your attention the resolution that was requested by Mayor Weiss last City Council meeting. It was drafted and I believe it was delivered to you, and I presume you had seen it. And I think if you have any questions.
Do you have a slides show?
I don't have any slides to show.
So if you don't, Mayor, I'm okay with this draft. I do appreciate PCDC staff working, trying to make sure they have an agreement, working with the city. I do have a couple edits on section 5. On 5.1, coordination with PCDC. Instead of city staff, I have PCDC will. And instead of is directed to, coordinate with city staff to advance the vision and development strategy, etc. And the following sentence.
Wait, where?
Go ahead.
Was this approved by the PCDC board?
It was
resolution.
It was drafted in conjunction with JLL. And
What?
JLL,
The owner's rep on Project Nexus.
Owner representative.
Okay, but I don't remember seeing this.
You haven't.
So this is not something that the PCDC board has
It
considered.
did not go before PCDC board. This resolution. Why?
It was drafted in conjunction with
We
the
did not
board.
discuss it in the PCDC board, on the PCDC board.
That's-
We did not discuss it.
Yes, I think that's correct. I think that this was developed by PCDC staff in response to the request from
And my
the mayor
question
at
is,
the
why
last
didn't it go
meeting.
before the board before coming to city council?
That's a legitimate question.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, pull it and wait for it to be approved by the PCDC board,
I'd like
I don't
that.
have a
With,
problem with that.
I'd like Councilman Matera to add his.
Yeah, let me
What
put.
did you say, section what?
Let me put my amendments on the record, so then I can have that. Okay. Section 5.1.
Oh, 5.1, okay.
And so in the second sentence, I would take out additionally both city staff and the PCDC staff. I would just leave it as PCDC shall provide regular updates consistent with the approved communication plan. And 5.2 would have success criteria and metrics. I would strike out city staff in collaboration with PCDC. I would just have PCDC and consultants shall prepare to draft. And risk management, instead of having city staff and the PCDC, I would just have PCDC shall identify funding options. And then I would have make sure to make it explicitly clear with adding a 5.4, which says city staff is available to assist upon request. Because I get where you're coming from.
You're just trying to make sure that
Yeah.
you got coordination and cooperation between the parties.
Rudy,
And I appreciate it.
That makes good sense.
have you seen this item? Have you seen this?
This is what we were talking about. I think Caesar's exactly right. They did make it. They were making a good faith effort with JLO to make sure they have something to us. We haven't approved it yet, but I want to make sure that.
But isn't the process that this would be approved with PCDC and you all would have this discussion prior to it coming to city council? Because now my two PCDC representatives are saying two different things, kind of like right here.
No, we're saying
No.
They're
same thing.
But
Yeah,
you,
they're not
you haven't
exactly the
seen
same.
it.
Yeah,
They're
we're saying
very, very closely congruent.
Yeah.
No, and I think the intention here, following our joint meeting and presentation from JLL, I guess 4 or 5 weeks ago, was that we wanted to ensure that we adopted the goals and objectives and ensured that our input was reflected in what they were doing. So I would ask Section 3 goals, Section 4 objectives, if our council members have any amendments to those, but I want to make sure that we are approving what JLL presented and agreeing with the process, the scope, and the goals.
Yeah, because I mean that's the part that we have entrusted PCDC with this project. At the same time, we wanted to make sure what our thoughts and ideas were actually emblematic and reflective in black and white, for a better lack of term.
Have we ever had the need to have such a resolution like this?
I think we would typically on a project like that approve the goals. Right?
Yeah.
Section 5 seems a bit new to me, but just want to further refining the.
I mean, I think one
process.
Isn't this similar
One of my-
to what we did with the
He can't hear you.
the development of the land that eventually became the courtyard and the community impact and all of that?
I would imagine
Wasn't there a
so.
similar-
Yeah.
Well,
Seems like there was a similar.
We managed that ourselves, but we did establish goals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think, to what Mayor Pro Tem Holliday was bringing up as well, I struggle with this resolution overall because I don't see it actually moving the ball forward. I mean, these goals should apply to 100% of all PCDC projects ever. So I don't know that there's anything in here that screams to me, these are specific goals and objectives for this particular project. I mean, would we ever do a PCDC project that doesn't foster an authentic Pflugerville identity by prioritizing local and regional businesses over chains? I mean, I think that's, all of these rules are based.
Well,
So anyway, that's where I don't know that this is.
We have Amazon.
Yeah, we have Amazon, Stonehill. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if
Do
you're
these
thinking
match
about a
what-
goal,
yeah.
right, that is not a goal that is unique to this particular project necessarily, right?
But
it's so this is. I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. David alluded to 130 Commerce Center, and that's a project that the city, the PCDC, acted as the developer in those scenarios. So most of the projects that PCDC does, you're absolutely right. There's project by project basis, working with someone who's going to do something.
Right.
In this case, we are the ones.
We're the entity
in control. We're the entity that's doing the building, the design, the intention. So we
Yeah,
get
I
to
guess-
say these are the rules that we expect. If a developer came and we said this is what we expect you to do, they'd take it or leave it. But they'd have that option.
Maybe I'll put it a slightly different way then. I totally get what you're saying. I think that it is, I'm trying to think of how to say this.
These would be useful ground rules to adopt as a general.
Yeah, I guess I feel like the conversation we were having about why we wanted this was so that we could more closely ensure that we are aligned with the PCDC board, with JLL and council. And in my head, if I look at these, I'm like, I could still build whatever the heck I wanted to.
That's fair. I think my goal with engaging JLL is to say we get to build what we think is appropriate to go in that place. So if there's something missing in these goals, if we think we should build something if we think this is too generic, give me something.
I mean, I think
more
that's
specific.
where the rub is going to end up being, right? It's people have very specific ideas of what they want to see in that development. That's where there's going to be friction. Now, I appreciate JLL's work because their market analysis is going to tell us a lot, right?
And that's what I was going to tell you. Remember, this is not our only bite at the apple.
Yeah.
Like this is right here. This sends the ground rules. I think that I do like the Section 5 just because it's like, okay, listen, this is we're trying to work together we establish what the roles are with that. We've entrusted PCDC with this moving forward, and we will have an opportunity to help shape what this looks like ultimately after, just like you said, the feasibility study. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm like, okay, I like this. And
I don't know if it's harmful. I just don't know that it's actually advancing the ball a whole lot.
I had a couple of edits on there or questions on section 3.3 where it said economic growth. We didn't mention anything about increase in ad valorem tax or property tax as being a part of the project success criteria. So it just said jobs and sales tax, basically. So I felt like we should have property value or ad valorem or however we want to say that is also one measurement of success of what it adds to the tax base. Sure. And then I did have another question.
You want to wait? Let's go one by one. Okay.
So that's section 3.3.
Yeah. Where do you want to add it? You want to add it at 3.3, right?
Yeah.
Do you have the vernacular?
As evidenced by measurable sales tax growth and job creation. So ad valorem value.
Yeah.
This property was inside the city limits.
David, hang on a second. So Melody, you said you want to add ad valorem value. What else to that phrase?
That was it.
Just ad valorem value? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome, David?
This property was inside the city limits prior to 2013, is that correct?
That's a great question. I wasn't here 2013, so.
Okay, so the reason that's important.
I don't remember annexing it.
I don't remember.
The half-cent sales tax.
I think so. I believe it was within the city limits.
Okay.
In 2013.
That has an implication on sales tax.
So I think that needs to be nailed down.
Cool. That makes sense.
I think that affects
what she's describing. Absolutely. Sure. What's next, ma'am?
And then I just wanted more clarity on the part where it says sustainable, and I didn't write down which section was. But what specific types of sustainable metrics and practices would be being proposed? I just felt that was vague, and then I'm just wondering. Well,
I had that question as well because I was imagining it being more of a fiscal thing and not a we're going to get LEED certification for these buildings type of thing.
Well, because it said incorporating native landscape and water efficient systems, great.
Which again, that's our code.
Yeah, but additional sustainability targets and so it must have been somewhere else too. And I didn't write it down, but I was just wondering what other additional sustainability, because that could become expensive. And I would just like clarity on what.
And vague.
Yeah, what that could be and what people's idea of what sustainable metrics.
So that could be solar panels over shade structures over the parking lot.
Yeah.
It could be a lot of things, but I think it is. I think it's important to keep that as a goal.
Yeah.
I just wanted some clarity of what that could be, because when I read it, I'm not picturing it in my mind, so that I just want to have a discussion about it.
Yeah, that's a scenario that it could be. I think the challenge is, we don't know what all it could be. It could be, what were we talking about, electric scooters earlier? It could be scooter charging stations, so that you can ride your scooter across to the lake.
Or it could be a cow pasture, which is very, very sustainable.
True. Very sustainable, less so
doesn't
from a...
develop much economic impact, but,
It might have been in 4.2.
I'm guessing, 4.2 is what I was reading from. Yes.
But it also was in 3.2.
It's also in 3.2.
Yeah, 3.2.
Sustainable place and increase.
Yeah.
So it's in multiple places, and so then it seems like, then it's repeated, so it's very important. And so that's just what I wanted to, because to your, to Councilmember Kaufman's point, those could be very different ideas in our minds or staff minds or PCDC or JLL.
Yeah, and we asked JLL to attend, and they weren't, unfortunately, unable to attend today. And we actually got that question from the the city manager's office about sustainability, and the answer that they gave us was they are strictly solely focused on water conservation at this point, but as we do more of the community surveys and what the community wants to see, we'll probably go ahead and implement, some, if not many of those requests about sustainability. And then once we get into the master plan and we start working with the architects, then we will know more tangibly how we move forward with the sustainability, with whether we go, and it's costly, right? Because when you determine whether you want to go LEED silver, gold, or platinum, it adds cost. Right?
I feel like the word sustainable there in 3.2 is really more intended in terms of like a livable or coordinated something that dictates. I don't want to say walkable, but something that indicates that it's an area that provides services that are needed within the area. I don't think that's intended to be sustainable from a LEED perspective.
10-minute in there. And maybe the fact that we have at least 5 and maybe 7 different takes on sustainable might mean that it's a word we should take out or define.
Or I would have, how it is. Have it defined in the outset.
Or I'm trying to think.
We need to do, leaving it the way it is seems like it's a problem. Am I wrong?
It's like you're proving my earlier point that it's too generic to
No, either take it out or define it.
I would use an engaging place. I would change that from sustainable to engaging.
Sure. Like I said, either take it out or define it.
He's talking about explicitly 3.2.
Let's do
3.2. I think 4.2 makes sense in terms of sustainable infrastructure.
You had no idea that word was going to cause so much trouble.
You know what?
Engaging.
I agree. I think Mayor's right. You create an engaging place and campus for current and future residents, incorporating. Yeah, that sounds fine.
Well, it uses sustainable place again.
No, you're right.
Okay, so we'll take it in all the places and then the sustainability targets.
I think the mayor was proposing to keep 4.2 the same.
Yeah, 4.2 is fine.
No, I'm talking about 3. That was 3.
Oh, you're talking about the end and establishing metrics for.
Yeah, it says sustainable 3 times in 3.2.
So I would say create a engage. Is that what we said?
And we talk about established project sustainability metrics down below. So I think we just.
I think we have now established why it's important for this to go in front of the PCDC board before it comes to us.
Right. Yeah, if there's this many problems with it still.
Well, we do appreciate your alacrity in bringing us to it rapidly.
So I didn't hear the last.
Yeah, I trailed off there, didn't
yes.
I?
I want clarity.
I was just scratching the establishing metrics for additional sustainability.
I would scratch it out
from 3.2.
I would scratch out I would scratch out.
So cross out
and establishing. Yeah, I would scratch that out.
Whoops.
Establishing the domestic tranquility? Oh no, that's a different document.
Looks like President Darrell White. Would you like to approach?
Wait, just for clarity. So no changes to 4.2.
I would not recommend changing 4.2.
I think that speaks for itself.
Okay, because it's enough definition that it's water conservation. That's our meaning.
Well, and it's also establishing metrics. It's not implementing programs. I'm sorry, Darrell. Welcome.
Thank you. For the audience, I'm Darrell White, president of the PCDC, and I want to thank the council for the discussion. This was actually part of what I was wanting to get the feedback on. But the primary reason, and Caesar is correct, and how this has come up, and also Rudy, the idea of the resolution was what came out of our joint meeting. We had already previously, with JLL, gone through their study, and we had moved as a motion at PCDC to approve those goals and objectives as outlined in the presentation that they made to us. And to Councilmember Ruiz's credit, As I made that motion, he said to make sure and to clarify for me that I mean that this was set in stone. Now I'm talking about the PCDC board meeting where we're reviewing the presentation made by JLL. And I said, no, that's the intent. This is what's been presented. We know as we learn these additional things, as Andrew was talking about, that there will be some modifications that would occur to that. But that was my motion, and that was what was approved. So based upon that vote, and then the feedback from the city council during our joint session, that's when JLL worked with our team to create and craft the resolution you see here tonight. Because as the mayor had made the request, as well as council supported, that a resolution be presented, that's why we've done what you've asked. And what I want to bring up here, and I greatly encourage you to continue to have the dialogue with us as you have, is that you need to recognize we are going to do what you ask. So be very clear, and this has been very helpful. And indeed, there was a number of excellent recommendations that were being made. So this is not asking you not to do something. What I'm saying is, this was our objective, was to present to you as a timely manner as we could so that we could act on it. Now, the reason I stepped up here was for one reason only, not to say what I just said, and I very much appreciate you allowing me to do that. As a previous city council member, I do not miss that level of respect, and I greatly appreciate it. But it was just, Andrew's been with the PCDC for a very short period of time, and I've now seen him in 3 different situations over 2 weeks, and I've been very impressed.
Councilman Rogers, ask your question.
Oh.
How long have you been on?
Oh, yeah. How long have you been here?
Andrew, sure.
5 weeks.
5 weeks.
5 weeks now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
And thank you, and if there's any other comments.
Nice job on the
that you
hot
have
seat,
about-
I'm sure. I'm sorry.
And thank you, and if there's any other comments you have about the resolution recommendations, please provide those, and we will move forward with this. This will be on we'll have it crafted and on our June PCDC meeting so that we can review it, approve it, and then bring it back to you, if that's acceptable.
All right, do we want to send it back, or do you want us to approve it and you countersign?
I'd rather
Let's let the board wrestle it before we.
No, no.
Yeah, I defer to council.
Yeah.
You just tell us what you want.
Yeah, trust me, let's
What's
get
that
our.
now? Hold on, because I hear a lot of yeah.
I don't know that we got consensus, so we'll figure out. Caesar, do you want to?
What is Councilman Matera asking?
Yeah, he's saying he wants to move it forward tonight.
Yeah, get our thoughts down so there's.
And then we send it back for them to review and accept.
They need
we just send it back
we've
right
been
now?
doing it for like
And then
20
it's gotta
minutes.
come back here.
Well, I thought that these were the goals in the presentation
Yeah.
that PCDC already approved, and this was just putting it into a resolution and being clear about it.
That's what the route.
Yeah, so I mean that's what my understanding was, and why I thought it was coming to us for the mayor's request, and because it was already the goals, and this is just.
It's the goals that they presented to us.
Yeah.
It's our responsibility
Sure.
to tell them whether or not those are the right goals to have. And so that's our opportunity tonight to say,
Yeah.
hey, you know what, your goals were a little bit off, or no, they were absolutely spot on.
Mhm.
So that's why I think we've got some verbiage change on sustainable. I haven't heard any other changes to goals. I haven't heard any other changes to objectives. I've heard some changes to actions and directions.
The only reason I would
No, I'm
ask
done.
or request to take it back to PCDC is because there are other members of PCDC who maybe might have extra input on changes that might be necessary. And they haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
And they might also want to consider Councilman Kaufman's suggestion that this be more forward-facing, more action-oriented.
Now, if we want to take a vote on it tonight and then send it to them and have them look at it, have PCDC board look at it, and if they have any changes, bring it back to us. I don't know. I mean, that's an option. But
Are
I
they
would
going
love
to
to.
make any changes after we approve it?
That's what.
I think there are other board members who might have some really good input on this.
I don't know that we need to do a vote on it. I think the PCDC has, gotten our feedback from tonight, and we can wait until after their next meeting to?
That's why I'm actually a little bit reticent to just give it back to them, because we had that whole work session 2 weeks ago, and this is still what we got back.
That's not a bad thing.
No, I'm fine doing another round, but I think, again, if we're going back to the reason why the mayor asked for this resolution, my understanding was it was so that we would all be in agreement with what exactly this project is trying to do. And it's pretty darn clear to me tonight that we're still not there, right?
I don't see, but I think this is why I think we're two ships passing in the night, is what I'm hearing right here. Because what Melody's saying is that this enumerates the conversation, the presentation that was articulated to us from JLL in implementation with PCDC. What you're saying is that no, this should reflect what our goals and representations and what we actually want in here. Therefore, it's not granular enough for that. Those are two different goals.
I mean, I think we also gave them feedback in the session that I'm not sure if that is all reflected in
I remember giving them a lot of feedback related to organizational goals.
Okay.
But I
don't remember specifically.
Yeah.
But on JLL, I don't remember from an owner's rep perspective, and maybe I need to go watch the video.
Because didn't we only give JLL like 10 minutes?
Yeah, and we said we got everything that we needed, and I didn't hear any changes to, or a lot of concerns
They did say
to
that.
JLL about what they presented.
But this is our opportunity to provide feedback
Sure.
as well.
So I have what, and that's why I'm saying, what is this? What is the purpose of this document? That's what I'm saying. That's the whole legal. It's a legal phrase. Two ships passing in the night. It's like, wait a minute. I'm hearing two different things for why this rationale is. If this is to enumerate what was articulated and conveyed to us from JLL regarding their vision, then yeah, absolutely. It's for us to, as the mayor was saying, okay, does this reflect what we were saying about that? If this is to, wait a minute, I want to hear more specificity regarding what the requirements, goals, and applications are of this. Well, that's not this. So that would either be a separate document or redoing this document.
I haven't heard you discuss that, Councilman Matera. I'm persuaded that this is step one, and what Councilman Kaufman is discussing is step two. I think step two is a necessary step, but I think this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor, this is pretty much what you asked for at the last.
Reasonably so. My question, Andrew, could you remind me, or Darrell, will JLL have engagement sessions as part of this process?
Engagement sessions with this.
Well, with individuals, with community members, stakeholder input.
Yes.
Okay.
So we had the first engagement session during Slice of Pflugerville.
Okay.
Where we got feedback from the community.
And are they seeking engagement sessions, stakeholder input with individual members of council?
We can make that happen.
Okay. So if that's not happening, it should happen. Also, my suggestion would be is that if I recall correctly in your timeline, and that's why I was asking, and I know. I can't tell you to have a slide ready, but this is part of the reason. I recall them coming back with the feasibility study, and the engagements at the end of July. Am I wrong?
Sounds right.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember something like that because we were going from there as well. And so that gives us the opportunity in, oh my gosh.
2 months.
2 months. Good Lord.
Well,
yes, because we thought it was too aggressive. We were like, "Are you sure you can do this?" And they said yes.
Mr. White, if we're able to, if you would allow us to talk about this during our next board meeting, so that if we have any changes or anything at the PCDC board, then I'd be okay with voting on this today.
Okay.
If you're okay with that.
So specific to that, we are finalizing the agenda for our meeting for next week. So this is something that I will make sure we add.
Okay, yeah. And that way, if there's any feedback, then any changes, we'll have to bring it back to council, but I'm okay with moving forward with
All right, so the changes I have are the ones that Rudy enumerated, and then section 3.2 changed the first two sustainables to engaging and strike and establishing metrics for additional sustainable targets. And then 3.3 adding ad valorem value as a economic growth target.
That's your motion?
Yes, that's
I
my
second the
motion.
motion.
All right, I've got a copy if you want it.
So we're gonna vote on the changes. Basically, we're voting on the changes right now that council has had. But Mr. White has already said PCDC will look it over.
They'll review it, they'll get an
Changes,
opportunity
we'll
to
bring
see
it
what
back.
we've sent them, and if they have additional refinements, they're welcome to bring them back, but otherwise, we have a document that stands.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
All right.
Yeah, so to that point though, so is your vote on this resolution to approve it as amended?
As amended.
As amended.
And then that'll give us the opportunity.
We'll give
to
you that amended
affirm.
copy.
Yeah.
Right. Affirm or say,
And
you
you
want
said
some
the
money?
changes in section 5.
Yeah.
In addition to the,
Okay.
yeah,
The
I
things
stated that
what
as
I
the
read.
ones that Rudy enumerated.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
Who's making the change?
It's too
they're
much
already done.
I already read them in.
No, who's, okay.
Yeah, I already read them
So
in.
we don't need.
No.
All right, motion passes.
I can give them a copy.
That brings us to item
I will.
6C, discuss and consider action to approve the appointment of an assistant city manager. Serena,
I've been looking forward to this all night.
What was
it
this?
has your name on it.
Terra Toledo has called Pflugerville home for 16 years, keeping the P in front of the F words since 2009. From day one, she has helped shape the city's voice, story, and spirit. As Pflugerville's very first public information officer and communications director, she didn't just build the communications program, she created the blueprint for how which our city connects with the community. And from innovative outreach to modern media engagement, she has really done an amazing job. And by the way, she has attended over 375 council meetings.
Wow. On
Now
purpose?
Not something I'd admit.
Now she's serving as our Director of Management Services with a wide range of departments, including Animal Welfare Services, Municipal Court, Communications, IT, and People and Culture. Her versatility and leadership shined even brighter when she stepped in as the Interim Executive Director for PCDC a year and a half ago, guiding initiatives that support Pflugerville's growth, helping to keep the city's rhythm steady. Just like she does, because she does play the steel drums, and she really does rock. Terry earned her bachelor's degree in mass communications with a specialization in public relations from Texas State, her certified public communicator credential from Texas Christian University, and a master's in public administration from the University of Texas at Arlington. When she's not working and adventuring with her son and husband, exploring countries like Chile and Peru, hunting down the best queso in Texas, that girl really likes queso, or scuba diving into our oceans, sometimes literally, she does those things away from my work. It's my privilege to recommend Terry Toledo today to continue to serve the city of Pflugerville as an assistant city manager.
Well, there's not someone that we've had more dedicated in all the years involved, and in so many different roles. I mean, we had her as interim director of PCDC there as well, and she got some deals done. She's there as well. I mean, she's an asset. I guess we're using the baseball analogies, 5-tool player. And I think this is a great idea.
Is that a motion?
Well,
we can
I'd
make
like
a
to
motion.
ask
Let me say,
Terry.
Mayor, I motion to approve.
I've
We can
known,
still have a discussion. but-
Okay, I've got a motion
Second.
from Caesar, I've got a second from Rudy, further discussion.
And then we've got discussion.
all right. I've known Terry from, I don't know, 3 minutes after she got here. And I have just enormous regard for her. And I think she will do a great job. And I think we should do a search process for something like this. And, I feel this the same way about the city manager that I feel about the assistant city manager. I think Terry is going to do a fabulous job. Terry and I have talked about this. She knows that I'm going to make this objection tonight, but she also knows that I have enormous regard for her personally and professionally, and I think that she'll do a great job. And I am quite certain that if we didn't offer her a job like this, somebody else would do it in the near future. But I'm a big believer in searches.
So David, I'm curious, because you've previously voted on internal promotions for a deputy city manager and an assistant city manager. You voted to confirm those previously. Why is this one necessary of a search? And those weren't?
Well, I have been thinking a lot about searches recently. You know, I thought the searches that we did both of the last two times that we brought on board our police chiefs, I thought those were very well conducted. I think doing a search for the high level appointments is something that we should do, and I had not been thinking about that as much previously when I made those earlier votes. And you're correct. In previous times, I had done that, and I think that was a mistake. Having said that, I'm quite confident Terry Toledo is going to be exemplary in the position. But I think that we should do searches for the high-level positions in the city.
Were you about to say, Melody?
Oh, I just wanted to ask Terry a question.
If she wants the job.
I figured she did. Serena brought it forward. So I also have known Terry since she joined the city, because that's when I became active with the city. So I have great respect for you and all that you've done for the city. I just wanted to hear from you about what you thought are the greatest challenges and opportunities for the city in this role over the next 2 years.
Great question.
Well, one thing I'm really excited about is to move into the city hall, because when I interviewed at the city in 2009, I was told we were getting a new city hall. So I'm super excited to see that happening and coming to fruition. You asked me about issues with the city. Of course, we're constantly dealing with growth, and we also are, of course, with our water system and our capital improvement program and our transportation and how we're going to keep up with all of those things collectively as a city. It's a challenge that not only we have, but a lot of cities do, as we need to continue to prioritize that along with available funds and budgets. So it's been an exciting opportunity as I've moved into the city manager's office over the last couple of years to work with other departments across the city, not just departments that I come from or that I used to write about in communications, but to see how their budgets are created and how we prioritize projects in a citywide basis. And that's been a really exciting thing for me to learn over the last several years. And I thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear from you.
So Terry, I'll go ahead. I'm not going to mention how long I've known Terry. I will only say that in 2009, I was serving on the city's image committee. That was a committee that was spun up by the mayor to deal with the perspective and the reputation of the city in the region. And then we hired Terry, and we didn't need that anymore because Terry, as
that was
PIO.
my first week. My first week of work, I was asked if I could come Thursday night to attend a new committee because the P is no longer silent.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
I learned that in my very first week. And I also learned to put P's in front of every F word, as we said.
Yeah, I mean,
but I have not forgotten the image committee, no.
And I mean, even when we had the conversation years ago about the design for this, right? And you brought up the thought process, and then about PF in general. I mean, you've been remarkable in all these different roles. You really have during a crisis. I mean, you've done an excellent job. Call a question.
Any other questions for Terry while she's up here?
I actually did, just for clarity. What departments are you going to be overseeing?
All of them.
Well, right now I'm working with IT and the animal shelter and communications, but there have certainly been discussions about other departments. I work with people and culture as well, and we've been looking at some of the org charts and how things may change in the coming months.
Thank you.
Okay.
Kimberly?
Ben.
All right. Welcome to your promotion. I mean,
Thank you.
you've been
Thank you
here
so
long
much for
enough.
this opportunity.
All right, that brings us to items that are repeated from our work session. We do have our joint meeting and discussion with City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission regarding the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 to 2031. Planning and Zoning Commissioners, I do invite you. We've got your name tags back up here.
Thank y'all for staying. Sorry it took so long.
In the back. So now we get your all's thoughts on everything.
Everything. I'll have to get up with this paper again.
I would
We
have
got
gone
more
9 miles an hour, but
Well, Robert, that's what's so funny, right, dude? Like, this has actually been a pretty short meeting for us.
I got to get better at this.
I know, that's true. That's true.
We have to.
We're only halfway done.
Yeah.
Matt, thanks for coming back.
Warming up.
Where did we leave off?
So we left off right here, Mayor.
So I think do we have to reconvene or we're good?
You didn't unconvene.
We didn't adjourn.
You
Oh, that's
didn't
true.
adjourn.
Okay.
Well, we suspended. I think we're okay.
I like unconvened.
So we left off on this slide. This was the motion that was taken at the Planning and Zoning meeting last week. It was voted on, and I believe they had one member absent, and it was a 6-0 vote in favor of this motion. Now, I will clarify, they specifically added items in here that basically said they didn't want to increase the property tax rate. Now, because we made all these other changes, if the direction from City Council is to do this, then the version you saw tonight would have to change, because I would have to go back and work with the Finance Department to figure out what that number is that we can afford to do without affecting the tax rate. And then we would have to further refine those projects to squeeze it down to fit within that new constraint.
Okay.
Okay.
That's interesting. So I think one of the challenges I have is a constraint of will not increase the property tax rate doesn't prioritize projects for me. And our goal from the CIP coming from planning and zoning would be that we understand from the community, from those of you involved, from those of you who you've spoken with, what is the sequence, what is the order of projects, what's the priority of projects, and then the city council is going to have to go away. We always figure out how much we can afford, but we need to know, from a priority perspective, what that means.
Well, I can speak to that a little bit, sure. So one of my concerns during the meeting was the plan goals basically say they're to identify the most economical means of financing capital improvements and to foster interdepartmental coordination of city infrastructure investments. Those are good standards. But my concern is that in several instances, it appears that the plan doesn't fully achieve those goals. And so there's an opportunity within the plan in order to use our money more wisely.
Keith, can you give an example?
Yeah, I can give you several examples, Rudy. They're coming. So one is the library roof replacement. That's scheduled for 2027. It's $350,000. Nobody questions whether the roof needs to be replaced. It's a 30-year roof. It was put in 1999, so that means it expires in 2029. What are we doing with the library in 2029? Major expansion. So are we spending $350,000 in 2027?
As a stopgap. Okay.
And then, I don't know that it's a stopgap.
No, that's what you're talking about.
That's right. And now we're doing a major expansion. So are we wasting some or all of that money? Okay. So that's not addressed in the CIP. Another example, we've either spent the money or we're spending the money this year on ADA improvements for this room and for the library. Does that make sense? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me because we're moving city council over to the town hall and we're doing a major expansion to the library in 2029. At least that's the plan. So those are a couple examples. Some more, like it was mentioned in the working meeting about rearranging some of the aspects for Weiss Road and to coordinate all the projects and put them together. Okay, so in the plan we reviewed, those were all separated out. So that's good. City staff came together and did that. Well, there's quite a few more opportunities to do that. Let me find out where I got it. Okay, so we got Fenning Lane, Emmanuel Road, East Pecan, and the downtown district. All have opportunities to coordinate that work so that we can save costs and provide less of an impact into the residents of the city. Another example that should come out is a downtown district storm drain improvement number 5. Okay? That project has an estimated cost of $10.4 million. Yet the plan itself states that the project does not reduce existing flood risk to homes or roads, nor removes them from the floodplain. So the whole purpose of storm drain improvement number 5 is for future downtown growth. Now, should the taxpayers have to pay extra taxes for new business development to come in? This isn't existing business, it's new business.
What's the source of funding on that one?
I don't have it in front of me.
Because if that were impact fees, it would make sense.
I don't believe it's all impact fees. But I looked at it one time before, but I don't recall.
Drainage, right?
So there's some projects that individually we need to rethink about, but the majority looks like it's a sequencing, coordination, and a funding strategy in order to save money. And so that's where the planning and zoning is coming in about no new taxes. Let's figure out what we have, how we can save money with the capital improvement plan now, and then we can look at back at, do we need new taxes or new funding sources that the residents are going to have to pay for, like bonds or whatever it is. So we just need a clear demonstration within the capital improvement plan of how these things are coordinated and how they're going to be funded, and make sure that the money we're spending is the money we should be spending.
All right, jumping back to the library roof.
Sure.
It sounds like the library roof needs to be replaced, but there is a potential expansion coming forward.
Well, according to the CIP, the library plan needs to be, the library roof needs to be replaced because it's reaching its 30-year life. But it's at 28 years in 2027.
True, but I imagine we have a condition report
Yeah.
on that. So if it's leaking now,
I was about to say,
there's work that needs to be done, and I don't know if
The
that's...
argument would be, do we actually pull it and do it this year?
Yeah, so the question I have is, if the library roof needs to be replaced this year, because it has a 30-year life, but 30 years is an estimate. If it needs to be replaced, would you suggest that we accelerate the expansion in order to do that concurrently?
I would suggest that we do whatever saves the taxpayers money.
Okay.
But according,
whatever is most efficient, efficient use of taxpayer money.
That's right.
Serena, is the roof leaking now?
Yes, water is not good for books.
Right. So,
But see, that's not in the capital improvement plan. That's not the reason that it's giving for it. So information like that would make it more transparent and understandable if we need to spend some money now in order to save books, right? But that's not in the plan, so I don't have that information to go on.
So more details on the reasoning for the projects needs to be included in the summary.
If I could mention one thing there, because I think, if I recall, part of the reason why we may have lost some of that fidelity was the change to software a couple of years ago. And so I don't know if you remember that as well.
There was a software change, and they mentioned it again last meeting.
We lost some of that outcome information.
Which brings the wraps into, if there was a metrics, if there was a historical, if there was an actual, if there was reasoning, it would make more sense to us, which is why it's hard for us, or me, to approve moving forward. Yes, we can come up with this is what we think should be slashed, and we can do that at a different meeting or through an email, and then Matt and team can compile it. But we can't he might slash the roof, and I might be like, well, we can do the roof because when you guys move, when we get the downtown
I don't know that
centers-
the expansion impacts the roof.
That's what I
don't even think we need, do we actually need an expansion? Can they move into an empty building and get that rehabbed? Would that not save us more money? That's another thought process. We're gonna have some empty buildings because there's a rec center being built and a rec center not being used, at least in my memory, that's how it works. And there's maybe 10,000 square feet of a building that's now vacant. Can A, the library go in there, or B, can PAWS go in there? So I'd like to know some of that. like, where is that? Like, there has to be reuse, so, recycle, reuse. Repurpose. Can't we repurpose something? I know there's a commercial contractor out there that would love that job to go ahead and repurpose the rec center, the old rec center, when the new rec center is built. So we may not need A, a new library, or B, a new pause, or we can leave pause where they're at and then put the cats there and put the dogs in the rec center. So it'd be too big.
So my question to her point right here is this: is that you guys, obviously this is what you do for a living. Have you looked at any possible alternatives for repurposing these specific buildings that would address any of the things that we're asking for in this capital improvement plan? And if you haven't, perfectly okay. That's perfectly fine. I know that sometimes it's easier. Like, it sounds good what you're saying, but I don't necessarily know that, and I always want to understand the feasibility, but I don't think it's, from what you're saying, we should be dissuaded to at least hear what that would
I would like the math of it, maybe the math or historical and metrics, and when we build this beautiful, and we probably need it, and I think we do need it, but what's the cost of maintaining it? What's the operation cost? Do we, we're going to have a utility plant with what? I don't even remember, but there's like 20,000 or 30,000 square feet of a utility plant, and we still haven't figured out the floor plan where everybody's going to go. Is that just the first floor? What happens to the second floor?
You're talking about the new city hall.
The new city hall.
Okay.
But then there's also
Public Works.
Yeah, public
Public
works.
Works.
Yeah, public. Yeah. So we might be able to house someone or something there, so we can start moving things around, and then come back and go, okay, we do actually still need it because it's year 3, which 2027 or 2029, and we realize we probably need to get it.
So if I can clarify to that point, when I spoke earlier about trying to determine where the staff was going to go, the floor plan is set. The building is up. The walls are already up. We're framing everything in. That has sailed. We were talking the other day about changing data drops, and they're like, that's going to cost you extra thousands of dollars. So we're not changing anything. When I spoke earlier, and I apologize if I misspoke, what I was talking about is based on the office layouts that we have, with all of the other changes that have happened to our organization, where do those people now sit now that we've changed titles, we've changed staff members, we've changed those kind of things. So figuring out with the new organization structure where those people fit in the current floor plan.
So Matt, to your point, you have that building has offices, it has workstations, it probably has some hoteling pods.
Yes.
My expectation, I mean, across the city, and as I understand it, in our city hall, only directors have doors. We do limit offices. We make sure we utilize space. You're saying that those workstations are already laid out. You've just got to figure out which name goes on the door.
Correct.
But you know how many of those spots you're going to fill.
And I mean, in all transparency, there will be open seats still because the building was designed for full build out.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
But I wouldn't go so far as to say that we could move the library in there.
And even in City Hall, we at the new City Hall at Downtown East, we've designed and we've said where the workstations are going to go, but there are a few of those pods that will not be installed.
Right.
There are a few that will not be built out because we know that we have future growth for 5 people in that department. And eventually we will buy desks.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you don't necessarily have furniture for additional staff beyond your current staffing levels.
Well, that's why we're trying to figure out who goes in what seat so that we only order the furniture that we need.
Yeah.
Rather than spending all this money on all the furniture and then it just sits and collects dust until we can staff up to that level.
Until we need those people.
And I want to be clear, no one's saying that you guys are not being judicious with your funds.
Right.
What I'm hearing from Keith and Sally is specifically a better articulation of what's actually coming up from that, regarding that. Because Keith, you said it yourself, if you explicitly had been told that, hey, the roof is leaking right now with that water from there. Sally, part of the conversations that we had previously is that when we're looking at a new library, we're not looking at a new library on the west side. We would be looking east side because we were looking at substations, some other aspects with it as well. We've toyed with that idea several times through the years. Honestly, I feel like we're putting this library on the back burner like we did our rec center for almost 20-something years or so, something like that as well. But I understand the necessity to better understand where the staff is coming from in these perspectives and make sure that's articulated to folks on that as well. So you actually get the
then one other thing, if I can add in,
No, go ahead.
Is we are doing a facilities master plan, and so we are part of that facilities master plan is looking at all of the old city hall buildings and figuring, kind of how we're going to repurpose those, what are we going to do with those. And so we are looking at that. Unfortunately, we don't have that data, so I can't feed it into the CIP.
And Matt, to be clear, have we not already hired somebody to look at our current city hall?
Our 1970s dentist office. Yeah.
To see, repurpose. So it's not that these things, as to your point, have not been contemplated. It's literally us trying to make decisions on it. And Serena,
I believe we've got an RFP out for downtown development, don't we?
Downtown.
The idea being we want to take those old buildings in downtown and quite literally our 1970s.
Let's not burn them.
Redevelop them like a phoenix.
To be clear, our 1970s our 1970s dentist office that one of the floors was condemned for a while.
Literally, no, not a while. More than a while.
For years. So we do have an RFP out where we are seeking development partners who will redevelop the area to save us tax money.
Yeah.
To invest in the area in something that is more appropriate for the commercial downtown that will raise values rather than taking a tax exempt property off of the rolls and putting something in there that does bring additional revenue.
And we are going to have a discussion. We've talked about that, and I think that's going to go with our whole how we're going to actually run the Monarch about what we do with our current rec center.
Yeah.
So that's a conversation that's coming.
I want to remind everyone as well that yes, it's a 5-year plan, but it also gets updated every single year. And so if you're prioritizing the stuff that you're going to poke at and ask a lot of questions for, it's probably the most useful if it's this coming year and another year out. And I know you're just picking on the library because it's an example, right? But to that point, like,
and that's, if I could, to bring it back to our actual recommendation, the reason what we said is every CIP up till now, y'all are wanting us to give feedback on prioritization. Zoning has never gotten enough information to actually give you an accurate prioritization. We get a 100-page document from staff with hundreds of projects and numbers. And so part of the feedback was next time we want more information. Matt just got here. He could not give us, and we didn't want to put off the CIP this year to try to meet some unattainable goal of data. Because there's no way with months of work that he could come back and give us the kind of information we're asking for.
I think I apologize. So I'm just going to semi-disagree. So if you have money in a bank and there's positives and negatives, you have a cash flow. There is a way to tell us what's been.
Yes, on the economics.
And so.
But in terms of prioritization, in terms of all of the questions we raised, we had to come to a recommendation. And what we all agreed upon is that in 2026, we don't believe it's fiscally responsible to commit the city to spending, to developing projects that you're not already underway and that you don't already have an identified funding source that would increase the debt to the city and increase the tax rate. That's our recommendation, is that in terms of planning and what the CIP looks like for next year alone, tap the brakes and finish the projects that we have, that we know we need, that we've already spent money on, but otherwise don't take on debt that's going to raise taxes to the city when we're not confident in the prioritization and we're not confident in the economics of the country to be taking on.
So Robert, just to be clear,
that's where we were.
To hear what you're saying is that projects that are underway, one way or the other, you have no qualms with anything that would be starting in new projects in fiscal year 2027 is what the concerns are.
Well, new projects that would increase
the debt.
Increase debt that would increase the tax rate. And and that was not approved by voters. If y'all want to pursue a 2026 bond that gets approved by voters, we're not trying to replace the voters' decision.
Right.
So that's of course fine if the voters approve a bond. We're just saying there's a number of discretionary pieces of debt that the city can go for that will potentially increase the tax rate. We would recommend you don't do those in 2027.
So just to make sure I understand the conversation as well earlier, Director Rector, it sounds like you've taken at least the first couple of steps towards their ask in terms of reprioritizing. So I want to make sure I'm clear on that, because it sounds like you're already on a path that you all had recommended.
Yeah.
And we have some of that. Maybe, I don't know what you all are proposing or what your idea is. If it's you need another meeting to hash out some more questions or something, that's probably fine. But I guess it would need to be pretty specific projects, I think.
You would have to. You would literally have to, and that's where I was going to ask you, and I don't know if you coordinate with staff or whatnot. What you're proposing would have to be pretty specific in what you're trying to get from here right there as well. And as you heard from Matt, I'm not going to say radically, but it would definitely look different what you presented to us, if in fact that was the case. I don't know how. I mean, Robert, to your point, I mean, we know how this works, right? Like it's almost the end of May, so that means we're going to be going right through budgets. I mean, she's already had her meetings with staff, specifically the different departments, I'm guessing, regarding what we're keeping in, what we're keeping out. So that's a hard train to get through right there. But I appreciate the thoughts on that. I mean, because I think that's important, and I think that feedback's really essential to hear from y'all saying, hey, wait a minute, I wish we had better context regarding what was actually occurring for us to be able to make some of these sound judgments.
So let me ask a little bit of a follow-up question. Were there any specific FY27 projects that you all were concerned about?
Well, I would say, at least on my aspect, would be the consolidation of various projects that involve roadways. Yeah. Like Weiss Lane was an example, right? There's other opportunities like that where we're going to spend money in 2027, come back, let's say we're going to do Emmanuel Road. I'm going off memory a little bit here, but we're going to do the roadway. Then the next year, we're going to do drainage and trails. And then another year, we're going to, it's either water or sewer along the road, right? So how much are we redoing every time we do something like that? Or the cost savings of combining that into one project with one contractor to do the work?
Sure.
Just like what he mentioned earlier on Weiss Lane that they're doing, right? That's an example. Weiss Lane's a positive example. We have opportunities within the plan. Money we're spending next year.
Sure. So let me go back to you, Director. What is your, I don't know how to phrase it exactly, whether it's level of confidence or how far along you might be in that process? Because I know that is generally your strategy, is to make sure that timelines and projects are aligned and efficient, just by a matter of course. How are you feeling about the suggested prioritization and the projects that you have teed up for, say, 27 and 28, if we're talking about the next phases for some of these, that you've got most of those efficiencies, shall we say, covered, at least for this upcoming year? Does that make sense?
I think I understand your question. I would be lying to you if I said that I'm 100% confident I've caught every possible efficiency. Weiss Lane was one. I told you that it was already in process for design, various projects, various stages. I was able to catch that one pretty early on and stop it before we got too far down the track. So the example that was given, and I know it's just an example, so I'm not, Emmanuel Road, we've already awarded construction. So now if that's the direction that we want to go, is to try to line up all of the other Emmanuel Road projects, then I've got to claw back that construction project and then hold it until we get everything else designed and then put those all back together.
Right.
And so I would say that I haven't vetted out all of the efficiencies, but some of those I'm weighing out. Do I really want to claw back a construction contract that we've already awarded? And
Right.
so
And
there are
the-
some things that I still need to go through and vet.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And perfect being the enemy of good, right? We could
Yeah, there's no
we could
such thing as
spend-
perfect.
We could spend $80 million doing all the Emmanuel Road stuff now, or we can spend the 20 or 30 and get really. So yeah, I trust that you're taking those things into consideration. Just wanted to get a feel for how much of that you've been able to work through in your very quick 3 months here, right?
I mean,
So-
there's definitely more.
So real quick,
Yeah,
real quick. So I just want to, Ms. Atkinson, Mr. Murray, I want to thank you for joining us tonight. I haven't heard from you yet. I was wondering if you had any input.
No, I would say similar to Robert, it's hard for me to say I specifically, would prioritize this or that without the extra information. I don't feel like I have the information to say that. I do agree with considering the potential tax impacts on citizens, but like we mentioned, I don't know if that's something we could change this time around. So maybe for future years, I'd just have that as a consideration.
Mr. Murray?
Well, likewise, Mayor, as I recall from our conversations, runway was not on our side. We were running out of time. I asked the question specifically, what was our timeline to get it's my first time going through the CIP process, what was our timeline? And we had to make things happen. And our runway was just very short. And so we came up with this recommendation based on not having enough time to go through each of these projects to provide the prioritization that we're talking about here tonight. We just didn't have the time to get it done.
Okay.
And a lot of data. And to Matt's point, he did proactively say he's working on that. But again, the runway is short.
Gotcha.
So that's where we are. We wanted to make adjustments, if possible, to limit any tax rate increase, knowing that we don't have all the data to say strictly no tax increases. That may not be possible. But that was just general guidance from the recommendation that we put in place.
Correct.
No, and I appreciate that. And so with this recommendation, no, I think I better understand where the commission is coming from. I appreciate that. So we've got the recommendation that basically the prioritization is the CIP as long as it does not, meet those constraints.
Yeah.
So I can certainly appreciate that. Council, do we have any other questions for P&Z, for Matt?
I have a question for Director Rector. It sounds to me, from what I can tell, you have revamped the process in a way that I think is productive, and that you and the board are headed in the same direction, but you're not exactly at the same place at this point. Do you believe that it would be useful to you and the board to have an additional 2 weeks to look at these numbers and hammer them out, or do you feel like they're as good as they're going to get this year?
You can be honest. That's fine.
So when I first presented this to P&Z, and they can all tell you, I had actually told them that in an ideal world we would have started this process months ago.
Yeah.
I wasn't here months ago, so because that's what I would prefer to do is I would prefer those 7 different categories that I went through with you guys.
Yeah.
I would prefer to sit down with them and go one by one at every individual meeting, so we're not there until 2 a.m. and we're just
Right. This isn't a process. This is a program.
But we have a very short timeline on this thing, and so I think that if we had more time, and I'll just go ahead and advance to the next slide if I can. If we could get an extra meeting in with them, I think we could talk through a lot more of this, and maybe we could get them to a little higher level of comfort. I don't think that we will get to the detail that they want, because I mean, it's a huge program and it's
it's just not
short
enough
amount of time.
Yeah.
And so here's the timeline that we are tracking towards. And so you can see we originally presented it to P&Z in the first meeting in April. We brought back to them last week. And so we had a very quick turnaround to try to get everything set up for this meeting tonight. Presenting you the draft, technically draft number 4. This is the 4th iteration that we've done in the few months. And then bring it back to you with whatever changes on the May 26th meeting. And then looking towards getting a final acceptance of everything in June with formal adoption in July before we get really into the budget swing, so that your CIP is done. You can just set that on the shelf and just focus on budget numbers.
So to Levi's point, essentially the runway.
Yeah.
Your schedule already plans for you to come back again in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Is everybody on the board comfortable with that?
Well, so
Well, that's
that is the
council.
presentation to council. That's so P&Z, you've made your recommendation to us. So now it's ours to take with their recommendation and make any amendments or changes. So I would, that's y'all's homework, is that in 2 weeks, we'll have the CIP in front of us again, and any amendments at that point in time, we would need to discuss any prioritization.
So I have some feedback because I appreciate your position and I thank you for your recommendation and your honesty that this timeline has not allowed you to go into the detail to be actually able to provide recommendations on specific projects if you don't have all the detail about what those projects are. I feel that way as well, and last year, and then some of these new projects on here, I kind of feel that as well. The page has 1 or 2 sentences about what this is for, and it's fairly vague wording, right? So a couple of my concerns is, number one, in our charter in section 9.03 about the budget, it does say that the CIP is supposed to include maintenance and operations costs for any facilities, because you can't just build it alone. You have the debt cost for that, but then you actually have to operate it. So there's a number of those facilities, and we've run into that issue with the recreation center where we're having 2 million, I'm not going to call it a loss, but excess of expenses over revenues in the first year that we had to find an alternate funding source for. And so with all of these additional facilities that are now being added to the CIP in addition to the 3 or 4, or at least 3 different ones that we're doing right now, what are the M&O costs for that? Can our tax rate handle the M&O costs, let alone the debt service? So that M&O cost is missing, and it is in our city constitution that is supposed to be a component of this plan. It did exist about 3 years ago, but for the last 2 or 3 years, it hasn't been in this plan. My other thing is on, going back to my overall request about fiscal impact. And I'm just saying, I know you're just new here, and I appreciate, first of all everything that you've done to help with the prioritization, because last year I wasn't sure. I'm like, was this an order of number? Is this the top priority? So I really appreciate your efforts in that to help guide, saying that these are the most important things that staff believes are the most important things. But to the fiscal impact, I don't have any information about the metrics, about why are these new projects being added to the CIP? What are the metrics saying that there is a demand for this facility expansion or that facility expansion? There's been no information saying why we need it. Do I think we're going to need it at some point? Absolutely. Is it in the next 5 years? I have no idea.
Wait, I want to be clear on that, because I think that for sure we get information regularly regarding why there's a specific need, why the rationale is to what the pathway we have toward that need, and ultimately what the resolution is to it. That may not be, and I mean, that's what we have council meetings for, that we quite literally talk about these things. Now, what I'm hearing you say, though, is that you're not seeing that kind of, again, granular detail in the actual CIP itself to help you either enumerate for better lack of term, to capture what the discussion were had and ultimately the rationale as to why it led to. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I believe there should be more information in the CIP,
Okay.
but there are several projects on here that I do not have a recollection that we've had a presentation, at least since my time on city council, saying we are planning to do this facility or this capital project and for X, Y, and Z reasons. For example, the downtown parking garage. We are doing a parking garage right now at downtown East. It's not open. That's going to be a lot of space that it opens up. So I'm not seeing the justification to start spending $3.7 million on a second downtown parking garage. I am not aware of the demand for that, especially when our consultant told us that the market isn't there for the second phase of downtown East. Our other consultant in downtown that we're looking at old downtown said that this is the strategy that you're going to do because the market isn't there for that. So those are conflicting information that I've seen. I don't recall any discussion about a justice center expansion or a library expansion. So I'm just going to say I don't recall it. So saying this is the metrics and this is why we need to open it at this point in time because of this space need or whatnot or this number of people. But if we are going to expand either of those buildings, that's going to come with head count. And our last budget said we can't add any more head count. I'm not sure that this budget is going to be any better or the ones in the future given the economy and giving the decrease in at least in some of our residential property values. So that's my concern. I don't have that information.
No,
so that's what I want.
And this is why I'm glad you gave specific examples. So for the latter, we have definitely had discussions about this space numerous times through the years. I mean, I think even we had what did we say about the courtyard at some point? We were like, we just get rid of the central courtyard.
Well, the courtyard was originally designed to be improved, but maybe not well enough.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that has been a discussion we've had numerous times regarding that. And to be fair to your point, I don't remember, I've been here for almost a decade. I don't remember when exactly, but I know we've had that discussion numerous times. Regarding, what was the other one that you mentioned?
The downtown parking and the library expansion.
The library expansion. That has been a conversation that my personal opinion, you guys already heard me say it, we've kicked that can down the road far too long on the library expansion. I feel like, that's been, I feel like the library's been in the end of everything else we've done with that,
You're right.
in my
These
opinion.
are things that we've had conversations about, but these are not things that we've made decisions about, nor have we addressed when. And we all agree that having a second library is a good idea.
No.
We don't all agree when it needs to happen.
No.
We haven't even had a
This is our opportunity.
This is quite
the time.
This is quite literally, that's why you heard the mayor specifically say, hey, listen, what do you want changed on here with that? Because it's coming to fruition. These are things that, again, to your point, have been discussed numerous times through the years, have finally come to a head about, are we addressing this, or are we going to go ahead and kick this can down the road further away one way or the other? Now, the downtown parking garage...
So far, the answer has always been, we're kicking it down, we're not approving it.
And this is why you exactly have the conversation here regarding this, because at some point, you've got to decide. Just like
the question is, do we need it? And the second question is, can we afford it? And the third question is, can we afford not?
And that goes back to knowledge.
When do we need it?
Yeah,
it's not do we need it or not. Do we need roads? Yes. Which roads do we need? How big do they need to be?
I would argue that the concept of need implies the timing.
Questions.
Well,
but about saying we need roads does not answer the other three.
Well, if we don't need it now, then we don't need it. The concept of need.
No, I don't believe that's a true statement because we need things based on our growth level. And I'm not confident that I understand our growth level and what are the metrics we're using to say, okay, I know we've expanded shelving and things for the library, but if we're going to do a $32 or $31 million library expansion, that comes with people. So do we have the space? And this is doubling it. So do we have the space in our budget to hire all those people in whatever year this is? And I don't feel confident that we do because I'm not sure about the property tax horizon and the 5 years. We haven't seen anything with that with some of the changes in the economy. We can't make decisions about facilities and different things without the other side being M&O.
So this is where I agree and disagree with you. I mean, we're exactly right about M&O not being, I think you brought up the example with the parks. 1849 was a perfect example of that, right? They went ahead and they bought it and they were like, oh crap. Wait a minute, we need people to actually operate that. How's that going to look? And so moving forward, we've tried to establish that. But I want to go back to what Jonathan had to say about this, is that this is done on an annual basis. So we can say that, yes, absolutely, we believe, as Keith articulates so well, 2029, new library. We can have that right there. But if we're not going to have the funds for that, then it's not going to happen. Like we can say that we can plan on that, but if that's not going, if we're not going to funds for it, we're not going to work. If we don't have the, if we aren't able to afford the FTEs for that, that's not going to happen. If the actual respective of the growth pattern of the actual city is going to happen, that's not going to happen with that as well. That doesn't mean that we don't plan on it, but we also have to have a real honest conversation about what this looks like. Now, that brings up another conversation about, we were talking about GOs. And, well, okay, what did the citizens do? This is why, hey, yeah. I mean, that's another discussion, another thing on here, because we've said that for years, that, hey, listen, the citizens have voted explicitly on these things. They know the cost of this. They know what's going on for that as well. We have to go ahead and recapture whenever markets, you brought up, I know, you're right about what you're talking about, petroleum and everything else. There's certain conditions, particularly during COVID, that skyrocketed a lot of the cost astronomically, that were, some we thought would never come down, and some hopefully have a little bit, but that's not something the citizens would have known, that, hey, wait a minute, all of a sudden we're going to have to run up the cost on these things. So then we have to make an executive decision about, hey, listen, this is what they said they wanted. How do we make that a reality on these things? So I think that probably the best way to handle this is that we have 2 weeks to decide what don't we like, what we do we like on here as well, and then have a conversation on this so we can make a decision on, May 26th about this right here as well. And then
we're going to discuss it on May 26th, final acceptance June 9th. So we've got...
Yeah. Well, you can say technically 4 weeks.
It's best to get feedback early so that you can minimize the changes from draft.
Absolutely.
My most pressing concerns are anything of these projects that have money in 2027. So downtown parking garage is 3.8 million. Justice Center expansion. Now maybe that needs to be massaged a little bit of what is imminent and what is part of a doubling the size of the Justice Center, doubling the size or more than double of the library, one of those. But again, to Councilman Kaufman's point, this is annual, right? But we need to look at the ones in 2027 or ones where we're going to start design. So to the point of P&Z, there are several projects that are in design that don't have funding for construction. So that's kind of in the middle spot, I agree.
And why do we do that?
No, but I'm saying it doesn't, their point is they didn't want to raise the tax rate with additional future debt. And so
we made a decision years ago, because that was part of the problem, is that we weren't able to get funding. We weren't, I want to make sure so everyone hears this. So years ago, when we were like, oh, we can't afford it, screw that, we're not even going to go ahead and get the engineer. We're not doing any of the designs whatsoever.
The way I always put it, we used to put a bond before the citizens and say, do you want to build this road? But the fact is, we know what roads need to be built.
Yeah.
We should be doing the design, we should be doing the utilities, we should be doing the right-of-way acquisition when the land is cheap. And then we put the bond in front of the citizens and say, are you ready to build this road? Because then, when the citizens vote for it, we can start construction. And we're not waiting till 2026 for a project that was voted on in 2020.
And even better.
So there is a good, strong case for funding design up front, even if you don't have construction funded, because we know that construction will need to be done. We don't know when. You're right, David. We don't know when, but when the time comes, we should be prepared to deliver for ourselves.
And I'll give a real world example of that. So we just had a call for projects for Campo, specifically what we're actually going to fund and what's going to come from the federal funding to match whatever projects are coming down from that. Well, the projects that actually have the design, that have the engineering, that are ready to go, those are the ones that score the highest. And so for years, we weren't getting any money or matching funds, because it was like, wait a minute, we don't have anything on the shelf to pull out and say, hey, listen, we're ready to go to match on these things. But from a financial standpoint, which makes perfect sense from the government, from the federal government and the state government, it's like, hey, we want to fund things that are ready to go. So that was a decision we made, I don't know, 7-8 years ago, so a while ago to actually change that mindset for that. To be able to have those things done for
it's
that
still
as well.
changing.
Yeah.
We're still getting there.
So to complete my thought, I was not disagreeing that we should have projects in design. What I was wanting to clarify that when you say in progress, there's a difference between in progress with the design, and we have a design contract, we want to finish that contract. But then there's the next step of if we don't have funding for the construction, is that something that we should hold and finish the other projects first and not bring on new debt? I just wanted to clarify that because there are distinct steps.
No, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you. What Director Rector mentioned earlier is a desire to not put any transportation bonds in front of the citizens this cycle, because we need to finish the work that is currently going, which I think is exactly what you were saying we needed to do. I think we're all in violent agreement here. So I'm trying to figure out if there's
aggressively agreeing. Aggressively agreeing.
Transportation is just one example.
It's one part of it.
There are water and wastewater, which don't go to bonds, so would not be under that recommendation. That would need future debt for water and wastewater. So that would increase. That could increase water rates as well. So I wasn't sure that we all had clarity about what our definition was in process and where that was in process of a contract or in process of the projects as a whole. So I just wanted to have clarity on that.
I think the target funding year is what should dictate that for you, because every now and then I see a design, few years of zero, and then a potential funding. And as always, as I'm going to go back, as Jonathan mentioned, this is an annual process where things get pushed out or brought forward on a regular basis. I do invite in the next meeting that you bring your list of things that you think should move forward and things that should pull back.
Can I just say one more thing? I completely agree, and Mayor, I agree. I think we're all violently in agreement. I think that I love that we have had this conversation. I think that there has been even more rigor than normal from your all's part, and I think that's great.
That's great.
I know it's in a time crunch. You actually also came forward with a lot of really good feedback. There's a ton of good ideas and things we can do for next year. I also did not want to forget, in the forest for the trees, that I believe Director Rector said he's already cut about half of the potential debt next year, and it was over $100 million that he's already reprioritized and moved and saved from plan. So we may still want to move some things around, but I want to recognize that you've already done more work than ever that I've seen on the way that you all are handling the prioritization of these projects.
Well, I mean, and I also want to say that that's what I've seen staff consistently do. Try to find either alternatives, alternative financial resources for things, or say, hey, listen, particularly, I feel like we're in bizarre land because, I remember having this conversation with Doug for, 5 to 7 years? Why the heck are we bonding these things if we can't get it done? Let's be realistic about what the heck we're actually doing. Yeah. So that's why I don't understand the disconnect, because I'm like, wait, we all are saying.
I think it's great that it's actually happening now.
Yeah.
And it wasn't 5 years ago or even 2 years ago.
I mean, sometimes we complain that we've gone too far enough, right?
I think we should not soft pedal the magnitude of Director Rector's accomplishment. He has done something that was not done last year or the year before or the year before that in terms of prioritizing and organizing the spending.
I would say grouping.
He's done something that we have been struggling towards, blind men looking for an elephant in the dark for many years. And I very much appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
And this is new. This is good. I feel like you and the P&Z are, like I said, in the same direction, not quite at the same places. We will, as the mayor suggested, scrub ourselves for what we think are highest priority and lowest priority projects.
Scrub ourselves.
I would very much like to hear input from y'all about those areas that you think we should definitely push forward, those areas that maybe we should hold back a little bit more. And I will look at whatever feedback I get from you, and that will be part of my recommendation process. I've been sitting up here, now this is my 6th year doing this, and I've never seen a board that brought this level of dedication and thoroughness to the process. So I want to thank all of you for that. And the Director, I really, really want to thank you for your leadership in this area. And I hope that we will be able to move forward in a way that maximizes the production of products and minimizes, and by products I mean engineering products, right? And minimizes the burden on our taxpayers. And I think you guys have done a lot to move us in that direction. And I really appreciate everybody's, as Ryu says, aggressive agreement about that goal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. I'll reiterate, thank you for your thorough review of the capital improvement plan. I will invite you final comments and to adjourn your meeting.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. How do you want us to get our thoughts to you?
I think
just email it over
You're
there.
welcome to email your individual thoughts. I don't know that you need to have a special meeting in order
I don't think
to
so
bring them
either.
together, but yes, email works.
Just email.
And then I guess another question for me is, once we email the city, Ashley and yourself, is there a way to get back to us on, oh, I understand what you're saying, but this is the reason? Can you be more transparent in the email, or are you going to?
So your
how does it
email
come
to
back?
us, I would say at that point in time, your statutory duty is done.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of is already, but we would love to receive it. I'm sure you'll get some back and forth if we have questions about it, and then you're welcome to attend and sign up for your 3 minutes to speak at our future meetings if there are things that don't align with the way you think they should go.
And Sally, I think what you're asking for, correct me if I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that when you do give your proposals, you'd like more clarity, some information that may not have been presented to y'all regarding why that rationale was presented. Is that right?
Correct, because Matt just literally said, "Oh, the reason is because of X, Y, and Z."
And that's
I was
what.
like, well, that makes sense.
Then that's it. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely.
If you say, don't replace the roof, and he says, but there's a hole in it.
Right.
You want to know why.
Yeah.
He says, no, we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Not just we're going to do it anyway.
Great point. Great question.
I'm interested in your thoughts on any specific projects that you think either should accelerate or should be pushed, or that you think is the right time. So if you had any specific thoughts about that, I would love to hear that. I did want to just point out that last year, the deputy city manager and his team did a lot of work in between the drafts of our budget regarding the CIP. So we did start some of that work last year, and I just did want to recognize that we are moving forward from that work. So I just want to thank the team last year and this year for working towards this goal of more transparency and better understanding of the project.
If you want to give her a call to make sure you get her information, it's 512-867-5309.
I think we all get that.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
The latest draft to the CIP, is that the one that's in the city council agenda, or is there another?
No, draft 4 is the latest, and that's what's in their packet.
Okay, I have that.
And that's what they voted on.
No, it was number 2.
It was number 2.
They voted on draft number 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Draft number 2.
Levi?
And in draft number 4, he did start incorporating our comments. Right?
Okay.
The prioritization of the existing, trying to reduce some of the costs associated with it. So he's already incorporated some of that in the draft you guys saw.
Wonderful. Levi?
Is this timeline pretty fixed and concrete year to year? This schedule of the CIP adoption?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, it needs to be a program, not a process. It needs to be something that happens all year long, not just in not just for 3 months here before budget season.
Because the reason I was asking is, again, a lot of the questions that have surfaced through this conversation are questions that we all had, obviously, but the timeline was just tight. And so going forward is understanding what this looked like, starting this process earlier, I think will help a lot.
I think next year you're going to get more.
That's what
clarity on
And you guys meet monthly, correct?
Yeah.
All right, because I see a little over 3 months here, and that's a lot of meetings for us between city council and lunch and learns and retreats and all that. So it seems like a lot to us, but I understand if that's only 3 meetings, that's and probably only 2 for you.
Yeah. Well, get it once and then they have to prove it the next time. That's not enough.
Year round.
And there's year-round CIP.
So
Yeah.
the 3 months is just the part that we see towards the end of the process, right?
All right.
Yeah. Quarterly updates would be wonderful.
I think that brings us
Yeah,
to
I
a
think
close.
I think we're good. I just want to thank Matt's whole team. I know it's more than a one-man band, so I just really want to thank everybody, really, for doing a bang-up job. I know we're very difficult this session, but thank you.
We appreciate it. I'd invite you to gavel out, and we've got 4 more items to talk about when you're done.
We're gonna PNC is gonna adjourn at 10:02 p.m. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Council, we do have a couple of executive session items to discuss, but before we do that, I'm going to hop back to these pulled items from consent. So we're going to start with 5A, which is an ordinance on second reading with caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending Chapter 95, Parks and Recreation, Article 5, Recreation Programs, Standards of Care of the City Code of Ordinances to adopt standards of care for the city's youth recreational programs as required by state law, and amending various sections within the article to update the standards containing the cumulative and severability clauses and providing other matters related to the subject. Jonathan, I believe you pulled this item?
No.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted a quick reminder of what, if any, changes we're having to make as part of this. I know it was statutorily required.
No. Correct.
Flooding or
I think
weather.
I think that was where the state.
Jonathan, can you remind us of, there were some statutory updates, but statutorily required updates?
Yes, so there was one really major change, and it was updating our weather policies, which is something we do quite often to make sure that it matches the ISD and NOAA National Weather Service.
And what was that policy?
Specifically, it applied to the flood policy.
All right. Does that answer your question, Jonathan?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
Move to approve.
I'll let you do it. I'll second.
I like to encourage the person who pulled it to move it, because then I know we're done. Then I know we had the conversation that needed to be had. All right, that passes unanimously. That takes us to item 5D, which is the fiscal year 26 quarter 2 investment report. Melody, I believe you pulled this item.
What's wrong?
Well, I had sent questions in advance because there was information that on this new format, there's information that is no longer being provided, like the interest rate yield from quarter to quarter. And so I had asked for that information of the interest. And then the other question was, there was a $60 million increase in the investment. Just wanted to get an understanding of that from quarter to quarter. And then was just asking if the format, if it's possible to get a summary report by fund, because we have like 5 pages and the subtotals are in there, but would it be possible to get something on a higher level just to look at the summary?
I can look at all those reports. We are using a new software and it has a lot of reports in there, so I'll have to kind of dig in with our representative and see what we can do.
So let me clarify. So if our reporting system doesn't currently report that out, I have not directed staff to create reports manually, as we know that human error is what's oftentimes messes up financial statements. And so we only report out what the software allows us to report.
And how long have you guys had this new software?
We started at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Yeah, it's new.
The beginning of
This fiscal year.
this fiscal year? Okay.
So,
So you're still kind of getting used to the.
So I heard
way
the question,
that
$60 million increase in an investment.
So that was, we sold 2 bonds in February.
And
So
those, the
funds,
intended purpose of
a little
those?
over 80,000 water and wastewater. specifically water.
So does the system not give us the average interest rate or current, what it was called, current quarter average yield and fiscal year-to-date average yield?
What I said is I still need to look and see what reports we can. There's a huge amount of reports that we can pull from the system. We need to go in and figure out what report gives us what information.
Okay, so this information may be in.
It may be.
Maybe.
Okay.
It may be.
And it was in the software that we.
So those
the previous
reports were
software?
being done by the investment advisor. They were not pulling them from the software. They were
Okay.
creating that page on the front. So I have sent the sample to the rep to ask if that is a report that we could add to our overall report. I was trying to not make the report too long because it's already pretty long. But to make sure that all of the pieces that are required by the Public Funds Investment Act are included in the report.
Okay, so average yield is not a required item to report?
I mean, the yield is in the report. It's in every single investment that's reported on there.
Okay, so just not the total overall for the portfolio is not in the existing reports that you have right now, but it could be.
Yeah,
Might be
we're gonna
something
take a
it
look
could
at your
generate.
questions. Mhm.
All right, Melody, did that answer your
Always fun
questions?
when you have new software, isn't it?
I guess the last question was because there was a change in the Q1, fiscal year Q1, December 2025, about it not including everything that was, and I just wanted to make sure that we've implemented procedures to ensure that it ties back to our balance sheet.
There was one investment missing and it was bought right at the middle of our conversion. So
Okay.
yes, but I am having them QC against the ledger. Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
All right, you
I
have a
motion
motion?
we approve the quarter two investment report.
Second.
Oh, now I have a bunch of questions.
Well, I
That's
want
too
to know
late.
how much interest we've been making.
It's on there. All right, so that brings us to, I've been informed that item 6G is no longer for consideration. That brings us to item 6H, executive session item, consultation with legal counsel pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding emergency medical services, as well as item 6I, executive session deliberation of personnel matters regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, and duties of the city manager pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. The time is 10:08. We're in executive session.
I'm sorry.
Can you read that?
Yeah.
Where's David?
He was talking back there. Who was he talking to? Oh, was he talking to Caesar?
Where is Caesar? Oh,
Did I hear him?
do we hear the both of them?
There they are.
There we are. Okay, let's go.
Time is 11:15. We are back from executive session and no action was taken. I believe we do have an open session item to consider. That is item, where'd it go? Item 6I. Open session, discuss and consider action regarding city manager.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Motion to approve authorizing the mayor to finalize and execute the employment and severance agreements with James Harston, the city manager.
I second that.
Uh-oh. Hey, when it starts getting after 11, she gets salty.
Motion passes unanimously.
Did you see that like that?
The time is 11:16. There being no other business, well, I guess we can keep James here a little bit.
Yeah. Not yet.
We're adjourned.